Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Experiment Multiple Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. His body ached in protest of movement, wanting nothing more than to lay in its misery of fresh burns and blooming bruises. Instead, he pushed himself through the window anyway. Shouto landed with a grunt on the grass, trampling some pale pink flowers their gardener probably spent a lot of time nurturing. He walked toward the fence that surrounded his home. With a few ice footholds, he climbed it and awkwardly pulled himself over the top, eventually landing harshly on the other side. Free, for a short while at least. It was that sharp, biting kind of cold. There was no rain for it to snow, it wasn't the season, so the world just remained frosty and empty. Each of his breaths was visible, and after only a few minutes of walking, his fingers and toes were numb. That was fine, he craved that numb lack of feeling. It forced down the feelings in his head, the pain in his body. He suppressed his left side further, leaving everything cold. Shouto didn't sneak out often. It was rare, spur-of-the-moment events that usually resulted from suffocating walls and late training sessions. Shouto never really decided about it until he was quite literally already gone. His body just moved on its own. Sometimes it was because he craved the fresh air, anything that didn't smell like smoke and tears. Sometimes it was because he needed to be free, anywhere else besides the home he was trapped in. It was pitch black as he walked. The stray streetlights on either side of him weren't enough to light his way, old and flickering as he passed. They got even scarcer as he wandered farther from his neighborhood. The moon was a sliver, hanging by a thread in the sky. Even the stars were few and far tonight. If he stared into the blackness for long enough, he could outline smoky clouds in the sky, but he stopped when the left side of his skull started pounding again. His father had been especially brutal tonight, training stretching so far into the night that he hadn't had the appetite to eat the dinner Fuyumi had left in his room. He was growing frustrated and impatient with Shouto's rebellion. That was fine. Shouto had been frustrated for years. With Yui's exam looming in the distance, his father had been trying to draw fire out of him even more than usual. Shouto simply answered with more shivering ice. He could hear sirens in the distance, echoing around the silent midnight city. Shouto had barely seen a soul since he left his neighborhood. The aching in his body had subsided with a sense of emptiness and frost, so he kept walking with no destination in mind. Anywhere further from that house was good enough for him. He blamed his exhaustion on not seeing the blade before it cut across his face. The teenager stiffened, pressing his hand to his bleeding cheek and stumbling around. His body hated the sudden movement. The street was dark and empty, besides a lone figure. "Give me everything you have," he loudly demanded. A rusted, barbed wire swirled in the air above his head. Shouto watched his own blood drip onto the concrete, momentarily mesmerized. Shouto suddenly scoffed, rolling his eyes at the scene before him. He was cold and irritated and certainly didn't have enough patience for this. "I'm not sure if you noticed, but I'm not carrying anything." He gestured with open hands at his pajamas, smearing the blood on his pants. He wasn't wearing any shoes, he hadn't even grabbed his phone before he left. In his head, it was because he didn't want to be tracked, but honestly, he had just forgotten. "Leave me alone before you do something you'll regret." "Don't have anything?" The man echoed, face morphing into something meaner. The wire twisted sharply as it poised to strike. "I find that hard to believe, pretty boy." Shouto pushed himself out of the way with an ice column. It stabbed the ground where he had been standing, and he tried to not imagine the rusted thing impaling him somewhere. He'd love to explain tetanus to his father. Even with the small display of his quirk, his body screamed. He was far too exhausted for a legitimate fight, and the stranger was standing far enough to be out of range of his ice. He twisted out of the way again and hissed at the pain that flashed in his ribs. Shouto pressed his right hand to the ground, trying to summon a glacier to trap the man. Instead, the ice that stretched for him didn't make it that far, crumbling as the piece of metal sliced through it. The wire was relentless, twisting and diving for Shouto. It tore through his pant leg, slicing thickly through his thigh. An ice wall rose between him and the attacker, but it was far too thin. He was already at his limit and the fight had barely begun. The barbed wire shattered it once again. Shouto stole a glance at the scarlet oozing from his left thigh. He blamed his father. "You're a fighter, you must have something to protect." The man laughed, just barely unhinged. Shouto wondered about his mental state as he clenched his fist. The wire dived into the ground before him again. Shouto just missed, throwing himself against the wall. His shoulder was jarred, protesting sharply through his muscles. He slammed his right hand to the ground, encasing the metal in cold crystals. He paused, panting. Frost stung his skin painfully, creeping further toward his left side. He couldn't feel any of his fingers anymore, closing his fists only out of habit. Shouto stood, ignoring the way his body screamed at him. Ice crackled and the man stepped closer. He attempted to freeze his legs, but before he could, there was a cracking sound from in front of him. The wire ripped free. "You try, I'll give you that," the attacker said, raising his hand. But not hard enough. Shouto created another ice barrier as the metal turned, but it sliced through it and cut across the other side of his face. The teenager bit down on his tongue out of habit to silence himself, white-hot pain flashing across his vision. It must have cut through his scar as well from the blood dripping in his eye, but at least he couldn't feel that part the wound. The burned skin there was far too old and dead. This was a pitiful, weak resistance. He wobbled on his feet, barely standing between the old and new wounds. Shouto wondered if he could run, but from the burning in his legs and the gaping cut in his thigh, he probably wouldn't be able to make it far before that piece of metal caught up. More than anything, he just wanted to give up. He was tired, he was frustrated, he didn't feel like fighting anymore. Lying down in the middle of the street felt really nice. Right now. Letting the frost take away the rest of his feeling. Letting the ice numb his skin and bones. When this man saw he really didn't have anything, maybe he'd leave him alone so he could bleed out on the concrete in peace. He wondered if some hero would stumble across his body. Or maybe he'd just kill him and rid him of the nightmare that was his life. That'd be fitting. He only wished he could see the look on his father's face when he got the news. His perfect creation, killed in a dark, cold alleyway by a meaningless thief. Shouto felt it was past his ear, flinching away from the noise. He nearly tripped over his own ice block trying to escape. The man stopped several feet away. "It's a shame, pretty boy dash," the wire twisted in the air like a snake poised to strike. It dove for the spot between his eyes and lit up green. Then it froze, centimeters from his face. Shouto stared up at it, trying to ignore his burning, suffocating headache, eyes flickering back to the man in shock. He looked just as confused. The green energy grew brighter, and threw the wire to the ground, leaving it stationary at his feet. The man looked horrified, glancing at Shouto, then back at the metal piece. He waved his hands comically, but the wire didn't budge. What the F did you do?" Shouto's irritation flared despite it all. So this guy was an idiot too. Clearly he hadn't caused that, didn't he just use an ice quirk? "I didn't dash. All this for a robbery? It's kind of overkill, right?" A new voice called, sounding somewhat disappointed. Shouto jolted and turned his head toward the sound. Sitting on the fire escape of the nearest building, a small, hooded figure was perched. They kicked their legs, sitting aimlessly on the edge. Dressed in a dark green hoodie with black patterns on the sleeves and torso, they stared down at them. Shouto noticed the long pieces on the top of their hood, reminding his pain-dampened mind hilariously of rabbits' ears. They also wore a pair of black skinny jeans and big, bright red sneakers that contrasted terribly with the rest of their attire. Their face remained mostly hidden, between the hood and the black face mask they wore. "What are you doing to my quirk?" his attacker shouted. He ran toward the fire escape but turned green as well. The same energy glowed around the man and suddenly he was thrown backwards into the opposing wall. Shouto watched, mesmerized as dust settled around the new crater in the bricks. His attacker groaned weakly, clutching his arm and glaring up at the hooded person, who simply held out a single hand. "You have such an impressive quirk, too. It's a shame you don't use it for something productive." They sighed, climbing to their feet. Shouto stared with wide eyes as the figure stepped off the edge, disappeared, then reappeared in between the two of them. Attacking someone who's clearly hurt and clearly empty-handed, it's frustrating. Don't you have something better to do? What do you know? The man growled, stumbling to his feet. The newcomer shrugged, tucking his hands in the middle pocket of his green hoodie. If you don't stop trying to attack us, I'll take it away. The attacker didn't stop, running toward the two of them. The fire escape creaked and Shouto froze, standing behind the hooded figure. He was incredibly confused and cold. He should probably run, but he simply stood, shell-shocked. The man glowed green again, stopping mid-punch in front of the hooded figure. Shouto noticed how he towered over the hooded person, a furious expression on their face, but frozen nonetheless. They sighed, pressing a hand to the man's face. I'm sorry about this. I told you you should have left. What dash? The attacker glared at him, then his expression shifted into something more terrified. What the F did you do? I can't feel it, they can't dash. He clawed for the metal rod at Shouto's feet, but it didn't so much as shudder. Please leave now. I don't want to have to injure you, and if you hurt me, then you'll get my dad involved and none of us want that. They sighed, lowering their hand. Shouto watched his attacker crumble to the concrete, green energy fading. He were shaking, reaching for the forgotten barbed wire. What did you do? He shouted furiously. What did you FNG do? He stood, wire in trembling hands. Shouto leaned back against the wall, watching the scene nearly frozen. The man stared at them both, a terribly broken expression on his face. He stared over the hooded figure's head at Shouto, then back at the wire in his hand. Shouto almost wanted to pity him, but then he remembered how he had just tried to kill him a few minutes ago and didn't feel as bad. Then he took off running. His footfalls echoed eerily. The stranger and Shouto watched him leave, muttering and crying to himself. Once the footsteps had faded, the figure sighed, tucking his hands in his pocket again. I hope he'll be okay. They turned toward Shouto and the teenager stiffened. Every part of him screamed at him to run. Something about this stranger was terrifying, even if he had just saved him. Everything in him wanted to run as far as he could from this street. Instead, Shouto slumped against the wall. His head was swimming. The world tilted from the amount of his blood pooled on the street. Are you okay? What did you do to him? Shouto managed, glaring at the newcomer. It doesn't matter. You're hurt. I'm fine. They huffed. You're bleeding out on the concrete. I'm surprised you're still conscious. Can I help? Are you going to do to me what you did to him? Of course not. You were defending yourself, not greatly, but he still attacked you first and probably would have killed you if I hadn't stepped in. They stepped closer, holding out a hand. I just want to heal you, but I have to touch your injuries. May I? Healing, telekinesis, teleportation, what was this kind of quirk? Shouto couldn't come to a legitimate conclusion in his muddled head. Shouto gave him a guarded look. He wanted to refuse and run home, but he was barely managing as it was. He couldn't feel his legs anymore, between the ice and the blood. He had stopped feeling his fingers and most of his face a while ago. With his quirk and the weather, frostbite was probably setting in. He wasn't sure if he'd even make it that far, not to mention what his father would say if he showed up in this condition. Probably some bullshit about being too weak. Fine. Shouto eventually muttered. The hooded figure took his invitation without another word and closed the distance. Between them, quickly, he pressed his hand to his leg and a warmth spread through Shouto. His skin slowly knitted itself back together as if nothing had broken it at all. Shouto looked up at them, face still hidden by the mask, but he could see dark curls falling forward and the curve of their nose as they focused. They went from each of the immediate wounds, healing it cautiously. They continued until his face. This isn't recent. They murmured with a pause. Shouto stared at the icy concrete, teeth gritted together. Don't touch that one. Sorry. They moved on, healing some of the obvious burns and bruises from training. Shouto reached forward and grabbed their hand tightly, pulling it from his skin. He was still cold, but much better than he was before. At least some type of sense returned to his fingers and toes. Who are you? he said stiffly, wanting to reach out and rip off their hood, but he kept his hands to himself for the time being. There are more wounds than what he gave you. B burns too. Where did those come from? They asked in a hesitant tone. Shouto pressed his mouth into a line. Okay, I'm leaving. He pushed himself off the wall and headed toward the empty street. Whoa, wait. They exclaimed, grabbing Shouto's arm. I'll tell you, okay? But I want to know your name too. A fair trade. The teenager paused, glancing back at them. He debated it, then decided and nodded his agreement. You first. The hooded figure nodded happily, then reached up and pulled off the hood and tugged down the mask. Shouto stared at him, surprised. He couldn't have been more than 15, with wild dark curly hair and big eyes. In the dark, they looked black. A collection of freckles dotted his skin and, when he gave Shouto a hesitant smile, he had dimples. My name is Izuku. Shouto. He answered curtly, looking him up and down. Why did you help me? He was going to kill you if I didn't, right? Why do you care? I just wanted to help you. Shouto stared at him for a long minute, then sighed stiffly. Thanks, I guess. Without another word, he turned and started walking home. Izuku didn't follow him home, but Shouto found himself looking back at the empty street more than once. For some strange reason, he almost wanted to catch a glance of the stranger in the shadow of a street light. Shouto lived in a nice neighborhood. Or at least he assumed that's where he lived. Izuku leaned in the shadow of the roof, watching the other teenager shakily create ice footholds to climb over the fence of one of the large, traditional houses. Well, that house in particular was a bit more like a mansion. Shouto disappeared through one of the windows, shutting it firmly behind him. Izuku exhaled, stepping out from the darkness. He teleported above his head, landing firmly on the roof he had just been hiding under. He sat on the roof's edge, pausing to watch a lone car drive past below his feet. He pulled down his face mask, but kept the hood on, just in case. The teenager chewed on his lip, debating. He probably shouldn't have done any of that. Dad would be mad if he found out. It was reckless. Izuku knew that. But there was an emphasis on the if. He certainly wasn't going to tell, and hopefully that attacker wasn't going to spread his encounter around either. He probably wouldn't want to admit he lost a fight against a 15-year-old anyway. The man's quirk sat heavily in the back of his mind, unrelentingly reminding him of the fight. It was some type of metal manipulation, probably not that strong if all he could manage was a rusted piece of wire, but if Izuku experimented with it, it may become more powerful. He could mix it with a few other quirks, try out some new combinations. Izuku huffed, shoving the quirk to the back of his mind and scolding himself out of the analysis. He should give it back. He always felt guilty when he took new quirks like that. Maybe if he walked around for a bit, he'd find the man and be able to return it. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, about to do just that. Then he remembered Shouto's bloody appearance and froze. The cold breeze made him shiver. If he gave it back, then that man would probably hurt more people. Despite Shouto's statements, the attacker seemed determined to kill him, or at least hurt him more than he already had. Izuku might not be able to save them next time, then that would be his fault too. If he kept it, then certainly no one else would die at his hands. Izuku sighed, calling upon the quirk again and floating his phone in air. It responded weakly, bobbing up and down lazily in front of his eyes. Even his mother's quirk could do better than that, he recalled from the times he had borrowed it. He reached out and grabbed it, deactivating the quirk. There was no point now, the man was probably long gone. Izuku would just have to live with the guilt. He chalked it up with the others. He couldn't even remember most of their names or appearances anymore, just their quirks sitting in the back of his subconscious. Usually, the excitement and interest of new quirks overshadowed any doubts he had after a while. Izuku checked the time, the bright screen casting artificial light on his face. It was getting late. He had gotten easily distracted by Shouto, for some reason. His curiosity always got the better of him. It was a bad habit at this point. He should probably head home, he decided, before either of his parents noticed his absence. The teenager took one last glance toward Shouto's home. There was no sign of life, from the lingering, frozen footholds to the dark, empty windows. For some reason, Izuku wanted to wander closer, slip past the gate and try to solve all the mysteries that went with Shouto and all his faded scars. Instead, he turned away and blew a curl out of his eyes before he vanished into the dark. Izuku! The teenager froze in the entryway, hoodie half pulled over his head. There was an amused hum and he felt larger hands appear to help tug it off. Did you go out again? Izuku blushed, pulling down his t-shirt and staring at the ground to avoid his eyes. Yeah. You didn't mention it at dinner. His father noted, folding the hoodie neatly and offering it back to him. The man was dressed in casual clothes, hair slightly messy in a way that said he had probably gotten out of bed to greet him. Izuku glanced at dark green fabric in his hands, debating his answer. Sorry. He decided. I hadn't made up my mind yet, then. Izuku shrugged, chewing on his cheek. He took his hoodie back, hugging it to his. I know it's hard for you to be stuck in here all the time, but please just tell us before you go, okay? He ruffled his hair and Izuku nodded shyly, finally looking up at him. Your mother nearly had a heart attack when she peeked in your room and you weren't there. Dad knew where he was. He probably told Mom as soon as she woke him. It still probably didn't help her anxiety much though. It was some old quirk that could track or locate people. Izuku wasn't sure where he got it from, or how it even exactly worked, but he's always been able to find Izuku, as far back as he could remember. It made him incredible at hide and seek. I will. Izuku nodded, guilt sinking in his stomach. He didn't like worrying them, but being holed up in here was stifling. He didn't sneak out of resentment, it was never that. It was just for the fresh air, the freedom that always accompanied him in the dead of the night when he was all alone. Find anything interesting? Izuku shrugged, happy to move on to a new topic. Maybe. It's some type of metal manipulation, but it's pretty weak. He admitted. Weak, but he found all quirks interesting nonetheless. He'd probably experiment with it plenty to keep himself entertained in the coming weeks. That suffocating, guilty feeling surrounding the quirk was nearly gone by now. His father looked thoughtful before he smiled. Well, if anyone can figure it out, it's you. If you want any help, just ask. Yeah, I will. Okay, official bedtime, go. Right, good night. Izuku shuffled past him. At the end of the hall, he hesitated, hand resting on his bedroom's doorknob. Love you. Dad smiled. I love you too, Izuku. Izuku woke to the distant sound of sizzling and the smell of breakfast drifting into his room. He rolled over in bed a few times, burrowing his face in the pillow, before he finally decided he should probably get up before one of his parents came in and woke him anyway. He blinked at the artificial lights for a moment, rubbing at his face while the last of his sleepiness gradually faded. He patted around for his phone, eventually realizing it fell on the ground and pulling it toward him. It dropped on his chest, the green energy fading. It didn't have many contacts, just his parents and a few of his father's colleagues, for emergency purposes. As expected, there were no messages waiting for him. He lazily scrolled through the Hero News app he had. Usually, he liked to skim the headlines for any mention of himself. Izuku had been a full-fledged vigilante for a little over 6 months now, finally having more time since he didn't have to worry about school in the morning anymore. Publicly, he was still unnamed and a complete mystery, but occasionally there were still stories or incidents reported that included lots of questions and theories. Izuku was generally always the answer to them, but the media and the heroes certainly didn't know that. Last night had been slow, besides Shouto's attempted robbery, so Izuku didn't expect much familiarity among the headlines. He paused on an article that mentioned the death of 2 Shiketsu hero students, already a total of 5 this year, he mentally noted. Izuku sighed disappointedly and checked the time, rubbing at his eyes again. He pulled himself out from under the covers, yawning and stretching. Slowly, he eventually drifted into the kitchen. Both his parents were collected at the table, peering over a messy stack of papers. Mom was already sitting, nursing coffee and peeking at a few papers collected on the tabletop. Dad leaned over her shoulder, then straightened and left to return to his cooking as he spoke. He's not an issue at the moment. I'm curious about his technique, though. He's managed to take out several villains seemingly without a problem. The heroes are certainly stumped. Dad said as he poked at the pan with a spatula. He wore that atrocious pink apron Izuku had given him as a Father's Day gift several years ago. Every time Izuku suggested they retire it, the original gift had been meant as a joke after all, Dad would just insist on wearing it more. You mean you're curious about his quirk? Mom corrected, sipping at her coffee while she read. He blushed a little, glancing over her. Well, there's more to it than that, dear. His father protested. Then his eyes flickered to where Izuku waited on the edge of the hallway. Good morning, Izuku. Mom looked away from the pages, brightening as she noticed him. Izuku. Morning, love, come sit. She added, patting the tabletop beside her. Izuku nodded, mumbling back a greeting and shuffling over to one of the empty seats. It'll be done in a minute. Dad added from the stove. He peeked at the papers, noticing a newspaper hidden under the others. What's going on? You have a vigilante friend. His father answered. Izuku looked at the headline, something about how a mugging was stopped by an unrecognized hero. He goes by Stain, have you met him? The teenager shook his head, setting the newspaper aside after a few minutes of inspecting the blurry picture. He's a vigilante? As of now. He hummed. Mom took another sip of her coffee, shaking her head with an enduring exhale. You're stressing about this Stain person for nothing, Hisashi. I thought you liked vigilantes. They serve their purposes. Dad shrugged, walking over with his pan and a stack of plates floating over behind him. The plates slid into their spots and he began separating eggs upon them. I'm just curious, in case he decides to look into his coworkers. He ended with a look toward Izuku. The boy blushed, glancing away. I'm fine, Dad. Speaking of last night dash, Mom interjected and Izuku became incredibly interested in his plate. You can't just disappear like that, Izuku. I left a note on my desk. Not good enough, anyone can write a note. She continued. Dad shuffled away to remove his apron. I understand you want to go out, but it's dangerous. He can defend himself, Inko. Dad tried. He found his spot next to Izuku. I don't want to hear anything from you, Hisashi, she said sternly. He shut his mouth and gave Izuku a small shrug. How determined. Your friends are the reason our apartment building blew up in the first place. I'm sorry, he said, then quickly added. Actually, they weren't my friends dash. Mom sent him another glare and he remained silent. Izuku poked at his eggs, glancing between them. They had been living in a more discreet, underground home since that incident. Izuku had been pulled out of public school as well. He was very grateful. For that last part, he certainly didn't miss school and having to lie to everyone about his quirk. Since then, he was officially homeschooled and preferred it immensely. So, can I go out today? Both of his parents hesitated at the question. I understand you don't get to go out much anymore, but she's right, it is dangerous. Dad pointed out. The middle of the day is different than at night. I just want to walk around, I won't even use my quirk. Any of them. Izuku added. I just want to look around. School? Mom questioned. Finished all my work for the week yesterday. They exchanged a look. Izuku ate another bite, then decided it was time to pull out the real convincer. Izuku turned to his father and frowned, looking at him with big, pleading eyes. I just want to go out and do some quirk analysis and get some fresh air, I promise. He begged. Japan's so-called most powerful supervillain crumbled instantly. Ugh, why did he have to get your eyes? He glanced at his wife. It's your call. Mom frowned, looking between them. Then she heaved a sigh. I want you back for dinner and no quirks. Izuku grinned. It took a good 20-minute walk to get to the center of Mizudafu. Izuku welcomed the walk. It was usually quiet at this time of the day when the world was already at work or school. The busy morning rush had already passed. There were still a few stragglers that passed him up, but none of them spared a second glance at him. No one ever paid much attention to him anyway. He was unassuming in every way. It wasn't that he didn't like his new apartment/basement, it was nice and roomy enough for the three of them. He enjoyed not being stuck in school every day. He worked faster than most of the classes he had been stuck in and he didn't have to deal with his peers anymore either. He didn't even mind being mostly stuck with his parents all the time. Dad had enough funds to provide for everything, so Mom didn't work anymore and rarely left besides trips to the grocery store and their monthly date nights. Dad worked from home a lot, but sometimes he would leave for meetings or check-ins on his various assets, leagues, whatever else he was involved with. Only his most trusted allies knew Izuku or his mother existed at all, and very rarely did they ever visit. Izuku passed Shouto's neighborhood and paused, peering down the street. Besides a few stray cars, it was empty and lifeless. It was Wednesday, after all, and Shouto couldn't have been much older than him. He must be in school by now. The teenager continued walking, heading slowly but surely toward the city. Most times, there were no particular missions or errands when he went out. Sometimes his mom asked him to pick up something on his way home, but usually he was free to explore as he pleased. He couldn't make a scene, and he most definitely couldn't tell anyone his name. After all, Midoriya Izuku died in that explosion 6 months ago. He and his mother were killed in a freak gas accident. A real tragedy. It was really the result of some of Dad's underground enemies who poked their noses where they shouldn't have. He's fairly strict about his family, and they had been naive enough to assume he and Mom didn't know anything about All for One. Nonetheless, the media had marveled at the completion destruction of a low-life villain gang no one had even known existed, a few days following the incident. He remembered watching them play that video of the crater that used to be their hideout on the news and cringing. Sometimes Izuku forgot how destructive Dad could be, especially after he so easily cowered in the face of his small son's puppy eyes. He supposed it was somewhat the gang's fault for looking into something Dad worked very hard to hide anyway. It was mid-morning by the time he reached the busier center of the city. Izuku weaved in between the crowds easily. He and his family were gifted with plain appearances, so no one offered him so much as another glance after he slipped past them. He caught a fight between a few villains and the lady. She was a rookie, impressive, but destructive. She managed to knock out the villains and the tops of 3 buildings in one supersized kick. He scribbled obsessively in his notebook, probably earning strange looks from other bystanders for his muttering. It was another hard habit to shake. Her quirk was good, nothing Izuku would ever desire, but still good. It was definitely too flashy to have any use to him. To be honest, any lady was just constantly screwing herself over in fights. A major city like this was really the wrong place for her to be based. She'd have more luck in rural areas, where she could grow and shrink with much less collateral damage. Maybe even near the coast, where she could walk through the ocean like a puddle to rescue stray boats or swimmers. But, of course, she wouldn't be nearly as popular if she was a small-town hero, Izuku corrected as he watched her flirt with the nearby media crew. He forced himself to move on, eventually, as they started to clean up what the giant woman had ruined. It was nearing noon when Izuku finally decided he should do something about lunch. He had paper money, nothing traceable, of course, and set off wandering the streets among other students from the nearby schools. He could belong to any of them, his hands tucked in his pockets, minus their matching uniforms. He missed it a little sometimes. The imaginary idea of going to school every day, meeting his friends in between classes and laughing together at lunch, in between maths and chemistry. That idea was non-existent for him. It had been even when he had still been alive. Izuku never had friends, never even had a teacher give him a longer look than they were forced. He was an outlier, unnatural, useless. They just didn't really understand the extent of their conclusions. "Oh, sorry," a girl exclaimed, bumping into his shoulder. Izuku stumbled, surprised. The girl gave him a little wave before she continued walking past him with her friends, each of them in matching skirts and ties. Izuku turned, but couldn't come up with an answer before she was already gone, too distracted by the red in the corner of his eye. His eyes flickered to the right. The boy curiously stepped closer to the window of the cafe, a small place that probably sold a variety of simple recipes. Izuku wasn't concerned with the shop, but instead, what sat inside. Shouto sat in a corner booth alone, stirring a bowl and flipping through a book absent-mindedly, completely isolated from everyone else. Didn't look up. Izuku lingered in the window a moment longer. Something in him longed to walk inside, take the seat in front of him and strike up a conversation. Maybe he'd have the courage to tell him about all the things he did at night, What caused them to cross paths in the first place? After a long minute and a shaky exhale, Izuku forced himself to keep walking, avoiding the other boy before he looked up and noticed him there. Dad had strict rules about this sort of thing. They made sense. Izuku knew he only forced that sort of thing to keep him safe. No one could see his real quirk or face and live to tell the tale. No one could get to know him, no one could be his friend. That was the price they paid for safety. Izuku never thought he'd miss the people who tormented him. Well, how was it? Mom asked as he pulled off his sneakers. She wiped her hands on a rag, approaching him to press a kiss to his forehead. I saw a fight, he said, glancing over her shoulder. He didn't spot his father anywhere and, with a sensory quirk, decided he must be out of the house, busy with work. She looked concerned. Between who? You weren't close, right? She walked into the kitchen and he followed. Empty lady, she only debuted a few months ago, and a couple villains. One of them had some type of enhancement quirk and the rest had mutation quirks. I think I nailed down her cooldown PRD. Izuku tried to not launch into the details of the quirks too obsessively. Mom, while she listened and encouraged, didn't quite appreciate quirks like Dad did. Oh, well, as long as it was interesting. She smiled a little. I'm making miso soup for dinner, if that's okay. Sounds great. Where's Dad? He said he had something he had to attend to. She said, like it was a business meeting rather than probably a murder. He claimed he'd be back soon. Izuku smiled at her aspirated tone. He should go change, return his things to his room. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, tugging on the straps of his bag awkwardly. Mom, do you ever miss it? She looked up, puzzled. What, dear? Living like normal people. He shrugged. Going to normal school, work, that kind of thing. Several emotions passed through her eyes before she answered. She heaved a sigh, shaking her head. Not as much as I thought I would. Mom walked around the counter to take his hands gently. Sometimes, yes, but I don't ever regret marrying your father or saving him when I did. I don't miss you coming home from school, battered and bruised because you had to hide a part of yourself from those kids. He frowned, phantom pain flashing in the back of his mind. Mom. She smiled a little sadly. It's in moments like those that I really understand what he's trying to do. I mean, I don't always agree with the methods, but I get what he's fighting for. The way people treated you because of your lack of a quirk, the way mean kids like Katsuki were idolized, what All Might said to you, it's wrong. I see how much your father does for us, what he was willing to give up to keep us safe, and then I don't miss it very much at all. Twice in less than a month, Shouto found himself climbing over the fence surrounding his house and dropping to the ground on the other side. The street, as expected at this hour, was devoid of life and bitterly cold. He didn't linger for long, taking off without another thought into the darkness. His father was working late tonight, giving him a small break from training. His always aching body cried in relief as he walked away from the leering home. This time, unlike all the other times he had snuck out, immediately wasn't quite the same. Usually, it was a method of escape. With his father absent and the lateness of the hour, there wasn't really anything that should be keeping him up and awake. He should be already halfway through a nightmare by now. Instead, his insomnia had been even worse lately, and after nearly 2 weeks of those plaguing words, Shouto had narrowed it down. It was stupid Izuku. His late-night savior, if he even dared to call him that. He had saved his life, with his mysterious quirk and his even more confusing generosity. He was keeping him up, for a reason Shouto couldn't quite understand. He only had traced it back to him. He had assumed, at first, he was one of those less popular, underground heroes, but looking up his name with his father's login to hero database had warranted no results and he figured Izuku looked far too young to actually be licensed. Something about the word hero, when associated with Izuku, didn't sound quite right anyway. His quirk, as well, was a mystery. He had done several unrelated things that night, seemingly nothing that could be explained in just one quirk. It had, crazy as it sounded, appeared that he had more than one quirk. That was impossible. It didn't make any sense at all. The most troubling thing, however, beyond the weird quirk and outfit and alliance, was Izuku himself. His hesitant smile, his soft concern. He had helped him, for no reason at all. He put himself in harm's way for Shouto. He certainly hadn't asked him to do that. Shouto had spent far too much brain power trying to figure him out and still had no answers. Therefore, it only made sense to find the offender and figure out exactly why he did what he had done. Shouto very quickly found himself standing in the middle of that same street where they had met. He glanced up at the surrounding fire escape, inspected all of the shattered and taped-up windows. There was some dried blood that might have been his stained on the concrete. He saw no familiar shadows. Shouto pressed his mouth into a line and continued walking. It was only a few more steps down the street before he heard a weight drop to the ground behind him. He stiffened, raising his hand and whirling around for a fight. Frost climbed up his right arm. "Whoa, it's just me," Izuku squeaked, holding up his hands in surrender. His face was hidden by his hood and mask, green ears falling comically on either side of his head. Shouto narrowed his eyes. "So, you're stalking me then? You're the one walking out in the middle of the night again," he argued, dropping his hands to his sides once Shouto made no move to attack him. "I'm not stalking you, it's just a coincidence. Besides, it's kind of hard for you to blend in." The other was unconvinced, but ignored it for the time being. "Are you a hero?" Shouto asked blatantly. Izuku snorted. No. A villain then. That's extreme. I prefer something more in the middle." Izuku returned, but gave no further explanation. Shouto frowned. He paused for a moment, debating, before he suddenly reached forward and pushed off his hood. Izuku yelped, scrambling to pull it back on. "Hey, what's your problem? Why are you hiding your face?" he asked narrowly. "I've already seen it. Just because you have, doesn't mean everyone else should," Izuku argued, tugging the hood back over his curls. Shouto didn't answer, crossing his arms over his chest. The shorter boy sighed, slouching. "Look, if you want to be left alone, that's fine. I can take a hint." With that, Izuku turned, beginning to walk away. Shouto snapped to attention, starting after him. "Wait." He grabbed onto his sleeve and Izuku paused. "I don't want you to leave." "Certainly doesn't seem like that." Shouto sighed, his breath icy. He hesitated over his words, chewing on his lip. "I need answers," he finally gasped. Izuku stiffened a little under his hand. About? I keep thinking about you. Why did you save me then?" "Oh." Izuku relaxed, sighing. Shouto let go of him as he turned to face him. "We should talk somewhere else if that's okay." "Where?" "Close by," Izuku said, holding out his hand. "Trust me?" Shouto didn't like those words. He hated trust. It never lasted. It always let him down. Izuku so far hadn't. He had saved his life once already, that should be enough to warrant some trust, shouldn't it? Shouto hesitated, holding his hand stiffly above Izuku's outstretched one. The shorter boy didn't push him. He simply waited patiently, like he was calling a wild animal toward him. Finally, Shouto touched his hand. Pins and needles alighted his body in an instant. He let out a surprised gasp, but he wasn't sure it was heard. The cold street around them twisted and vanished. Suddenly, they were somewhere new. A rooftop overlooking the northern edge of the city. Tall buildings loomed ominously in the distance, lit up with little window lights. If Shouto stared long enough, he could see them lazily blinking back at him. His neighborhood was in view, a bit closer. He traced the power lines with his eyes. "Is this okay?" Izuku asked softly. Shouto distantly remembered he was still there beside him. He pulled off his hood and tugged down the mask, giving him a small smile. "What did you do?" "Oh, teleported. It's only in a certain area, relative to my location dash." "Why did you save me then?" He interrupted the explanation curtly. Izuku's expression fell a little. A soft, melancholy smile crossed his lips as he spoke. "You looked like you needed saving." "Maybe I didn't need it." Shouto bit back. He hesitated, shaking his head. "He was unhinged. He was trying to hurt you, maybe even kill yo dash." Izuku suddenly stopped, staring blankly at his face as the gears in his head turned. His silent realization plagued Shouto. He awkwardly looked away from his prying eyes. Wi. Spite. Shouto shrugged. It would have been nice to see the look on his father's face at the news. It would have been nice to shut his eyes and never have to open them again. It would have been nice to have all the pain finally fade into empty bliss. Izuku scowled. You were going to let him kill you out of spite? For what? That makes no sense. Why would you do that? Something about him shifted, green eyes glittering with anger. You don't get to stroll into my life and act like you understand me. Shouto retorted shortly. Then explain it to me. He snapped. Green electricity flashed for less than a second. I don't get it, why? Shouto didn't answer, huffing. His breath was visible between them. He could feel the frustration radiating from the shorter boy. Instead, he ignored him. He walked over to the edge and sat down, legs hanging over the edge. He stared at the city in stifling silence, wondering how exactly he was supposed to leave if he couldn't teleport like him. Trust was a stupid concept. After a long moment, there was some shuffling and a sigh behind him. Then, Izuku sat in the spot beside him. Sorry, he whispered. Shouto didn't answer. I didn't mean it like that. Izuku added quietly. Shouto tilted his head, only to indicate he was listening. His eyes remained focused on the city in the distance, tracing the outline of the skyscrapers in search of a distraction. I can't be a hero. Izuku suddenly continued. It's complicated, but I still try to help people when I can, under the radar. He explained. I just want to understand. To help. I could tell you're a good fighter, your quirk seems powerful, but you weren't really trying. You had already given up. I don't get why. Why wouldn't you give it your all? He wondered if he was really that easy to read, or if that was just Izuku. Shouto cautiously stole a glance, momentarily startled by his worried expression. He opened his mouth, debating over an answer. Strangely, he wanted to tell him everything. What's your quirk? Shouto forced out instead. A chilly breeze passed between them, but he didn't think that was the reason Izuku stiffened. I've seen you heal, teleport, move stuff without touching it, plus whatever you did to that man. There's no single quirk that does that. He looked awkward, suddenly fiddling with his fingers. I borrow quirks. Izuku began. It's, limited, obviously. That's why I can do so much. Shouto thought about his answer. It seemed half-baked, but he was desperate for a distraction from the previous conversation. He held out his hand. Borrow mine then. Izuku's eyes widened. I don't know about that dash. I don't mind. Shouto returned. I'd like to see it in action. He looked torn, staring down at Shouto's palm. Are you sure? He asked carefully. The taller teenager nodded, unsure what he was so worried about. Finally, Izuku nodded as well and sighed. Only for a minute. He murmured to himself, finally reaching forward. A flash of green electricity flickered across his skin as they touched. Izuku exhaled softly. The cold air suddenly felt a little more biting. Distantly, he noticed an unfamiliar emptiness. It was in the back of his mind, subconsciously just out of reach, like a forgotten word always stuck on the tip of his tongue. Almost unimportant if he didn't focus on it. An aftereffect of his borrowing, Shouto assumed. He didn't linger on it. Izuku held out his hand away from him. In return, a bright flame sprang out of his palm. He yelped, immediately extinguishing it. Fire! Izuku gave him a shocked and concerned expression. Oh yeah. He remembered, absent-mindedly. It had been so long since he had seen that fire on anyone besides his father. It's fire on the left and ice on the right. You have. He trailed off, returning his full attention to his hands. Izuku's eyes were wonder-filled as he held out both of his hands again. The fire relit on the left, while ice climbed over his right fingers. Oh! He noted, turning over his hands and watching the quirk curiously. When he bent his fingers, the ice cracked like glass. The shorter teenager looked so impressed, mouth parted. The light of the fire danced in his left hand, making him glow in the afterlight. It's wonderful, Shouto. Shouto glanced at his own hands, littered with little pink burns and scars. Right. He muttered, unconvinced. No, I mean it. Izuku insisted. The quirk faded and he looked back at him, eyes sparkling with emerald determination. It really is wonderful. Thank you for letting me borrow your quirk. He stiffened at the sincerity in his tone. Strange and wrong. The fire is my father's. He answered, strangled. Shouto forced his gaze to the ground far below them. What does that mean? Izuku touched his hand again, gently pushing him for an answer. The fire half is my father's. He repeated, swallowing the thickness of his tone. Oh, so your quirk is a combination of your parents? Your mom must have the ice half, right? It felt like a clear divide down my body. When I used it, I'm guess that's why your hair and eyes are different colors, then. Do you think it's some type of chimerism? That's really rare in humans, but he was rambling, somewhat, talking quickly and quietly mostly to himself. He easily broke down the origins and properties of his quirk in minutes. Shouto remained hooked on those first words, silently listening. That dull, empty feeling was gone, he noticed absent-mindedly. It's not my quirk. He interrupted firmly. The shorter boy looked back at him, confused. Why not? For someone dressed in all dark colors in the dead of the night, he seemed so bright. His eyes flickered across Shuto's face, searching. Have. His voice faded under his gaze. Shouto knew he shouldn't continue. Complaining about his life to this complete and utter, admittedly dangerous, stranger was a bad idea. Even he knew that. Something about Izuku radiated trust. Shouto didn't understand how or what, but something did. He had never met anyone quite like him, so sweet and straightforward. His emotions were so painfully obvious, written across his face, his heart on display on his sleeve. Everything in Shouto told him to continue, to share the details he never allowed himself to tell. Of all the people in the world, Izuku seemed like he would be the first one to actually listen. Before he could think about it any further, Shouto spoke. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? The other boy opened his mouth, then paused. He nodded slowly, a weary expression crossing his features. That was all Shouto needed. After that, the words just flowed out of him. He told him about his father, his ever-stationary second place behind All Might, his parents' fake, hollow marriage. Then it was the scar, the whistling kettle, and the last words she had said to him before his face burned. Finally, the training, endless hours isolated in that dojo at his father's non-existent mercy. He watched Izuku's face shift while he spoke, first shock and confusion, then horror and anger. Fury. Izuku looked furious. It was unsettling dark. I guess I was hoping that man would kill me, just so that I could know my father failed. His greatest creation would be ruined. He concluded quietly. Shouto. Izuku didn't seem to know what to say. That was fair, he supposed. Shouto didn't know what he'd say if their positions were reversed. He occupied himself by staring at the street. A midnight black car sped past below their feet. It's still yours, you know, Izuku finally said. The statement shocked him out of his staring. What? He took Shuto's left hand, holding it carefully in his smaller hands, as if he was something precious. This power is yours. What you do with it is entirely your choice. I don't want to be like him. You're not. You don't know me. Shouto hissed back automatically. Izuku smiled a little, squeezing his hand. He shyly met his gaze. Shouto, anyone with eyes can see you're not your father. I know, if you choose to, you'd be a wonderful hero. A real hero, not the sham that he is. You're right that I don't know you, but I'd like to. Shouto blinked at him, puzzled. No one had said anything like that to him in a long time. The soft tone and whisper of a smile were foreign. It was reminiscent of the things his mother used to say. Before she poured boiling water on his face, at least. The fact of the matter is that it's your quirk. He has stolen so much from you, don't let him take that too. Izuku continued, giving him a determined smile. His voice had fizzled and died in his throat, eyes blown wide. Izuku was a stranger that knew him better than he knew himself. He picked him apart, with his kind words, worn hands, and stunning smiles. Shouto essayed in a breath of cold air, feeling dizzy. Suddenly, Izuku was smiling wider. He pointed at the left side of his head, something golden reflecting in his bright eyes. Shouto tilted his head to see a little flame liking at the end of his hair. The cold breeze carried it, the embers reminiscent of fireflies. See? Izuku laughed. Yours. There were holes in the story Izuku shared. He was 15, the same age as Shouto, would be 16 in the late summer. He claimed he was homeschooled, that his quirk came from his father, too. He didn't share a family name. He didn't offer why he had started his vigilante activities. He had aspired to be a hero at some point in his childhood, but said he gave up any type of hero school after an incident in middle school that he didn't share any more details about. He seemed fascinated in the fact that Shouto was set up to attend UE next year. The recommendations exam was coming up soon, and it was no wonder that he'd pass it. His father would guarantee it. Izuku was a strange person. Sure, he shared just as much about himself as Shouto did, but half of it was vague or hesitantly spoken, almost like a lie. Shouto let it go for the time being. He was still reeling from the comment about his quirk to pay much attention anyway. As the moon dipped lower in the sky, Izuku climbed to his feet. I have to get home soon, he said, holding out his hand to him. Shouto didn't hesitate this time, and the rooftop vanished. Again, they were standing in a street not far from his neighborhood. He glanced around at the stray streetlights, slowly tugging his hand from his. Ida was meaning to ask, what's the deal with the ears? Shouto tried, desperately for more details. Izuku paused, blinking puzzledly at him. Shouto pointed up at his hood, and he quickly blushed, pulling up his mask. My mom made this for me. She used the same pattern as an old All Might hoodie, for my size, so they're supposed to his hair pieces, actually. The taller teenager raised his eyebrows. Really? Yep. Your mother knows you do this whole vigilante thing? Izuku blushed, tucking his hands in his big hoodie pocket. Yeah, both my mom and dad know. I'm surprised they allow it. Well, they know I'd probably just do it behind their backs if they didn't, so I guess they figure it's easier if I'm just upfront about it. He explained. Ah. Shouto answered. That type of freedom must be nice. What are your parents like? Izuku paused with a hum, debating the question. They're nice. I couldn't ask for anyone better. Why, you should, meet them sometime. He glanced at Izuku in surprise. Really? Eventually. He shrugged, tugging out his hands again to pick awkwardly at his fingers. Unless you don't want to keep meeting like this. Izuku blinked and backtracked. That's fine, of course, if you don't want to. I get this is weird, I just, don't have many friends, and I just thought dash. That sounds nice, Izuku. Shouto interrupted his muttered excuses. He seemed so unsure of himself, sometimes. Maybe it wasn't a good idea. Well, it definitely wasn't a good idea. He certainly didn't know Izuku well. He had just revealed his identity as the son of the number 2 hero. Were it anyone else, he definitely wouldn't be repeatedly meeting them in a dark alley. Izuku was different, though. He was special, someone Shouto desperately needed to know more about. He was something like him, just another lonely person looking for someone else to talk to. Looking for a friend. Besides, it wasn't like Shouto had any other friends either. Wait, really? That's good then. He gasped, looking excited. Shouto glanced back at his street. Do you have a phone or something? How am I supposed to contact you? Oh, you know. Izuku returned. But if you ever want to talk, I'll find you. He pulled up his hood again, then vanished. Shouto blinked in surprise, looking around the street for the shorter boy. Then he remembered the borrowing. Strangely, he realized that Izuku didn't seem to be able to keep Shouto's quirk for as long as the teleporting one. At the thought of his quirk, he held up his left hand. Fleetingly, he summoned a small flame. Even stranger, the sensation reminded him more of Izuku than his father. Hey, Dad. Izuku broke the comfortable silence of breakfast, slicing through his pancake stack. Both his parents looked up at the question. Yes. His father returned skeptically. If I asked you to kill a pro hero, would you? Dad coughed a little, taking a sip of his coffee quickly and shooting a concerned look over his head. Mom's eyes widened. Izuku, what is this about? He stabbed a piece of his pancake threateningly. I found out Endeavor isn't a very good person. The teenager muttered, scowling before he popped the piece in his mouth. It's only hypothetical right now, I'm just curious. His father furrowed his eyebrows, exchanging another glance with his mother. He paused thoughtfully before he spoke. Well, I'd say, anything for you is... I never liked Endeavor much anyway. Don't encourage him. Mom sighed with a shake of her head. I didn't tell him to kill anyone. Dad argued, looking offended. I wasn't talking to you. She answered, deadpanned. Izuku smiled sheepishly, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He slouched in his seat and returned his sole attention back toward his food, chewing quietly. So, his father cleared his throat and continued. Is this about why you were out so late last night? He stiffened, avoiding their likely judgment and anxiously parental gaze. Maybe. Izuku, his mother warned. I don't ask about what you do out there all night. I don't ask about where all the quirks come from, but I draw the line at the number 2 hero. I'm not planning anything, Mom. He returned, blushing. That wasn't completely true, but it wasn't completely false either. He wasn't planning anything yet. Those were his plans for the day. Dad saw straight through him, peering over his coffee mug. His dark eyes assessed him for a moment, making Izuku want to guiltily sink even lower in his chair. Finally, Dad gave him a small smile. At least warn us if you do, we can go find you a very nice fire-resistant quirk. Hisashi. After helping clean up breakfast, Izuku disappeared without celebration, shutting the door to his room behind him. Today was the usual weekly grocery run, so Mom had left not long ago. Dad was holed up in his office, talking sternly to Kurogiri. The Mist Man was one of Izuku's more favorite of Dad's coworkers. He was nice and saintly patient. He watched Izuku a few times when he was younger, when his parents stopped allowing him to spend the night at Kaken's. Kurogiri certainly didn't deserve to be stuck babysitting Tamura all the time. Tamura was a hard person to get along with. Izuku might go insane if he had to deal with him all the time like he did. Even Dad didn't have that kind of patience, proof being the less and less common visits to the bar. He waited with his back pressed against the door. The teenager called upon a sensory quirk to check on his location, still sitting in his office down the hall. Satisfied, Izuku grabbed his laptop and one of his emptier notebooks and plopped down on his bed. He opened both and hesitated for a minute, staring at the empty search bar. Shouto's confession last night had been shocking, borderline unbelievable if Izuku hadn't activated an integrity quirk halfway through, just to make sure. It had only furthered his resolve by the end of the night. He was going to figure out a way to make Endeavor pay for what he'd done. Izuku hadn't known Shouto for long, but if there was a way to help him, then he'd find it. He must. That was the freedom of being a vigilante rather than a hero. He could plot against the number 2 hero easily without any sense of betrayal. After all, he and Endeavor were on opposite sides of the playing field. It was only fair. Dad, while effective, was messy. He'd have to admit that he wasn't following his rules and possibly give up any contact with Shouto after it was done. The comment at breakfast aside, this was a careful situation that, honestly, the biggest supervillain in Japan really didn't need to know about. Izuku began by typing in Shouto's full name. He quickly realized he didn't have a pencil for notes while it loaded. The teenager summoned one from the cup on his desk with the energy-based telekinesis quirk. It slid into his hand, green aura fading into the air. As expected, several articles came up about Endeavor. Shouto was mentioned in the spare interview. His high hopes for his son's future, his promising recommendation for Yui. Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. A few photos of Shouto and his father from press events came up as well. Among the first couple rows of results there was also an old photo of the entire Todoroki family from some formal PR event. A scarless, toddler version of Shouto was perched on the hip of a woman with long white hair he assumed was his mother. She seemed tired, a weak smile pulling at her lips. When he was looking for it, the truth was painfully obvious. Izuku chewed absent-mindedly on his pencil while he scowled. Endeavor rarely mentioned his family, usually only answering when he was outright asked about them, which also wasn't often. It was almost like the rare interviews he gave were scripted and censored, disappointing, but not surprising. He never discussed their hobbies, career paths, characteristics. It took Izuku half an hour to even find the name of one of Shuto's brothers. The rare times he mentioned them were usually only to bring up Shuto and his potential, extremely subtly sprinkling in his future in heroics. Shuto's older siblings were even little less frequent in his searches. The sister was a teacher at an elementary school not far from Shuto's home. Izuku only connected her to Shouto by the similar, small smile she wore in her photo and the same last name listed on the school's website. All that was left of one brother, according to a not-so-secure police database, was a cold missing persons case. There had been no leads about him since he disappeared in middle school, nearly a decade ago. The last brother was a student at a distant pre-med university. Izuku could guess why he chose such a far school. He wrinkled his nose at his pencil, pulling it away from his mouth and scolding himself for the gross habit. He didn't have to silence his muttering anymore, not here at least. Shuto mentioned his mother's hospitalization, but never specified where she was staying currently. He hadn't seen her in years, but with a quick check to the local hospitals, also far too easy to get into, patient records, Izuku found a long-term psychiatric patient named Todoroki Ray. He scribbled down her room number for future reference. He also noticed, among doctors' notes on her records, that she probably should have been released years ago, but hadn't. Sighing, Izuku leaned back on his pillow, holding up his book while he assessed his scribbles. He had divided off the page in a timeline, roughly estimating the history of Endeavor's abuse based on past articles, interviews, medical records, and Shuto's story. In addition, he had a short profile of each of his siblings and his mother, their current whereabouts, besides the missing brother obviously, relationships, and quirks. It wasn't as extensive as he liked, but after a few hours of web searching, it was what he had. Izuku had come to a not-so-great conclusion. He was not the only one who had been told about Endeavor's abuse. The details were sparing, but revolved around the accounts of a few random Endeavor fans who were unceremoniously swept under the rug and friends of Shuto's older siblings, especially the missing brother, Tuyas. Even fellow heroes had commented sparingly about his stiff or nearly absent behavior concerning his wife and children. Yet, when the oldest brother and mother seemingly vanished, there was no news. That sort of thing, with a hero as popular as Endeavor, couldn't just go unnoticed. Heroes were practically celebrities at this point, especially one as high-ranked as Endeavor. Everything they did was advertised. The level of security and press control that would have had to happen to keep not one, but both of their disappearances private was more than even Endeavor could probably handle. There was no question that the truth had been admitted to someone at some point, which presented a worse problem. The Heroes Commission was likely aware of what Shuto was going through and was allowing it to continue. Izuku felt sick. His pencil's eraser found its way back to his teeth. How could someone call themselves a hero, then stand idly by while this happened? Endeavor was actively abusing his son, had driven his wife to insanity, possibly had something to do with his other son's disappearance, and these heroes were just standing by and allowing it. Likely it was out of fear. They needed capable heroes on the job, and, while he wasn't popular with the public and media, Endeavor was good at putting villains behind bars. He was even better than All Might, but constantly fell behind him because of that fickle public approval. They knew about All It, probably after the older brother's disappearance, but possibly as early Shuto's mother's hospitalization. An accident like that was hard to ignore. The media barely mentioned his mother at all in recent years, showcasing that they had no idea about what had actually happened. Death would be too easy. Death, at the hands of any mystery villain like Izuku or his father, would not reveal the truth about Endeavor. He would die a hero, funeral and yuglies full of praise and celebration. It would leave Shuto and his family without that substantial, number 2 hero financial support. Izuku tossed his pencil away unceremoniously, gritting his teeth. The only thing that it would probably accomplish would be Rei's release from the hospital, but she would still be labeled as insane, possibly still deemed unable to even care for Shuto, and they would remain separated. Death, while definitely the most fun and satisfying, couldn't be the first solution. Maybe a few years down the line, if Shuto was still interested. The best solution, Izuku unfortunately admitted, would be a full exposure of Endeavor's crimes. Letting the reality of what he did be shown to all his coworkers, fans, supporters. The world had to see exactly what kind of man he was, what they allowed him to become. It would certainly force him into retirement, probably call for a legal investigation resulting in divorce and loss of his custody of his remaining children. Maybe even jail and a revocation of his hero license, if Izuku was lucky. The Heroes Commission, if Izuku could somehow show that they already knew, would lose a ton of public support for allowing someone like that to hold the number 2 spot for so long. It would be incredibly damaging to the entire hero system in an ideal situation, leaving the public confused and distrusting of heroes in general. It would probably be more damaging if it was someone like All Might, but number 2 would have to do. Izuku absent-mindedly wondered how the number 1 would react, knowing that simply his existence led to the destruction of an entire family. He knew it wasn't directly All Might's fault, exactly, but hopefully the man wouldn't see it like that and take it far more personally. However, as great as all that was in his head, it wasn't something Izuku could do on his own. He didn't have the information, the credibility, nor the platform to make a claim like that and actually have it go anywhere. He'd have to suggest it to Shouto, maybe he'd have a better plan to go about it. There was a sudden knock, the door creaked open wider. Izuku jolted, pressing his notebook to his chest and looking up at the intruder. Dad glanced curiously at the floor, probably noticing the half-chewed pencil, then gave him a smile. "I heard you muttering in here, thought I'd come check on you," he explained. "Oh." Izuku blushed, flipping through his book to a random hero page. He closed his laptop as his father sat on the other end of his bed. "Sorry for bothering you." "You're never a bother," he reassured instantly. "But I wanted to ask about breakfast." "Endeavor." "It's fine," Izuku said quickly, terribly unconvincing. "I'm handling it." "Did he do anything to you?" Dad asked, narrowing his eyes. No. Izuku sat up promptly. Great, now tomorrow's headlines would go insane with the sudden and brutal death of the number 2 hero. "I promise it's nothing." "Izuku," he began carefully. "I know how you think. What are you planning?" The teenager smiled weakly. "Nothing yet." Dad sighed, exasperated. He reached over to mess up his unkempt curls. "Well, be careful about your non-existent plans and please if you want him dead, let me handle it." Izuku gave him a small smile. "I will. Don't worry about me, Dad." Shouto did not like hospitals. He had never liked them, probably because his first memory of them was waking alone in an eerily white room while the left side of his face simmered. Every time his father went just far enough, the numbing, hot pain and the distant sound of his mother, or later his sister, begging for him to stop. It nearly always ended with waking alone in a white room that smelled like smoke and death, with that hazy, drag-induced numbness hanging over him. He hadn't liked them then, he still didn't like them now, standing before the offending building. Sure, mental hospitals were different than the ones Shouto had visited, never the same one twice, but the same dislike lingered. He stared up at the concrete walls, sleek address plate. His gaze dropped to the paper in his hand instead, in any attempt to distract himself. It was a nearly decade old now, according to the date printed at the bottom. Faded text and creased lines and torn edges. His father had switched the payment to an online account years ago. Shouto wouldn't have known where to even begin without the old bill. Perhaps that's why he had switched the payment online in the first place. He was so naive. He should know better. He should leave. Remarkably, he wanted nothing more than Izuku beside him. Something to instill some type of courage to walk through those glass doors. He had only known the other teenager for a month now, with their offhand meetings, but he had already managed to worm his way into an uncomfortable amount of Shouto's thoughts. A trembling exhale shook him. "Excuse me," the teenager stiffened, looking up to see a woman suddenly standing before him. She was dressed in a pale uniform, clearly a nurse that probably worked in the building before him. "Are you okay?" "Fine," Shouto managed. She nodded a little, clearing her throat. "Oh, well that you've, been standing outside for like 20 minutes now." She pointed over her shoulder, through the glass doors to the front desk that had a very clear view of him. There was another nurse sitting there, evidently watching their conversation. "Oh, but if you're all right." She trailed off, turning to shrug at her coworker and walk back inside. Wait! He called, grip on the paper tightening. It crumpled in his hand. This undoubtedly wasn't the place for this conversation, but Shouto didn't have it in him to care. Do you know Todoroki Rei? The nurse blinked at him. Are you a relative? I'm her son. She inspected him for a long minute, gaze finally falling to linger on the scar. Shouto was used to staring, it was to be expected, but usually people weren't so obvious about it. I see. She finally said awkwardly. If you, want to come inside, you know you can fill out a visitor's page. Right. He knew that. That was why he was here, after all. It was why he had dug through the old files of his father's office for 30 minutes. Because for some reason there were 6 different mental hospitals in the area, and over the last decade Shouto had never cared to figure out which one his mother stayed in. It was what he had been tearing himself apart over for the last week, since the moment Izuku had uttered those painfully simple words. Without another excuse, he followed the woman inside. Do you have a tracker on me, or something? Izuku laughed, smile hiding behind his mask. Shouto turned to face him, tucking his hands in the pockets of his jacket awkwardly. Nope. This is just right in the middle of my patrolling area. He returned happily. You say that like you're a hero. His father mentioned patrols all the time. Izuku didn't visibly change, not that Shouto could see his face, but the air chilled slightly and he shook his head. I'm not a hero if that's what you're worried about. Shouto opened his mouth to answer, but nothing came out. Truthfully, he was never worried when he was with Izuku. Whether it was stupidity or trust, he wasn't sure yet. When he didn't answer, Izuku took another step. He held out his hands like he was teaching him to walk. He could imagine the encouraging smile the shorter boy wore. Want to come with me? Come with you? Where? Izuku shrugged nonchalantly. Wherever the crime takes us. I usually try to stick in the same district so I don't run into the underground pros, but sometimes I get distracted. Or lost. He paused, debating over an answer. He supposed he had snuck out tonight for a distraction. This was as good as any. Okay. The shorter boy nodded quickly, clearly excited. He tried to dampen it when he spoke, but the emotion still seeped through. See, cool. Come on then. He grabbed Shouto's hand, the left one he dimly noticed, and they took off into the darkness. Stifled silence filled the air between them. Izuku led him down long streets and winding corners. Shouto followed him without a word, barely paying attention to where they were going. In hindsight, following an almost stranger without question in the middle of the night was probably not his brightest moment. The other made faint noises every once in a while, like he wanted to say something, but his voice always fizzled out before anything was ever said. Shouto didn't have the heart to say anything either. He remained the wordless shadow. Izuku suddenly held out his hand in front of him, breaking their silent pace. Shouto stopped and stared at their surroundings, a late winter street devoid of life on every side of them. He wasn't sure what had caught the other boy's attention. There was a little, lit-up store they passed earlier at the corner behind them, but besides that, the buildings above them were empty too. Someone's watching us. He whispered, just loud enough for Shouto to hear. Shouto stiffened, but before he could look around again, Izuku grabbed his hand. Don't. Where? I don't know, I just. He froze, grip tightening. Shouto frowned, gaze flickering from their joined hands to Izuku's face. Only the edge of him was visible, dark eyelashes fluttering against his cheeks. He was about to ask him what was going on, when Izuku suddenly tugged on his hand. Run! He exclaimed, taking off. The taller teenager stumbled to keep up, twisting around to try and understand what they were even running from. He didn't see anything in the street, not even the distant headlights of a car. Izuku just gripped his hand tighter, tugging him down the sidewalk. Shouto focused on the path before him, pushing to keep up with the shorter boy. He was misleadingly fast. Their footsteps echoed in tune with his racing heartbeat. He didn't know what they was running from, but some insane rush bubbled up inside him at the absurdity of it all. His mother, his father, and running at full speed in the middle of the night with a near stranger. A wild gasp spilled from his lungs, something almost like laughter graced his ears. Shouto didn't know who it belonged to, between the two of them. Chill winter air burned his lungs. He heard Izuku panting at his side, his fingers firmly grasped in his colder ones. Izuku led him around another corner, twisting behind the wall. The darker-haired teenager let out an excited exclamation. He shifted suddenly, strangely graceful, bouncing and twisting on his heel to pull Shouto closer. Izuku's skin on his lit him aflame. His sense of gravity wavered. Then they were free-falling. That increasing familiar sense of Izuku's teleporting spread through him. They crashed to the ground together, abruptly inside. Shouto's back ached from the impact, pinned to the cold floor by Izuku. He paused, breathing fast and staring up into wide, green eyes. Izuku's hands gripped his shirt, frozen for a painstakingly long moment. Sorry. He finally gasped, scrambling away from Shouto. I'm sorry. His hand brushed against the recent burn on his wrist and he hissed in pain, pushing Izuku the rest of the way off of him. Shouto sat against the wall, peering up at the tall shelves surrounding them while he gripped the injury. He had no idea where they were, but it looked like the back counter of some musty storeroom. Where are we? He asked at the same Izuku chose to speak again. Are you okay? The shorter boy squeaked to a halt, pulling down his hood and mask. Shouto raised his eyebrows. That awkwardness was back again, thrown over his features like a blanket. Izuku stuffed his black mask in his pocket and remained silent, clearly giving Shouto the space to answer. Where are we? He repeated. Oh, Izuku sat on his knees, staring up at the walls. I think it's that grocery store that was to our left. I didn't really think about it before I jumped. What was that about? Who are we running from? Shouto still hadn't seen anything. Blind faith had simply taken over. Eraserhead. Or, I think so. The taller teenager raised his eyebrows, unconvinced. A vigilante you know? Izuku smiled shyly. No, he's an underground hero, fully licensed and everything. You probably don't know him, he's not very popular or anything that he can cancel people's quirks. It's really impressive actually, but I could feel, He cut off awkwardly, suddenly interested in his hands. Shouto took the silence and didn't press the topic. He looked away from Izuku, eyes drawing to the bandage peeking out from underneath his sweatshirt sleeve. The skin ached, stained by the other's touch. Your father? I'm fine, Shouto muttered, tugging down the sleeve to hide the edge of the pale bandage. It's not bad. His face fell, hesitantly crawling closer. Why didn't you say you were hurt? Something about his tone nearly sounded betrayed. It's not bad. He echoed. Izuku gave him a strange expression, half torn between several emotions Shouto couldn't quite identify before they vanished altogether. His sigh sounded strangled. I still want to know. He began cautiously. If you're my friend, then I want to know, I want to help you, but you've got to tell me first. Are we friends? The shorter teenager offered his hand, giving him a faint smile. I'd like to be. Shouto didn't answer, not aloud. He rolled up his sleeve, unwrapping the lazy bandage with a hiss. It was messily done, thrown on in the time between his father's outburst and the late-night hours of him crawling out his window again. Finally, he allowed Izuku to wrap his fingers around the irritated skin, teeth sunk in his bottom lip. The other muttered another apology as a satisfying cool spread from his fingers, chilling him to the bone. For a long time, hours or minutes or something between, it was just quiet. There was the distant sound of stray cars outside, creaking as the building settled around them. Shouto heard no sound of that hero following them in here. Perhaps he had given up the chase when they disappeared. Perhaps he had never been there at all. His eyes wandered from the wooden tiles, counting them to pass the time, to the skin on his wrist that looked considerably less angry, finally to Izuku's hands. They were rough, but gentle. Calloused, covered in little scars, dirt making a home under his fingernails. I visited my mother. Shouto admitted, hushed like it was a secret. Izuku didn't pause with the healing, but his eyes jerked up, betraying his surprise. He met Shouto's. For a moment he didn't answer, too many unspoken things passing through the other boy's gaze. Finally, he realized he should probably say something. Why you did? He tried to nod, but the feeling faded, so he just glanced away. She apologized to me. Oh. Izuku whispered, pushing him to continue. I asked her WHYIT wasn't her fault. The taller teenager said. But she had spent the last 10 years thinking I blamed her for you know this. He pointed at the scar with his other hand. I thought she'd be upset with me, but she wasn't. Then that's good, right? Shouto hummed non-committally, leaning his head back against the wall. Yeah, yes. It was strange to see her. We both cried. He stared past his nose at Izuku. A smile ghosted Izuku's lips, somehow melancholy. Shouto wondered what was familiar about that story to him. Their eyes met again, if only for a second. I'm glad you got to see her then. Are you going to visit again? I don't know. Izuku pulled his hand away, finally satisfied with the healed skin. But I thought it was a good experience? Shouto rubbed at his wrist, absent shouting echoing in his mind. This happened because I visited. He said abruptly. My father said she's insane and it's a waste of time to see her. Like she might rub off on me or something. You shouldn't listen to him. Izuku scoffed. The ferocity of the statement startled him as he continued. He doesn't have any room to keep you separated. She's your mom. It's a crime that you've been without her for 10 years now, for something that's his fault. Why are you so upset about it? He suddenly interrupted. It's not your problem. Izuku blinked at him, expression morphing into something almost dumbfounded. I'm upset for you. It's not fair that you've had to deal with this alone, that you've been alone all this time. Being alone had never been a bad thing. It was safety. It meant his father wasn't there to train with him, that he didn't have to pretend to ignore the worried looks Fuyumi sent him. It meant he didn't have to lie and hide his winces and cool his face. But Izuku said that like it was a curse. Like he was missing out on something, that things should have been different. He thought of his mother's sobs at the sight of him, her cold hand in his hair, the frostbite touching his face. The apologies, like it was supposed to be different than this. Shouto. Izuku's eyebrows were furrowed, something almost like concern written on his face. Are you okay? He nodded slowly, realizing that he had been silent for an uncomfortably long time at this point. Yeah. Shouto sighed, pressing back against the wall. I think I am. Izuku slipped around the corner, ducking behind the bulky, overflowing dumpster sitting against the edge of an apartment building. He nearly put his hand in a rotting takeout box, but noticed it just in time. Izuku wrinkled his nose, focusing on the scene across the street. He could hear the pair of officers milling around, car doors slamming and staticky conversation through their radios. The sirens that had caught his ear in the first place had been turned off, but red and blue lights still routinely flashed on the concrete wall across from him. He pitied whoever's window that was up there. After a moment of pause, he peeked around the dumpster and took a look at the site. He didn't see any heroes among the collected couple of police, if any showed up at all. There wasn't anyone besides the two of them, probably just patrol partners who had randomly picked up the call. This was a blackout ward anyway. Agencies rarely sent hero patrols to this area, much less at 1 o'clock in the morning. If anyone did show up, it'd probably be an underground hero who was less suited for an outright fight or some sidekick who wasn't high enough in the chain to be taken off the night patrols yet. His eyes sought out the building before them, a bank. The intruder must have tripped some silent alarm because besides the stray overnight lights, the building looked untouched. Izuku chewed on his lip, glancing between the police and the bank. They could be waiting here all night for someone to come out. He wondered if there was a patrol car sitting on the next street over, patiently watching the back exit. Probably not. It was late and likely a scarce shift. There wouldn't be any backup unless the situation became more dangerous than a stakeout and a silent alarm. No bank security either, apparently. However, as Izuku began to debate going inside the bank himself, a flash of violet blinded him. Seemingly, their intruder was too impatient to bide their time for a safe escape. The light was cast across the street and car in double beams. Izuku almost fell into the road in his attempt to shield himself, crushing that old takeout box. The teenager crouched, squeezing his eyes shut until he heard the shattering of glass. A violent scream. His body chilled, tensing as he listened to the miserable wail. One of the police officers, from the direction it was coming from. The light quirk user, or Maybe an accomplice that attacked when they were blinded. The light on his eyelids faded with the sound of fast, heavy footsteps in the opposite direction. Only one set. Izuku opened his eyes, taking a chance to peek around the dumpster. He wiped the moldy noodles on his jeans. The police car was facing away from him, but he could see the edge of someone on the ground, writhing and miming with their hands digging into their eyes. The other officer, a woman with dark hair, had given up the chase, gun discarded as she tried to calm her partner. Izuku activated the sensory quirk, only to feel a person just barely slip out of his range. That was all he needed. He stood and bolted in that direction. The policewoman was too busy with her screaming colleague to notice him. The roads ran parallel here for another 3 blocks until they diverged into different directions. He had no idea where the runner was heading beyond that crossroads, but if he could head them off there, then it wouldn't matter. Izuku kept the sensory quirk active, feeling the stranger pushing at the edge of his mind every once in a while. He used an endurance quirk to push himself faster, veins burning red. The street lights merged, spreading into a main road. There were a few cars idling across the street for the colors to change. They were still running ahead. Izuku stumbled out into the open corner. He spun around a few times, dizzily searching for that pinprick on the edge of his senses. Nothing. There was nothing. The asphalt turned a murky green. The cars accelerated. They couldn't have disappeared. They were just right there. Izuku halted, scanning the shadows of closed stores frantically once over. Across the street, past the speeding cars, something emerged from the darkness. There was. Izuku took a sudden breath, blinking out of space. He teleported into a spot in the air, a couple feet above his head before gravity crashed him to the ground. The man yelped, something cracking painfully under the force. Izuku reached for his face, his wrists, anything would work. Skin contact. He just needed one finger on his skin. He writhed around, twisting to shove his hands in Izuku's face. The heel of his hand slammed into his nose. Something thick filled his nostrils and Izuku coughed, sking in a breath. There was a split second of pause when the skin of his palms split open with a sick tearing noise. Izuku didn't have any time to react before a high-pitched whine filled his wards. The scalding purple light burst out of the slices of skin. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, a wheezing croak escaping him as he ducked to hide under the fabric of his hood. Painful tears burned his cheeks. Between the burn-in in his senses and high-pitched whine in his ear, it was nauseating. Izuku struggled to think straight, trying to remember what he had been doing in the first place. He just wanted it to stop. He needed it to stop. Not fire, it couldn't be. He panted, hands clawing at the concrete. Izuku had been burned before. This wasn't quite the same. He distantly remembered to reach for his hands. Something like a quirk tugged at his blinded mind. Skin contact. He needed skin contact to take this feeling away. Light, burning, targeted victims' eyes more so than direct skin. Izuku didn't know exactly what the quirk was, but it didn't matter. A decent guess would be enough to take it. Before he could, the man threw him aside. The noise and pain subsided barely. He rushed in the direction of the road. Izuku let out a strangled gasp, eyes still screwed shut. Something thicker mixed with his tears, seeping further down his face. He heard a car honk offendedly at the runner while the ringing in his head calmed. The teenager gritted his teeth. He stumbled to his feet, ignoring his lack of sight and taking off in the vague direction he heard the car. That bubbly regeneration quirk reared its head automatically, an old quirk that had been with him for as long as Izuku could remember. His sight cleared into something slightly less painful and more like he had just stared at the sun for a long time. White spots filled the spaces between Izuku and the man as he ran. Dazed, he chased him down the road, through another lane of late-night traffic. Echoes of footsteps surrounded him. He couldn't tell whether they were in front or behind him. Everything was too warped to make any sense of it. Izuku saw the edge of the blinding man disappear down another street. He turned after him, teleporting again. The teenager landed abruptly to his left. It wasn't quite a good landing, but it didn't matter as Izuku pivoted and tackled the man to the ground without hesitation. He cursed, shoving him away frantically. He tried to twist around again in his hold, but Izuku wasn't that stupid. He slammed one palm into the concrete with both his hands, using the telekinetic quirk to shove down the other one. For a second, he allowed himself to pause, breathing heavily. The world buzzed. Then it ruptured. Stop. Someone announced. Izuku hesitated slightly, jerking his attention from the man to the edge of the sidewalk. The dark-haired policewoman was wearily pointing a gun at his face. Her grip wobbled like she couldn't decide which one of them she should prioritize. When she blinked, her eyelids were vertical, reminding him of a skittish lizard. He furrowed his eyebrows, mouth half open to yell at her for abandoning her hurt partner. Instead, Izuku was thrown aside, again. The teenager fell backwards as the runner shoved himself upwards. His hand ripped from the concrete, sweeping in the air toward the police officer. The nauseating whining frequency returned. She wouldn't be able to pull the trigger. Izuku saw it written plainly on her face, a defeated, terrified expression. Another person scarred by a single quirk. Another person possibly permanently blinded. Another person possibly dead. This couldn't happen. He couldn't let it happen. The squelching of his palm ripping open. Gravel dug into Izuku's knees as he launched himself toward the man. No, 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 don't. His fingers met greasy hair and Izuku dug his nails into his scalp, ripping his quirk away. There was a stuttering flash of violet, but it vanished in another second. The man crashed. A cut-off scream escaped him as he slumped forward. Izuku felt something warm seeping underneath his fingernails, mixing with slimy old soy sauce. The woman raised her head, arms falling from where she had been cowering. The gun laid uselessly at her feet. Her eyes grew wide, darting between Izuku and the man. The teenager let out a relieved gasp. She was fine, he got it in time. No one else would be hurt tonight, not here, not because of him. His shoulders slumped, tilting back his head to look at the dark sky. Then the woman moved again. His attention jerked toward her. She dropped to the ground, grasping the forgotten gun again. A determined air had taken control of her as she aimed again. Wait dash, Izuku yelped, suddenly panicked. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to happen. He held out his hand for her, but she was too far away. Taking her quirk wouldn't fix the gun in her hand, finger on the trigger. Izuku scrambled toward the man, muttering frantically to get up, to move. Breathing suddenly felt so difficult, more like strangled heaves. He should have known to be gentler. He shouldn't have taken it like that. Tears stung at the healing corners of his eyes. The man drooled into Izuku's arm. There was a pained noise and Izuku almost wanted to return the quirk, if only to get him out of this stunned, dazed state and out of the range of the gun. He's quirkless. Izuku screamed frantically, switching tactics again. His head whipped toward her. He can't dash. Something warm splattered on his face. The rest of his argument died in his throat. The gunshot shocked them both, trapped in his mind like an echo. His eyes grew wide, rapidly blinking the scarlet from his vision. It dripped down his temple. There was a scream coming from somewhere. Izuku didn't know who it belonged to. He slowly lowered his eyes. A stuttering breath. There was a gaping hole in the man's shoulder. Thick scarlet gushed from the torn skin. His shirt turned a murky brown. The bullet was a black lump beside Izuku's foot. A chunk of bloody skin tissue fell onto his leg. Izuku's hands were shaking. He knew he should move. He should teleport them. He should give back the quirk. He should use any of the other ones he had. The click of the pistol distracted him. His head jerked up, meeting the woman's gaze again. She knew. A wheeze escaped the man, miserably clutching at his wound. The blood pooled at his knees. It stickily clung to Izuku's clothes. His body moved on its own. She aimed again at Izuku. She knew. The metal manipulation quirk pushed itself stubbornly to the front of his mind as another gunshot lit up his vision. It should have hit him fatally, but instead his thigh lit up like a fire. Just a graze. He'd be fine. Izuku rushed her, grabbing onto the burning barrel and ripping it from her hands in a flash of green. His fingertips sizzled when it flew into his hands, but he ignored it. She knew. The police officer stumbled backwards. She jerked her head frantically toward the street, then back at Izuku. He stalked toward her, warm liquid dripping down his clothes. He could feel his skin knitting itself back together with another regeneration quirk. Something that was probably a piece of his flesh squished as it hit the asphalt. She knew. She knew he was quirkless and she shot him anyway. She knew he couldn't fight back and she shot him anyway. She could have shot Izuku, she could have aimed for him instead, but she didn't. She kept looking toward the open street, like it was some type of escape she didn't dare attempt. Something like fear finally filled her eyes. They flickered rapidly toward his bloody, hidden face, the way his limp faded in minutes, the gun still smoking in his hand, the metal imprinted on his fingers. A prey, cornered. A lizard faced with a house cat. Finally, Izuku's head cleared slightly and he realized why he didn't have her sole attention. Sirens bounced off the buildings in the distance. Her backup was almost here. Izuku glanced toward the man. He seemed enraptured with poking his finger through his wound, as if the pain wasn't enough to prove that it was real. His entire torso was stained scarlet with lumps of skin and muscle splattered on the concrete where Izuku had been sitting. There was a sick squish as he pulled back his bloody hand, turning it over like he expected his palm to open up again. Maybe he was looking for the bullet in the wound, or he was so delirious he didn't know what he was doing anymore. The sirens grew closer. Izuku's fingers twitched toward the man. He wanted to give back the quirk. He saw a flash of blue in the corner of his eye. Izuku moved toward him, ignoring the woman. She didn't deserve his time anyway. Footsteps and shouts were suddenly very close. He stretched toward the man and there was a scream from behind him. The teenager grunted, suddenly tackled to the ground. His head slammed into the asphalt. He felt hands reaching for the gun in his hand. Izuku had enough sense to bring up his head, connecting with the woman's. An animalistic cry escaped her. Izuku tried to reach for him again, but the ball of her hand connected with Izuku's jaw. He bit back the numbing pain, more copper flooding into his mouth as he clenching his teeth painfully. He gripped the gun tighter, swinging and slamming the grip into her temple. She finally fell, crashing to the ground at his side. Izuku dizzily sat up, street spinning. They were getting closer. He could feel the sensory quirk screaming at him. Izuku crawled over the discarded police officer, hand outstretched for the man. His head was hanging backwards, mesmerized with the bloody sky. Freeze! Don't make another move. Izuku didn't get any other warnings before they were shooting at him again. He couldn't deflect them all. He couldn't get caught. He couldn't endanger his parents like that. A frustrated sob rose from his throat. He couldn't stay anymore. Annoying tears poured from his eyes. All he wanted was to give back the quirk. The teleportation quirk hummed happily as he activated it. Izuku sat on a bridge. His legs swung lazily over the edge, black water rushing below him. Once upon a time, it might have reminded him of following around a certain blonde. Now, it just was a means to an ends. He could still see red and blue lighting up the sky in the direction of the bank chase. Tomorrow he might see their names in the news. Maybe Dad would ask if the mystery villain involved was Izuku. The gun was ripped into pieces with a combination of the telekinesis and metal manipulation quirks. He took a long time inspecting the pieces before he threw them as hard as he could into the distance. Izuku watched each one of them splash and sink into the river. His clothes were damp, green and red mixing into a gross brown color. At least they weren't warm anymore, chilling him to the bone and sticking to his skin. The metallic taste lingered in his saliva. His face was probably more blood splatters than freckles, tear tracks forming rivers down his cheeks. He rubbed at his throbbing nose, staring miserably at the sticky liquid on his sleeve. Izuku looked down at the last piece in his other hand. The lonely trigger reflected the moonlight into his cleared eyes. That man's blood mixed with ash and dirt under his broken fingernails. Sometimes the night went great. He would find a fascinating quirk. He would have a nice conversation with Shouto. He would save someone from being robbed. He would draw a small smile from Shouto. He would stop a hero from beating someone into the ground. He would save a life. But sometimes it went more like this. A police investigation. Forced to wash his bloody clothes in a river so he didn't have to face his parents and their worries. 3 injured people. About to throw up from overusing his regeneration quirks. A quirk that just made him feel guilty. Shouto never thought much about friends. From a very young age, it was drilled into him that he did not need them. He never understood the appeal. Besides, after his scar, everyone else stopped trying, so he did too. They were scared of him, intimidated, or maybe even disgusted. Shouto never cared to figure out the reason. By the time middle school had rolled around, most of the school had learned to avoid him for one reason or another, and he was fine with that. Well, he thought he was. Then Izuku quite abruptly crashed into his life and turned everything he had thought he understood on its head. Suddenly, Shouto found himself spending far too long wondering about the other boy, dare he say his friend. Izuku was a walking anomaly. He was short and small, but strangely lithe and powerful when he fought. The way he moved was calculated. Shouto couldn't help to wonder if he had been trained by someone, but Izuku never offered that information. However, the second the fight was over, offenders subdued, Izuku would somehow find a way to trip over his own comically bright high tops. Shouto didn't have enough fingers to count how many times he had rushed over to catch him before he face-planted into the concrete. He was stunningly smart, able to simply look at a quirk and break it down to its bare essentials. When Shouto commented about the quirk analysis, Izuku always blushed, waving him away and muttering that it was just a hobby he and his father shared. His mumbling was usually so fast and unrecognizable, Shouto couldn't follow it very far after the first few sentences. Despite that, he welcomed everything he said, listening the best he could. He wasn't great at conversation, he always seemed to say the wrong thing, but he could listen, and Izuku seemed content with the little he offered. He was awkward in a way that made him think he was just as inexperienced with people his age as Shouto was. Shouto was specifically confused by that. Izuku, while clumsy and socially awkward, was wonderful. He was smart, skilled, and interesting. That seemed like a decent combination to him, nothing like his own cold and aloof personality that scared away his classmates. Shouto couldn't imagine anyone who wouldn't easily be drawn in by Izuku. Sometimes he felt more like a moth, lingering around the light that was Izuku. He certainly didn't deserve him. He didn't deserve someone so kind as a friend. For some strange reason, though, Izuku had picked him. Shouto knew he'd take advantage of that as long as the other could stand him. Every time he slipped out his window, hopped over the fence, he would wonder if it would be his last, that he'd spend his night wandering around alone. Yet, every time Izuku found him with a smile on his face and happy words falling from his mouth. Before he knew it, another month had passed of random nights spent talking or wandering the city. The weather took on a warmer personality. Sometimes he followed Izuku along his vigilante patrols, helping a little, but he rarely needed to. Sometimes they teleported around with his quirk, the tops of unreachable buildings and to strange areas of town. He never really cared what they did anyway. Quickly, that month turned to 2, then 3, and Shouto realized it had already been nearly 4 since he had first met Izuku on that cold night. "How long have you known me?" He found himself asking abruptly, glancing to his right. Izuku looked back at him, probably puzzled, but his hood hid his face as they walked. 3 months and a week and a half-ish. Why? Shouto blinked back, pausing to try to count the days in his head with a furrowed expression. His silence must have been unsettling because he could hear Izuku's panicked tone when he spoke again. "That's weird, sorry, I just count weeks and days a lot, I prom dash." "It's not weird, I was thinking it was about that long." He answered before he could begin spiraling into a mumbled apology. "I asked because I was curious." Shouto reminded. "Oh, that okay." The shorter boy answered quietly. It had been an uneventful night for the most part, probably somewhere closer to the early morning at this hour. Shouto gazed at him, debating silently. His eyes flitted upward. Then he spotted a quaint convenience store over his head and began tugging him that direction. "Come on, let's get a snack." The taller boy decided spontaneously. Something like an amused laugh bubbled out of Izuku. "Do you even have money?" He hummed curiously, following along without a second thought. "My father makes a lot of money." Shouto reassured. "I've got one of his credit cards." He didn't ever bring his phone, but he had gotten in the habit of grabbing a few items, like money and first aid, before he snuck out now. The bell overhead announced their entrance. The cashier was a young woman with purple hair and dragonfly wings that didn't even glance up from her magazine at the sound. Izuku sighed fondly, grabbing his arm and taking the lead. He pulled him down one of the aisles gently. You can't use a credit card, wouldn't he notice the payment made when you were supposed to be sleeping? The shorter boy pointed out while Shouto scanned the shelf. He frowned, thinking it over in his head. I guess you're right, never mind then. You can still get something, I'll pay. You don't have to. Your dad isn't the only one who makes a lot of money. Izuku returned with an amused tone. Shouto imagined the smile on his face. It's no big deal. He grabbed a small bag of trail mix and paused, clearing waiting for him to pick something. Shouto debated on asking what, exactly, Izuku's father did as a job to make a lot of money, but decided against it. For all the things he had learned from growing closer to the boy, Izuku's family details were still a mystery. Anytime he asked, he got half answers and subject changes. He wasn't sure why it had to be a secret, but he respected him enough to not pry about it, yet. Mentally, he made a note to get cash from his father's card and pay him back eventually, then he picked out an unhealthy candy bar and followed him to the checkout counter. The cashier looked bored, scanning their items and pressing buttons on her screen. Izuku made a little exhale noise while they waited. You like that sweet kind of stuff? My father never lets me eat that kind of thing. I've developed a sweet tooth out of spite. He answered with a shrug. Your total is 650 yen. The cashier interrupted them and Izuku began digging in his pockets. He fished out a few bills and grabbed their items. Thank you, he called happily, tugging Shouto out the store. They were halfway down the road before the taller teenager heard the distinct sound of Izuku muttering again. What did you say? He asked, startling him. Immediately, Izuku tugged on his hood, clearly embarrassed at being caught. And nothing really. I was just thinking about her quirk. Do you think she's got more abilities than just the wings in that it's a full animal body mutation, or just the wings? Probably just the wings. Shouto hummed, taking another bite of the candy bar. It was a sickly sweet combination of chocolate, caramel, and wafer. She didn't look very insectish. That's what I was thinking too. Although, you have to wonder if she can even fly, with the weight of her body and the proportions of the wings, they might not be strong enough. You know, that's why most bird mutations have also developed hollow bones like actual birds so they can support their weight in flight. I imagine it still takes endurance, probably just like training to run faster and stuff. You know, I knew someone in elementary school who had a robin mutation. Izuku paused, taking a deep breath. We could go back and ask her if you'd like. Shouto suggested, although he could guess his answer. Izuku jumped, immediately shaking his head. No. She'd think I'm weird. You're not weird, it's a legitimate question. You're just nice. No one besides you would call me nice. You are. Izuku insisted. Shouto felt a small smile tugging at his lips as he rolled his eyes. Whatever. Anyway, you're not weird, you're very interesting to listen to. He heard Izuku groan, hands rubbing at his face. Stop, Sho, you're making me blush. Despite his tone, Shouto didn't really think that was a bad thing. Tonight, Izuku chose to walk Shouto home. They hadn't run into many incidents, not like other nights. He really didn't need him to, but Izuku seemed to want to out of company, not because he needed the protection. The taller teenager ended up allowing it eventually. They were halfway there, Izuku in the middle of telling a story about homeschooling, when a flash in the corner of his eye distracted him. For a moment, Shouto thought it was his imagination until he heard the echo of footsteps and was calling for his quirk. Before he could create anything, however, before Izuku was shoving him aside. One of the streetlights creaked and curled down before them in a way that seemed somewhat familiar. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted around them. Izuku paused, hand outstretched before Shouto as he staring down their new friend. Shouto narrowed his eyes as the air grew colder. He internally scolded himself for not noticing the stranger approach them. He was distracted, enjoying having someone so wonderful around, hanging on every word he said. Izuku was strangely distracting. He looked toward the bullet's origin, scowling. The teenager found a woman with tangled hair and a faint line that sliced her forehead in half. She raised the gun again, face twisting into a wicked smile. It was aimed at Izuku. I found you, thief. She declared proudly, pulling the trigger again. Shouto felt his stomach drop, realizing that he wasn't close enough to create a thick enough ice wall to protect him. Before he could really think about the implications of his actions, Shouto found himself activating his quirk and slamming his foot down in her direction. The words had barely left her mouth before she shrieked, a burst of fire forcing her backwards. Her arm was thrown upward and the gun fired into the sky. He straightened at Izuku's side and glared at the woman. He had to assume that statement hadn't been meant for him, but nonetheless, she was attacking his friend. He wasn't going to just stand by and let it happen. His left hand sliced the air, flames cleared. You used your fire. He heard Izuku utter excitedly. Shouto tried to not blush at the statement. Thankfully, they were both distracted by the woman's growl, aiming the gun again. Shouto threw out his right hand, ice shooting up as a shield. Izuku reached forward, the green energy from before returned. Ice shattered as the gun soared toward the makeshift wall and into Izuku's outstretched hand. What the dash, the woman exclaimed. You FABSRD. You're the one trying to shoot us. Shouto deadpanned. She didn't seem to enjoy that comment, bolting toward him. Izuku grabbed his arm and they teleported behind her. Run! He exclaimed, falling into a defensive position. The other teenager frowned. He hadn't really just told Shouto to run, then turned to take her on alone. Shouto defiantly stayed put. I'm not leaving Dash. I can handle it, she's after me. You don't have to fight her alone. He argued, clenching his fists. They didn't have time to discuss it any further with the woman twisting around and running toward them again. She reached for the gun, but Izuku sidestepped, tossing the gun away so his hands were open. She ducked under him. Her pattern reminded Shouto of a bull, shoving her face toward his. He wanted to help, but Izuku moved too quickly around her and he wouldn't dare risk hurting him. Something like frustration boiled in him. A high-pitched whine filled the air, resonating from their direction. Shouto winced at the noise, moving to cover his ears. The sound of skin ripping filled the space between them. Izuku gasped, suddenly switching his movements to force his hand toward her face. Shut your eyes. He shouted frantically. What? Shouto called dizzily. He held his hands tighter on the sides of his head as the noise grew louder. He jerked his head toward Shouto, who'd nearly falling with the movement. The other only got a flash of his face, eyes squeezed shut and tears glistening. Shut his. The street lit up in purple light, spreading outward from the woman's forehead. He grunted, arms shifting to hug his face. If he wasn't wearing long sleeves, surely his skin would be burning. The light turned white on the edges as Shouto curled further in on himself, crashing to his knees. Beyond the stifling frequency and buzzing in his head, he could still hear Izuku struggling with the woman. Shouto wanted to move, he should help him. A breathy whine escaped as he heard a thump, a shriek from the woman as something cracked. His hands tugged on his hair, sparks flying. What the hell was wrong with him? He was cowering like a child just because of some burning sensation. Izuku could be hurt. He was fighting all on his own. Shouto gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Then everything vanished with a scream. He opened his eyes, arms falling to his sides. There were parts of his hands and face that flashed bitterly, but Shouto shoved the feeling aside. Izuku's hand remained firmly pressed to her forehead, fingers spread through her hair. He paused for a moment, breathing heavily, before he released his hold on her face. In an instant she stiffened and dropped to the ground. Blood poured messily down her face, dripping on the concrete. Her nose might be broken, he vaguely remembered hearing something break. Shouto watched, dumbfounded, as she rubbed furiously at her face. Her gloved hands clawed into her forehead. That thin line of a scar from before was gone. Her eyes were wide and full of tears, horrified. She patted frantically at her head, choked noises bubbling up from her throat. She didn't seem to care that she was bleeding or just sitting dumbly in the middle of the sidewalk. Shouto climbed to his feet again, standing aside wearily. He felt like a bystander, watching the scene with mild confusion. Izuku borrowed her quirk, he guessed. Shouto wasn't sure how, exactly, his quirk worked. For someone so fascinated with all quirks, Izuku never offered much information about his own. Even so, her reaction still didn't seem quite right. He wondered vaguely if there was some sort of history he was missing. I thought you were one of those gang drag people dash, she hyperventilated, crawling backwards. The ones with the bullet, the quirky erasing, that's what he said. That's what you just effing took it dash. Shouto couldn't read his expression, with the hood over his face and his stiff posture as he looked down at the woman. His voice was low and strained when he spoke. I'm sorry. She stared up at him like he was some type of horrid murderer, rather than just a teenage boy. Although, Shouto supposed she didn't know that. She suddenly seemed so scared, stumbling over her words and crawling backwards on the concrete. You're him, that old villain of Dash, aren't you? The one who could steal Quirk's Dash, the woman continued, her gaze turning more terrified. Shouto didn't miss how Izuku grew a little stiffer, clenching his fists. Quickly, she was tripping over herself trying to escape him. Why you Dash? What's she talking about? Shouto asked, looking at his friend for any type of explanation. He took a step closer to them. The shorter boy shrugged nervously. I don't know Dash, he sounded genuine in Shouto's ears. Liar! The woman shrieked. Why are all for one? They said he was dead. She was outright sobbing now, frantically rubbing the line where her scar used to be. Don't kill me, don't Dash. Shouto almost felt bad for her, as confused as he was. On the other hand, Izuku visibly stiffened. W8 Dash. He reached for her, only for her to start screaming even louder. He's alive. All for one is Ollie Dash. In the blink of an eye, Izuku rushed forward and grabbed her. In another, she slumped to the ground, unmoving. The echo of her words surrounded them before it faded to memory. Shouto stared with wide eyes at the scene. He watched the blood pooling from her nose, somewhere in between stunned, confused, and sick. Strained silence stretched between them. Nothing besides Izuku's frozen posture and the woman before them even indicated anything had happened. Shouto trusted Izuku with his life. He knew that. Is she dead? He found himself asking. Izuku shook his head weakly. And no, I just knocked her out with a static quirk. It was the first thing I thought of. He added quietly, kneeling beside her. He pressed another hand to the unconscious woman and, like someone was holding a skin-colored marker, her scar was redrawn down her forehead. It may have been his imagination, but he thought the shorter boy's hand was shaking as he pulled away. Are you okay? He asked gently as Izuku walked up to him. I'm fine. What was she talking about? She was just confused. He thought I was someone else. Izuku said firmly, although his tone betrayed something in his emotions. Who's all for one? Shouto couldn't recall ever hearing the name, as terrified as the woman sounded of him. She said a villain, but even as the son of a major hero, he didn't recognize it at all. Izuku looked awkward, turning his head away. He paused, staring into the distance like he was going to answer the question. Then he didn't. We should get you home before police show up. She did a lot of screaming. He said instead. The taller teenager quietly agreed. He melted his remaining ice while Izuku removed his fingerprints from her and the gun, setting the weapon by her twitching hand. Then they began walking back toward his house. They hadn't gone very far before Shouto's curiosity got the better of him again. Who's all for one? He repeated. He's a myth. She sounded pretty scared of a myth. He noted. A villain? He was a villain from the beginning of Quirks. Too old to even be alive, if he even was to begin with. He's just a combination of old tall tales and, bedtime stories and stuff that people tell to scare their kids. Izuku answered awkwardly, picking at his fingernails while they walked. He apparently had the ability to give and take quirks. I've heard some of the stories about him, being out around V-villains, but he's not real, obviously. It's crazy, that kind of power, obviously fake. Dash, Izuku fell off into his rambling, clearly anxious. Shouto returned, silencing him. He glanced over at the shorter boy and his shaky demeanor. Strange. Why yeah, people come up with crazy stories, huh? Izuku agreed weakly. They had reached the entrance of his neighborhood and Shouto paused in front of him. He waited, looking down the street, then back at him. Izuku looked awkward, staring at the ground and fiddling with his fingers. I'm sorry she said that to you. Huh? His head snapped up so quickly his hood nearly fell. He tugged it up quickly, glancing wearily behind him as Shouto clarified. I'm sorry that woman compared you to a villain. You're not. You're very nice and you've helped a lot of people, including me. Oh. Izuku hesitated, something breathy and almost strangled about his voice. Thanks, Shouto. You're welcome. Good night, Izuku. If we're going to have a student in there, we need to move now. No, it has to be one of the hero classes. We know Yui holds them at a higher standard. Dad's conversation carried out into the hallway. Izuku hesitated outside the cracked door. He knew he would be talking that loudly if he really minded them overhearing him, but it still felt like eavesdropping. The door to his office was half open, revealing only his father inside at the mahogany desk. He was clearly on the phone, likely a work issue that was irritating him, from the way he ran his hand through his pale curls. If he focused, he could hear the faint chatter on the other end, but there wasn't a point. Izuku likely wouldn't know them. There were very few of Dad's allies that he knew and actually recognized him in turn. No, that Quirk would never pass the practical exam. You said the girl from Osaka? She's not old enough to even apply. He scoffed, nearly rolling his eyes. Izuku finally gathered the courage to push open the door wider. 15, applicants have to be 15, you understand that, don't you? Hey, Izuku began suddenly, lingering in the entrance. Dad looked up with raised eyebrows. He had probably sensed him standing there a good 5 minutes ago, a rare occurrence. Izuku usually tried to not bother him when he was working, but he couldn't keep it quiet anymore. He had to say something or else he'd drive himself insane, and he didn't dare worry his mother. Last night had been a mess. Give me a minute, he said stiffly into the phone, then glanced back at Izuku. A small smile crossed his face. What do you need? Dad asked in a kinder tone. Izuku's nerves flared like a house on fire. It's not a big deal, it can wait if you're busy. The teenager panicked. He nearly hoping he'd say yes and Izuku could go back to hiding in his room and overthinking every word that woman had said last night. It wouldn't be beneficial for anyone, but at least he could wallow in his own mistakes a little longer without Dad's disappointment on top of him, too. He really hoped Shouto had already forgotten about everything. He hoped for his sake that Shouto didn't ever bring last night ever again. Izuku didn't have any memory-altering quirks, nor did he want to resort to that. That was too far over the line. He didn't ever want to betray the other's trust like that, but he supposed it'd be better than a dead Shouto. Dad muted his phone and his smile widened. Izuku, I'm never too busy for you. He blushed at that statement, shuffling inside his office awkwardly as Dad spoke curtly again into the speaker. Find me someone who can pass that exam, the right age this time. Don't bother calling me again until you do, he said firmly in a voice that reserved for work. Then, his father proceeded to abruptly hang up and set the phone aside alone with the others. There were somewhere around 5 or 6 different phones sitting in a pile on the desk. Izuku knew they were all for different purposes, different people, the stray extra to throw off trails. He absent-mindedly wondered how Dad kept up with them all. Izuku really only cared about the personal phone, filled with only 2 contacts, that never left Dad's side. What was that about? He asked, fishing for a distraction. Izuku's palms felt sweaty. He claimed the chair across from him, like this was a doctor's appointment, and wiped his hands on his shorts. Yui's heroics exam is coming up in a few months. I'm hoping to plant someone in the next class. It would greatly help to have that sort of information. He explained with an almost tired sigh, moving aside a stack of papers. There was a last-minute issue with our main candidate, but it's nothing for you to worry about. Why, yeah, okay. Izuku awkwardly agreed. A beat of silence passed between them before his father spoke again. What's bothering you? Dad asked, giving him his full attention. Izuku shrunk in the chair across from him, picking at his calloused fingers. I noticed you were quiet at breakfast. He opened his mouth, then shut it again, debating the best phrasing. To distract his racing mind, he avoided his father's gaze. Guilt filled him. He was just wasting his time with silence. Dad's office wasn't much to look at. There was the desk and a couple of chairs in the middle of the quaint room. There were no windows, like the rest of their underground apartment. A table sat against the furthest wall, covered with a few different laptops and files, in addition to the desktop currently sitting before his father. Both cluttered and half-filled bookshelves stood behind him, decorated with a collection of very old records, Quirk evolution or analysis books, and other random books Izuku didn't really know much about. 2 picture frames faced his father, both probably bought at the same time, but their contents were separated by a good 2 centuries. One, Izuku knew, was of him and his parents, taken somewhere around the end of elementary school. He didn't actually remember taking the photo, but it was one of the few that survived their apartment's explosion. The second picture was much older, a creased, torn photo stuck in the frame. Like the other, it was a survivor, depicting his father and a dead man. Dad cherished it, along with the vintage, yellowed comic books sitting in a box somewhere. As a child, Izuku had been fond of staring at it, curiously inspecting the uncle he never knew and his father rarely mentioned. Izuku knew most of the story by now, but he remembered always being confused how Dad could love him brother so much and never talk about him. Izuku. His gentle voice interrupted his distraction, reminding him of the task at hand. What's wrong? Someone thought I was you. Dad furrowed his eyebrows, clearly not expecting that answer. What? The teenager shakily leaned forward, pressing his restless hands to the desk. There was no point in stopping himself. The story spilled out. I didn't think about it, it was stupid, I know, I should have waited, I should have been more patient, but she must have known someone I've handled before. I recognized her quirk, it was familiar. As she tracked me down, I guess. Izuku continued, quickly picking up speed as his anxiety worsened. She had a gun and she called me a thief at first, which was weird but I wasn't thinking, and she attacked me out of nowhere and I just did what I usually do, why you know? I just defended myself and then her face was right there and I just took her quirk, because I thought the shock might knock her out and dash. Izuku. Breathe. A hand over his startled him into pausing, glancing down as he took a deep breath. Izuku could feel the quirks lying in wait under his skin, too many to count. If he already knew the rest of the story, if he knew Izuku was purposely leaving out the existence of Todoroki Shouto, Dad didn't show it. He didn't press him to continue, patiently waiting for him to calm down. His heartbeat stuttered. Izuku hesitated before he panically muttered the last part. The worst part. Then she called me all for one and I knocked her out. Izuku searched his father's face frantically, looking for something, anything, that gave him an idea on how he felt. He prided himself on being observant, able to read people easily after he had spent so long alone, always on edge searching for some type of threat. Dad was still, persistently, one of the few that Izuku couldn't always read and now wasn't any different. He hid his emotions well, probably due to his 2 centuries of practice with people far more threatening than his teenage son. Dad rarely got angry around him. Usually it was just when Izuku got hurt or did something reckless, and that was always just worry hiding behind frustration. It was never real. It was usually only work that managed to anger him, as well as various heroes. I'm sorry. Izuku gasped after several minutes of strangling silence. I'm really sorry. That seemed to snap out of his thoughts, the former villain looking back at him in surprise as if he was just reminded he was still there in front of him. It's not your fault. Of course someone would eventually put something together. We have the same quirk. It's not. Dad shook his head, smiling somewhat enduringly at his worry. No, it's more mine than anything. I didn't think there was anyone who still remembered me from those days alive to spread those rumors. Izuku wasn't sure if they were still rumors if they were true, but he didn't feel the need to correct him. Oh. The woman, did you took her quirk? Yeah, I gave it back though. Izuku answered. Stress slowly seeped out of him as he sorted out his father's reaction. I figured she might wake up and, I don't know, think she got confused or something. To throw her off, I guess, either that it wasn't actually me or assume my quirk was an eraser or borrower or something else. Dad returned thoughtfully. Did she say anything else? She must have some decent underground friends if she knew of me. Izuku wondered if that meant a few underground friends would disappear in the near future. He paused, replaying the mostly one-sided conversation in his head again. Yet actually she did. She said she thought I had some type of gang Quirk racing drag. Something to do with bullets. A Quirk racing drag? His father repeated, muttering it a few more times to himself as he flipped through his papers. That's strange, nothing like that exists, nothing permanent, at least. Nothing permanent? I mean, there's suppressants, but those only work on emitter and transformation quirks. Mutation quirks can't be weakened like that, since they're literally built into the body. Izuku clarified. Right. Dad shrugged, reading through a page. Not exactly. I've been getting reports of several new drags surfacing from some old Yakuza contacts. It apparently can suppress any type of quirk, mutations included. He paused with the paper in hand, eyes flickering to meet his. Do you really want to know? Izuku nearly rolled his eyes. Of course he did, he wouldn't have asked otherwise. Dad always made sure to clarify first, despite what Izuku always said. Yes, I want to know. His father inspected him for a moment before wordlessly handing over the separated page. Izuku scanned over the piece of paper, a few accounts, experiment reports, and studies of actual human testing, likely whatever dealers got paid to distribute it, described various effects of the drags. This doesn't make any sense, they're saying they could have a fully permanent quirk eraser by this time next year. He muttered, glancing back at his dad. I don't really understand how they could claim that either. There are plenty of quirk suppressants or even erasing quirks. I've tried to get my hands on a few over the years, but there's only one quirk that has ever been able to permanently remove a quirk, and we're both right here. He said simply. Dad took back the paper, returning it to one of the many stacks. It's the Yakuza. I didn't even know they were still around. Izuku admitted, recalling the names listed across the page. None he recognized, even after his recent months of vigilantism. Some survived by sticking to the underground, but they're nowhere near what they used to be. The Yakuza haven't been a legitimate organization since I was very young. They didn't take to the emergence of quirks well. His father explained. Izuku hummed in answer, resting his head in his hands and staring at the papers upside down. This information suddenly didn't sit well with him. Now that he was less worried about being compared to the most dangerous villain in Japanese history, he was busy worrying about how this was even possible. They couldn't really be able to develop a permanent quirk erasing drag. If the wrong kind of people, hero or villain, got their hands on that. Izuku, I'm sure this is nothing. Dad gently interrupted his spiral. The Yakuza flares up every few decades. In a year this drag will never happen and it will be old news. There's no need to stress about it. I'm not stressing that much. Izuku blushed. He laughed, leaning over and messing up his hair. Of course not. The teenager flushed harder, sighing and standing up. I guess that's it then, if you're not upset about the other thing. I'll let you get back to work. I'm not upset. Okay, good, great. He exhaled. That's good. Izuku headed toward the door, pausing at his voice again. Are you upset by it? He looked back at his father, tilting his head slightly. By what? Being compared to me, or I suppose, assumed to be me. Dad returned causally. Izuku shrugged, playing with the edge of his sleeve. He stopped for a moment as he sorted out his thoughts. Not really, I guess. You're not like that anymore, and she probably didn't even know what she was talking about anyway. He relented with a sigh. Like you said, it was bound to happen. Dad nodded, considering. Then he smiled warmly. Well, I think you're far too much like your mother to ever be All for One. All for One was an odd name for a villain. Despite what Izuku told him, Shouto found the phrase lingering in his mind as he walked through school the next day. It felt too lengthy for a simple villain, like it was hinting at something further. It was a strange story. Why people would ever dream that up was beyond him. It was awfully creative to just be a random tall tale made up to scare children. The name plagued him for most of the morning, which was probably why he found himself walking into the library after the lunch bell had rung. That itself wasn't a strange event. Shouto didn't have many friends, and at this point no one cared, or dared, to try and bother him unless they were just ridiculously stubborn. He simply collected his lunch tray and set it down in front of one of the computers in the furthest, quietest back corner. His only company was the librarian at the front desk, who kept sending him suspicious looks like she was intimidated by his overall demeanor. Despite his rational thoughts telling him to stop thinking about something so oddly insignificant, there was no reason to doubt Izuku. Shouto typed into the search bar. All for one. Unceremoniously, he was given little to no legitimate results. Most of the page was filled with links to single parts of the name, rather than its entirety. There were several results in English or from American sites, but Shouto didn't have the desire to translate those, so he ignored them as well. He boredly scrolled for a minute, unimpressed. Shouto returned to the top and tried adding villain after the name. He only got the same sort of answer. After scanning the several pages of uninteresting, unrelated villains, he was losing out to his rational thoughts. Izuku was right. All for one probably was just a tall tale people told their children to get them to behave and believe in the hero agenda. Fleetingly, he added missing quirks on the end of his search terms. Surely, if All for One was really an all-powerful quirk-stealing monster like that woman seemed to believe, there would be plenty stories of people's quirks suddenly missing. Unfortunately, the first results were just as unhelpful as before. With a sigh, he moved on to the next page of results. Slurping his noodles, his eyes crossed a random social media post on the 5th page of main results, linking the name in full. Shouto paused with a thoughtful hum before he clicked on it, opening up a long forum. He stole a glance at the area around him. He was still alone. Even the librarian had left a few minutes ago for her office down the hall. The dates of all the posts were old, outdated by several years. Nothing had been posted in the past 5 years at least, most even longer ago than that. The first couple messages were strange, to say the least. They all described stories of people's quirks seemingly vanishing. One talked about how their cousin had been mugged, then suddenly found that their regeneration quirk was no longer working. The next told about a friend who lost their teleportation quirk. Another, oddly, explained a quirkless sibling who suddenly manifested a quirk at the age of 32 after getting involved with a drag dealer. Quirks were like any other mental process or body part. They could be suppressed after trauma or stress. Shouto was beginning to think these comments were all a variety of coincidences and conspiracies, until he came across the comment that actually said the villain's name. They stated a similar story to Izuku about his abilities and even claimed that he was thought to possess some type of immortality quirk, explaining the many years of incidents and long stretches of missing quirks. How strange. A few people pointed out their doubts, causing the original commenter to link to another lengthy forum from another website. This one was even older, full of similar quirk appearing or disappearing stories. Shouto felt like he was looking at a historical page, from the outdated website and messy formatted comments. Most of the stories were all from secondhand sources, but they all claimed similar things, and the fictional villain's name was even mentioned a few more times. Shouto was about to give it up. The bell would ring soon, and, while he liked his wild conspiracy theories, as Izuku laughingly called it, these seemed more like tall tales and confusion rather than anything concrete. Then he saw the link. It was buried in several replies talking about a woman who lost her simplistic telekinesis quirk. It had been seemingly ignored by the others at the time since it didn't add anything to the original story. Shouto fleetingly clicked on the link. He was sent to a different website he didn't recognize, staring at a fuzzy video. It might have been a re-upload, since most of the website appeared to be in Korean. He paused it before it could play, digging in his school bag for his earbuds. He untangled the wires and plugged them into the computer, then pressed play again. The video was blurry and shakily shot, clearly taken on a phone. Ash floated in front of the lens, forcing it to focus and unfocus repeatedly. Shouto thought he saw a bloody hand in the corner of the screen, but the camera jerked in the other direction before it could focus on that. In the background, he could hear pained screams and sobs, as well as distant sirens. The sky wasn't blue, but a sad, smoky charcoal color. Despite those far-off noises echoing around the devoid space, it was sickeningly silent. White noise rung in his ears. The scene seemed to be the aftermath of a massive fight. Smoke rose from the concrete rubble surrounding the several craters imprinted in the ground. Shouto's eyes flickered between the gray sky and darker destruction. It took several seconds of shaky camera work for the video to focus on anything besides the kilometers of ruin. Standing among the destruction was a burly silhouette. It took Shouto several seconds to recognize him, but his eyes widened and his mouth parted slightly. All Might. He was limping, so heavily covered in scarlet blood that the teenager could hardly make out the colors of the costume he wore. He wasn't a die-hard fan, but could tell that the costume was one of his older ones. It was ripped and torn, barely hanging onto his battered form. The hero's eyes were sunken, skin dirty, bloody, and greasy. He was speaking while he struggled to walk, spitting up more blood in the process, but the phone couldn't pick up the audio over the distance and wind. Shouto had never been sensitive to injuries or blood. He couldn't afford to be in the home he grew up in, but even he felt lightheaded watching the video. To see the hero like that was unsettling. Something like a chill crawled over his skin. All Might looked fragile. He looked like a real human being, rather than the strong, unrelenting hero Shouto always envisioned at. The name. He looked breakable. He moved his hand to brace himself on a crumpled light post. Where he had been holding his side, a gaping hole made up the part of his torso that his stomach and probably some part of a lung should have been. All Might moved forward after a breath, clutched at it as blood gushed past his fingers. He left a scarlet trail in his wake, turning his skin a mix of gross pink, red, and black. Shouto had never seen a man look so defeated, yet still determined as he hobbled. Almost like there was something personal on the battlefield, something that drove All Might past his breaking point and fatal injuries. Curiously, Shouto leaned closer to the screen, squinting. For the first time since it began, he noticed another body lying among the concrete. The mystery man was dressed in a black suit, with blood and ash-colored hair. The camera was too far away to identify him too clearly, but the way his hair curled, the darkness of his eyes, seemed almost familiar in a strange way. He bared his teeth at the hero, choking on thick red and insults. It was reminiscent of a caged animal, backed into a corner to protect the last of whatever he had left. From the state of their surroundings, it was probably only his life. All Might finally reached him, clenching his fist as he stood over the man. Shouto noticed something black, or maybe purple, swirling in the background. His eyes flicked toward it, too blurry and far away to give it a name. As the hero raised his fist for the final attack, there was a defiant cry. In another instant, a woman appeared only to shove herself between the two men. She held out her arms, protecting the mystery man. All Might froze at the sight of her, face twisted in fury and dark hair floating in the smoky breeze. "Stay away from him!" she screamed, words broken and warped. Shouto furrowed his eyebrows at the scene, squinting again. It was impossible to tell, but she might have even been crying. Well, it looked like the mystery man was crying too, so maybe that was just the quality of the video. "Inko!" He heard the mystery man shout desperately, loud enough to reach the phone's microphone. Even from this distance, he could recognize the horror on his face. He said something else, quieter to her. That only seemed to frustrate her further, snapping back to him. Her hands remained raised, even if they were shaking. All Might began to speak to the woman, cautious, like he was talking to a scared child. The woman certainly didn't look scared to Shouto. Then the hero faltered. He stumbled, a flash of pain on his face as he clutched at his side more desperately. The mystery man suddenly surged forward and grabbed the woman. Something about his way of moving seemed familiar, hugging the woman by the shoulders and clutching her to his chest. He pressed his face into her hair, nearly collapsing on her. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished and All Might fell unceremoniously to the ground. The hero didn't move again. Then, with a wimp stutter, the video ended. Shouto stared at the black screen, completely baffled. He had no idea what he had just watched. He rewatched it, then twice. It took him 4 times to figure out what happened to All Might at the end. The blurry camera work really didn't help, but if he squinted, nose nearly pressed to the screen, Shouto could identify several small pieces of metal rising behind All Might. Each of them moved forward, attracted to the woman and slicing straight through the hero's deadly injury, somewhere his lung probably should be. Painful without a doubt, Shouto couldn't even blame him for the way he crashed at the end. The pieces clattered to the ground at the same time the mystery man grabbed the woman. There was no way this was real. It couldn't be. Everything heroes did was publicized. Shouto knew from experience. A fight with this much collateral damage, with a hero like All Might injured, that badly would have been headlining news. This villain couple should have had their faces plastered on every billboard from here to Tokyo. It must be a joke, a scene from a movie or a bizarre student film project, or just something else. Anything else? He was about to start looking up possible explanations, anything else about so-called Inko and the otherworldly fight she interrupted, but the bell rang before he even closed the video. Shouto scowled at the ceiling and begrudgingly turned off the computer without another glance. It would just have to wait until later. Shouto stared up at the streetlight, watching it blink from red to green. He pulled on the strap of his bag with a sigh as the cars before him rushed forward. His father would be back from his mission tonight. He'd probably be home by the time he finished his homework. He had managed to sneak in a visit to his mother yesterday while he had been out of town. Hopefully he didn't find out about it. Shouto wasn't looked forward to that discussion. Everything was so boring, an endless cycle. The only change was Izuku. Meeting with him was nearly the only thing he looked forward to anymore. Shouto allowed himself to daydream for a moment, imagining a world where he didn't have to deal with school, or his father, or his future, and just got to spend time with one of the last people who mattered to him. A passing car horn snapped him out of that fantasy. He glanced around at the others waiting with him. There were a few girls from his school, second years according to their uniforms. He debated on pulling out his phone as the light changed again, signaling they could cross. Shouto moved with the crowd, not paying much attention to where he was going. Eventually he fell behind his crosswalk group, strolling down the sidewalks behind that group of girls. He glanced across the street fleetingly, if only to look at something besides the back of their heads. Instead, walking along the parallel sidewalk, among the other strangers, Shouto spotted a familiar head of curls. He stopped, squinting at the distancing person. For a moment he even thought he was imagining it. Another daydream, he was getting bad at those. Besides, his eyesight had never been good, especially not after the boiling water incident. His depth perception was awful. He should invest in glasses or contacts or something. With nothing better to do, Shouto bolted through the lanes of empty street to the other side. He distantly heard a car honk at him and a few people exclaim at his stupidity. The teenager weaved between the crowd on the sidewalk, searching. The muttering was what gave it away. Walking a couple people in front of him, Shouto felt a smile cross his face. He reached out with a cold hand, grabbing his shoulder. Izuku flinched, whirling around to face him with his hand outstretched. His eyes were wide, his mouth half open as he recognized him. His hand fell in return, Shouto soaked in the sight of his friend in the daylight. His eyes had golden specks he had never noticed before, his freckles even darker on his skin. Above it all, "Your hair is green," he gasped dumbly shut. Izuku stared at him, then slowly reached up and tugged at a curl, confused. "You didn't know? It looked black." Shouto answered with a breathless smile. "I was starting to think you were nocturnal." He blushed, even prettier in the sunlight with the way his face turned rose pink. What are you doing here?" "My school is that way." The other pointed in the direction he had come in explanation. "I was walking home." "Oh. What are you doing here?" he returned, tilting his head. Izuku shrugged vaguely like he wanted nothing more than to avoid that question. "And not much, you know, dash." Someone knocked into his shoulder, causing Shouto to stumble. "Idiots, dash," the man growled as he forced his way past them, as well as muttering something about standing in the middle of the path. He tried to correct himself, but someone steadied him before he could. Shouto slowly raised his head, meeting dazzling eyes. Their noses were nearly touching. Despite the busy street, sea of strangers, it felt like the night, when he and Izuku were the only people left in the world. "You're stronger than you look," he murmured. The shorter teenager was nearly completely supporting his weight. He had counted to 8 before Izuku's face turned red and he shoved him to his feet. Sorry. Without Shouto in his arms, he used his hands to cover his face. It was just a little adorable. You caught me, don't apologize. Shouto mused with a smile. He was so easily embarrassed. Do you want to go do something? Why? Izuku asked, peeking through his fingers. The taller teenager shrugged. I don't want to go home yet, and it's not like this has ever happened before. You do have other hobbies besides your dash. Izuku bolted forward, pressing a hand to Shouto's mouth. Don't talk about that. SMRY. He answered, muffled. Technically, Izuku's late-night activities were still illegal and they were talking in the middle of a busy street. Izuku took back his hand, pink-faced again. You can go somewhere if you want, I guess. I'm not busy, but I have to be home in a little while. That's fine. There's a park near here. There's a pretty good ice cream stand. Izuku laughed timidly, following as Shouto took the lead. Is food all you think about? I feel like just last week you gave me an hour-long presentation on the perfection of zarusoba. No, that was 2 weeks ago at least. He corrected, frowning. It had been a very good argument, but he still hadn't been able to convince Izuku to change his favorite food. And besides, I think of plenty of other things. Recently, his thoughts had been full of the stunning boy beside him. Sure, Dad said that the Quirk racing drag stunt was probably a false underground publicity stunt that would never fulfill its promises, but Izuku enjoyed poking his nose where it didn't belong. That was his job, after all. The greatest heroes were ones who meddled, legality aside. So, instead, Izuku sat across the table littered with empty plates from his parents and asked for permission to leave their apartment again. Didn't you just go out the other day? Mom asked suspiciously. I'd like to see you home a little bit at least. That was Monday. He corrected. And it wasn't all day, I left after lunch and was back before dinner. By the time Izuku had reached the inner city, he had barely had any time to look around before he ran into Shouto. That had been totally accidental, and while he loved to spend time with his friend, he hadn't been able to accomplish what he really wanted to. Classwork. Dad interjected, sparing them a glance up from his papers. Done. Today's work has been finished yesterday. Izuku was nothing if not motivated. Dad shrugged non-committally, looking back at Mom for her opinion. She sighed. As long as you're careful, I suppose. She finally relented. Izuku grinned. Thank you. He pushed away from the table as he thanked them again for good measure. Then he rushed to his room to change. Izuku picked out a casual, plain t-shirt that said long sleeves and jeans, plus a jacket in case he needed the hood to hide his face. He stuffed his mask in his bag as well, along with a few extra pencils and a trusty notebook, as an extra measure. Usually the mask was something that gave him away in broad daylight, but occasionally it was needed. He tried to fit in with the public as much as he could. It was a Friday, so most people his age were probably still in school. He'd go as far as to wear an old middle school uniform if any of the old ones had survived the destruction of his apartment, but alas, they were all ruined beyond repair at this point. If anyone really recognized him, they'd probably be too shocked at the sight of his ghost to try and speak to him anyway. After wishing goodbye to his parents, he started off in the direction of his first destination. He tucked his hands in the pockets of his jacket, blending in with the strangers of the streets around him. The Yakuza were, like Dad explained, virtually non-existent by now. Only a small handful of groups remained financially stable enough to stay afloat, and those were mostly only known in the deep depths of the underground. Most hero agencies and police units didn't bother with investigating them, tossing them aside for the assumed, more dangerous villains. Thankfully, Izuku didn't have to spend very long researching Yakuza members and incidents. Dad had offered up information concerning the remaining groups without much of a protest once Izuku firmly agreed, again, that he most definitely wanted to know about this. He had already checked out a few smaller groups the other day before he ran into Shouto with little success. His father had also included a page listing the specific known members of a group that had been the most directly involved with the drag-related incidents. Izuku had already located down the assumed headquarters, which led him to the curb he was standing on. Shai Hasaikai's compound resembled a very ordinary collection of office buildings. He never would have picked it out of the street on his own. However, according to Dad's sources, several assumed members had been spotted going in and out of the complex. The entire block was gated off, requiring Izuku to buzz in if he wanted to go inside. He didn't, choosing to remain safely on the sidewalk across the street with his hands tugging on the straps of his bag. It looked like it belonged among the other homes and offices, lying in wait. No one would imagine it was the base of an outdated yakuza. Dad hadn't even known much about Shai Hasaikai. They had never been a major contender in any of his businesses, just a shadow of whatever it used to be centuries ago. Izuku stared up at the cream outer walls. He debated about simply teleporting inside. That would be easy. Although, he had to assume there were cameras of some kind watching him. The last thing he needed was to be caught or have his quirk suppressed where he had no escape. Those drags would work on him just like anyone else. He wandered casually to the other side of the street, going all the way down the block to cross the road. Izuku summoned the metal manipulation quirk, searching past the gates as he lingered in the shade of another building beyond the gates. Often, with these types of material-based telekinesis quirks, there was an added perception that would be normal for the quirk user. A way their brain and ability evolved to seek out helpful materials in the incident of sudden activation or conflict. His mother had something similar with her quirk, the ability to sense small objects around her. Izuku had felt it a few times when he borrowed her quirk, but always found the sensation overwhelming. Little objects made up practically everything, any type of device or machine was full of them. Mom had just shrugged and said she grew used to it years ago and barely thought about it as anything out of the ordinary. Izuku was just glad he didn't have that problem with the quirks he kept. His body was made to hold multiple quirks and had no problem pushing and used ones to the back of his mind until they became useful. That type of perception usually lied dormant until he activated the quirk. Sure enough, once he pushed past the iron of the gates, he could feel the lighter metallic sense of cameras hiding in the shadow of the roof. One on nearly every corner that he could reach. Izuku deactivated the quirk with a thoughtful hum. He was dressed like any other teenager. They had no reason to see him as anything more. The excessive amount of cameras was another confirmation of the reality of this building's purposes. He couldn't imagine why a residential office would ever need that much surveillance. He began to walk around the perimeter of the building, carefully turning the view of the cameras as he did. On the outside, it really wasn't anything special. Then he felt the strangest of senses, standing on the right side of the furthest wall. He activated that sensory quirk, suddenly aware of someone walking below his feet. Metal light fixtures had been what alerted him earlier. His eyebrows knitted together as he slowly looked down at the ground. He was still standing on the sidewalk. The subway lines didn't even run in this direction. Izuku frowned, kneeling to press his hand to the concrete. He shut his eyes. Izuku dug up an enhancer quirk to combine with the sensory quirk and pushed its range further. His eyes snapped open, a surprised gasp escaped him. There were underground tunnels, stretching out further underneath the city. Izuku felt it fade in several different directions from his position. They could go on for kilometers. He made another circle around the building, focusing his attention on the tunnels this time. Then the teenager chose to follow one outward, back the direction he had come. He crossed the street again, staring down at his sneakers as he followed the path. Izuku was so enraptured in the discovery, half digging in his bag for his notebook while he walked, that he didn't pay any attention to his other surroundings. That was probably why he walked face first into someone. "Whoa, you okay?" The voice exclaimed. Strong hands found his shoulders to steady him. Izuku dropped the sensory quirk in an instant, jerking his head up with wide eyes. He resembled a hero, dressed in a white costume with a red cape and golden numbers on his chest. Yet he couldn't be more than a few years older than Izuku. Maybe a sidekick or a student. "Why, I'm fine, sorry," he answered quickly, tripping over his words with a nervous blush. "Are you lost?" A woman with blue skin asked gently, leaning over on the other side of the blonde sidekick. Izuku shook his head quickly. "No, I just got distracted. I'm sorry for running into you." He bowed, trying to avoid their gazes. The last thing he needed was to be recognized, especially if they were heroes. He wasn't anywhere near his old home or school, nor even the police station that covered his and his mother's deaths. It wasn't that he couldn't handle a fight, but he really didn't have plans for one today. "It's no problem, kid," the caped hero said with a grin and a thumbs up. "I figured you'd be more worried if you walked through me, huh?" "Lemillion dash," the woman began to scold, shaking her head. The comment startled him enough to look up. "Walk through you? Is that your quirk? You're a hero, aren't you?" Izuku pressed excitedly, despite the circumstances. He didn't immediately recognize him, but he was already growing curious about his quirk. It was a bad habit at this point, so quickly throwing his previous plans out the window for the chance to learn about his power. "We're sidekicks," she corrected. "And Lemillion is a student from Yui." "Oh dash. If you're not lost, then we should keep moving." The woman interrupted. "You know how Sir is if we don't stay on schedule." She moved around him, gesturing for the blonde to follow her in the other direction. He winked at Izuku, waving. "Nice to meet you," he called over his shoulder. Lemillion nearly walked right into the street lamp in his path, but suddenly phased through it at the last second to show off his quirk. Izuku's eyes widened. How fascinating. If it wasn't the middle of the day and he wasn't a hero, Izuku might have even taken it. All it took was skin contact. His brain was already running wild with thoughts of the effects and capabilities of a quirk like that. He wasn't anywhere close to as bad of a kleptomaniac as his father, but sometimes there were just those incredibly interesting quirks he wanted to learn more about. His fingers twitched, grip tightening on his notebook. However, Izuku forced himself to stay put, trying to limit his mumbling as Lemillion and the woman continued on their patrol. Taking a hero's quirk in the middle of a somewhat busy street was a terrible, awful idea, as much as he wanted to. He busied himself with digging out a pencil to keep his hands to himself. With a sigh and a located pencil, the pair faded into the distant crowd and Izuku reminded himself of the task at hand. He looked down at the secret tunnel below him, inspecting the pavement like it would give him some type of answer. After another minute, he called upon the sensory and enhancing quirks and continued on his own path. Izuku didn't follow that entire tunnel, but instead gave up about 15 minutes later and circled around the surrounding area of the base again. Every once in a while, he'd sense another underground room or hallway or, occasionally, someone walking around underneath him. It was all several meters below the concrete. He could only sense the open space, but not much that told him what was inside except if it was connected to the ceiling, or rather tall in the case of people walking past. It was a messy maze, but after a couple of hours of wandering around and a couple scribbled and ripped out notebook pages, he managed to come up with a loose map of the closest tunnels. Izuku held up his notebook, tilting it as he inspecting the messy map. Surely, it would make no sense to anyone beside him. He'd have to redraw a neater version later. Maybe even show it to Dad. He'd probably be interested in something like this. The strangest room, perhaps, seemed to be some type of lab. Like with the other areas, he couldn't make out everything inside, but he could feel the metallic equipment inside, the shapes of the utmost items. He supposed that must be where the drag was being developed, if this was their base of operations. That didn't exactly explain the rest of the extensive tunnels he felt. There was no need for such a large space underground, nor a reason for the way certain places were structured. It nearly reminded him of dorm rooms, small areas separated by several meters of concrete. Whatever they made that drag from, whatever they were testing, it was down there with them. Izuku just didn't know what exactly it was. After a while of wandering around and earning his fair share of strange looks for his muttering and frantic writing, he felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Izuku fished it out, reading a text that asked him to pick up milk before he came home. He checked the time, realizing it had been nearly 4 hours since he had eaten anything. As much as he wanted to keep searching, Mom was very concerned about his ability to feed himself when he went out. He didn't want to risk worrying her, so Izuku unfortunately was forced to put his underground tunnel exploration on hold for a late lunch. Looking up at the street he was on now, only 2 away from the main, above-ground Yakuza complex, he spotted a small grocery store. Izuku put his phone away again and started toward it. There were only 2 workers inside, a few random shoppers dotting the aisles. He made a beeline for the pre-made bento boxes and began to scan the shelves. However, before he could pick one out, he was quickly distracted by the next aisle over. He could hear the shoving of items around the shelves, strangely forcefully. Izuku looked back at the bento boxes with a longing sigh, then turned away from them. The teenager slowly walked down the aisle, pausing at the end as he peeked around the wall of shelves. The next one over was primarily cleaning supplies and empty, beside a single man. He was a medium height, rummaging around the shelves. His dark hair was chopped short. He wore dark clothes and gloves, despite it being a somewhat warm day, as well as a black face mask. Maybe his quirk had to deal with skin contact or fingerprints. He seemed strangely familiar, but Izuku wasn't sure where he had seen him before, if at all. He didn't seem to notice Izuku standing there as he finally decided on the largest bottle of bleach on the shelf. That itself wouldn't have been concerning, if the man didn't then hold up a can of soup in his other hand and stare at the two items together. He seemed to pause for a moment, but ultimately lowered his hands and walked away. "This should work," he said to himself, barely loud enough to hear. Izuku carefully returned to the next aisle, picking out a box for lunch and turning to walk up to the checkout counter. Instead, he spotted that man leaving the store. He carried the bleach in one hand, a plastic bag in the other. His profile passed by the window outside and realization slammed into him. Chisaki Kai. He fumbled with his phone, quickly pulling up the pictures he had taken of his father's information about the Yakuza. Chisaki's photo was blurrier than the others. He had less sightings than other members, meaning he was likely a higher-ranking member. Izuku looked up just as he walked past the window and out of sight, but it was without a doubt the same person. A number of other questions sprang up at this realization. He furrowed his eyebrows, stealing a glance back toward the sanitation aisle. Izuku mused over the facts while he waited in line, trying to come up with a decent answer. He paid for his lunch with cash and a small smile, then left. He found a park not far from the base to eat, watching the children chase each other around as he wondered. Very little about Chisaki was known, but he was a member of Shai Hasaikai nonetheless. He must have a reason to be out when he was, perhaps handling something unfit for lower-level members. Izuku couldn't imagine what that would be. Izuku pulled out his phone again, scrolling through the recent news headlines and found nothing relating to the Yakuza. Then, it struck him that he didn't even know what would be evidence of Chisaki's involvement. He didn't know what his quirk was. It was unlisted in Dad's information as well. It took him about 20 minutes to crack Endeavor's password for the hero database. He picked his account out of spite, hoping he'd get some type of repercussion for letting his security become compromised, despite how unlikely that'd be. He'd probably get away with it, just like what he was doing to Shouto every night. A smug smile found its way to Izuku's face anyway as the page loaded, welcoming Todoroki Enji. Izuku searched the criminal records for Chisaki Kai, assuming it would at least be an alias. Instead, he got one. Result. It wasn't even a fake name. Izuku rolled his eyes. His quirk was called Overhaul. According to the listed description, he could disassemble and reassemble matter however he chose. Powerful, Izuku noted with a hum. He curiously wondered how it worked exactly, the range and materials he could affect. It didn't list anything about inanimate or biological objects, virtually nothing beyond the basic summary. Another fact that pointed to Chisaki being a higher-ranking member. The heroes probably didn't see much of him. They, most likely, had only connected the quirk from registration every 4-year-old submitted once their quirk emerged. That could only be taken at face value, of course, because heroes often explained quirks incorrectly. Izuku knew from experience. The quirk could have also been registered wrong in the first place. It was subjective registration. Most people ended up changing the official registration of their quirks later in life anyway. Izuku's quirk registration was wrong, if anyone cared to look up a dead child. He was still listed as quirkless. Chisaki could very well have a completely different type of quirk, but only he could answer that question. Or Izuku if he took it. He usually had to have some type of previous knowledge of the quirk before he could take it. After watching one in action, he could guess pretty well. He supposed if he tried to take Overhaul and couldn't, the database must be wrong. The conclusion of it all, though, was that Izuku wanted more information. He had no idea why Chisaki was doing his own dirty work, buying something as minimal as a can of soup and bleach. He still didn't know how they were creating this so-called quirk-canceling drag. He didn't know what was living under his feet, why there were so many cell-like rooms down there. The only way he'd probably figure that out would be to go underground. Izuku's hair was green. It was a brilliant dark green forest color, only visible in direct sunlight. It wasn't an incredibly interesting fact, it wasn't even the most interesting thing about Izuku himself, but Shouto took pleasure in just another random detail about his friend. Nearly a week had passed since that afternoon. It was well worth the harsher training he endured after getting home so late. For the most part, it was very much like their meetings in the dark. There had just been sunlight on their clothes, bright pigments of green, and streets full of people surrounding them. Shouto had caught himself smiling about it a few times, walking the halls of his school absent-mindedly. If his peers noticed the soft upturn of his lips, they didn't dare comment. He was doing it again, he noted. The teenager glanced away from the lecture before him, covering his mouth with his hand as he stared out the window to his left. It was math, the last class he had before lunch. There were only a few minutes left until the bell, obvious from the growing restlessness of his classmates. He remained silent and separated in the back corner of the room until the bell rang. Everyone rushed to their feet, filing out of the room with bags thrown over their shoulders and loud conversations filling the air. He quietly packed up his things and grabbed his bag. He decided upon the library again today, wandering to the cafeteria to collect his food before he turned back into the deserted halls. Shouto sat at his usual back corner and logged into one of the computers while he inspected his food. When he glanced back at the screen, he was met with a message asking if he wanted to restore his previous web pages. He couldn't remember what he had even been looking at last time. The last several lunches had been spent on an English essay, always his worst subject. Fleetingly, he clicked Restore anyway and was met with an error screen. Suddenly, staring at the screen, he remembered the video, the forums of strange stories, and the mystery villain all for one. Yet, according to what was in front of him, the video had been removed. The post couldn't be found. Shouto blinked at the sideways frowning face for a moment, trying to remember the details of the video. He recalled there was something he wanted to look up afterwards when he got home, but had ended up being distracted by Izuku and, later, his father. For a few minutes, Shouto tried searching for the video in other places, but came up with no results. It seemed to have vanished completely from the internet. When he looked up All Might, he scrolled through his long list of previous conflicts for anything that involved the villain couple, but found nothing there either. It was only when he was reading the series of names included in All Might-involved incidents that he remembered the name. Her name, Inko. Shouto quickly opened another tab and typed in just that, slurping some noodles while he waited for it to load. Immediately, the first results included several articles concerned with the death of a woman and her son. Shouto read the first headline. Mother and son killed in sudden explosion near Mizudafu. He didn't understand immediately why Inko warranted these types of results. Maybe the villain had been responsible somehow. Maybe the explosion was a result of her quirk. All of the articles were from about a year ago. He reached for his drink as he clicked on the first link, bringing him a full-length page. The first line repeated the article's headline in bold font again, along with the author and published date. He scrolled down to read further and met with two photos side by side, presumably the mother and son. His milk carton fell to the floor. It was Izuku. In the photo he was wearing a typical black gakuren that made him look too small. It was probably a school photo, from the basic background and uniform. His smile was thin, subdued from what Shouto was used to seeing, from what belonged on his face. He seemed paler, darker freckles standing out on his skin. His eyes were dull, hiding, hesitant. He looked a little younger, but it was undeniably Izuku. Green hair and all. He was dead. The woman pictured next to him was undoubtedly his mother, with the same dark green hair tied back and the same big green eyes. The resemblance was uncanny. Her picture was a little happier. She gave him a digital smile through the screen. Shouto felt sick. The screen twisted and morphed as he tried to force his eyes from the two photos. He attempted to read past the pictures, scrolling down to the rest of the article. His vision was blurred, for some reason. He spread his fingers on the table, trying to steady himself. It took excruciatingly long to make sense of the words before him. Midoriya Izuku and Midoriya Inko died a year ago. According to the fire officials, it had been a random gas explosion with no evidence of foul play. An accident destroyed their apartment and the couple surrounding it at about 2 in the morning. There had been a few others injured, but only they had died. The boy he had spent almost half of a year getting to know was dead. The one he had seen just last week, with gold in his eyes and green in his hair. He had been dead for a long time. Shouto's hands were shaking as he pushed away from the computer. His foot bumped the spilled carton. It skidded across the floor. At first, he dizzily thought he was going to throw up, but the feeling died into an empty shock. He stared at the floor and the growing pool of milk, head swimming. What the F dash? Was he insane? Was Izuku even real at all? It wasn't like his family didn't have a history of mental illness. Perhaps he had seen the article before. He imagined the boy without even knowing it. Maybe it was the result of some head trauma, courtesy of his father's training. He had hallucinated every conversation, every word Izuku said. It had felt so real. When he told him those things, when he laughed. The sound gracing Shouto's ears sounded real. When he touched him, gentle and caring. When he smiled at him, drawing strange feelings out of the icy depths of his heart, ripping down every wall Shouto had crafted. Shouto left his lunch on the desk, carton on the floor, but managed to remember his bag and his phone as he scrambled to his feet. He didn't even close the tabs on the screen, rushing out of the library without a word. No one batted an eye as he ran out the front doors of the school. Plenty of students left for lunch. Shouto was just one of them, typing Midoriya Izuku into his phone as he emerged into the city. Aldra Junior High was a medium-sized public school. It was a plain building, surrounded by a plain wall and on a plain street. Their lunch must not have ended yet, with students in matching uniforms lingering around the gates aimlessly. It was on the outskirts of the city, a 40-minute walk from Shouto's school. Families who lived in the suburbs and the apartment buildings he had passed on the way here probably sent their children here. It wasn't anything like Shouto's school, an expensive private school his father paid a great deal of money for him to skip his afternoon classes. The teenager glanced at his phone. Izuku's dull eyes stared back at him. He would have been a second year here when he died. If he was alive, he'd be a third year now, like him. Shouto spent an uncomfortably long time staring up at the building. He wanted to move, to storm the school and demand answers they probably didn't have. Instead, he stood frozen. He might as well have been encased in ice, from the chill in his bones and the stiffness of his joints. He searched the face of every student he saw, wishing he'd catch those bright eyes, hear someone affectionately call his name. Strangers' conversations floated around him. Some of the students were talking about him, probably wondering who he was. It washed over him like a distant, garbled mess of hushed words and accusing sentences. Clearly, from his uniform, he wasn't from around here. He assumed the bell would ring soon and they would finally leave him alone to stare in insane peace. Instead, one of the boys dressed in black stalked up to him. He wore a glare, with spiky blonde hair and crimson eyes. "Who the F are you, half and half? Are you a third year?" Shouto asked instead of answering the question, serving to only irritate the blonde further. His eyes moved deathly slow from the building to the boy, nearly ignoring his presence entirely. "Yeah, why the F does it matter? Why have you been weirdly staring at our school for like 15 minutes? He snapped. "Do you know who Midoriya Izuku is?" There was a visible change in the other student. His eyes widened a little, his posture stiffened, and his mouth bared in a snarl. He clenched his fists and for a moment, Shouto thought he was going to hit him. The blonde, instead, leveled him with an odd, serious expression. "Where did you hear that name?" "The news." The taller teenager lied, eventually turning his full attention to him. "You know him, right?" "Pfuff." He growled in answer. Shouto frowned, hesitating before he spoke again. "Did he? Is he really dead?" In a second, the blonde was reaching for him, a loud explosion sounding somewhere his face. It was probably a good thing that he couldn't feel half of his face anymore. Shouto stumbled backwards, twisting out of his burning grasp and raising his right arm to defend himself. He heard the footsteps of other kids, a few boys running up to the blonde. He didn't mean it, Bakugo. Calm down. One of them grabbed his arm before the blast could land. Bakugo gritted his teeth, furiously glaring at him while his friends restrained him. "We bring up Deku again and I'll kill you, Halfie. I'll effing kill you." Shouto frowned, a good distance away from him. "Who's Deku?" The blonde struggled again, but the bell behind them rang loudly. His friends managed to convince him to leave, half walking, half dragging back toward the school building. Shouto stared at their backs, left only more confused. A girl cleared her throat next to him, earning a little flinch. He hadn't noticed her walk up. He wondered if she'd try to hit him, too. Deku and Bakugo were childhood friends. He didn't really take his death well. She said in simplistic explanation, "Deku is Izuku? Why would you call him something like that?" She nodded with a shrug. She looked like she was going to keep walking past him toward the school, but paused awkwardly. Her hands bunched her skirt nervously. "We didn't actually want him to die, you know. All those times we said that, it was a joke, you know? I mean, he was a real weirdo, but nobody actually wanted him dead." Shouto had no idea what that could possibly mean. Before he could ask any more questions, the girl already had caught up to Bakugo and the other students. He had hoped going to his middle school would answer some questions or give him some type of explanation. Instead, he was left wandering the streets, even more confused than before. More than that, he was scared. He didn't understand anything anymore. He didn't know if Izuku was real, or if anything was. Everything had been so great and now he was left out of his mind. Shouto studied everyone who passed him, wishing to catch a glance of him in the crowd again. Even if it was fake, he did get some type of comfort in seeing his face. He wasn't sure where exactly he had wandered to until he recognized the store. This was one of Izuku's patrol paths. They had walked it plenty of times together. Shouto looked up at the sign above the glass door, ignoring the irritated people moving around him like a river. He inspected the sale posters in the windows, shelves inside stacked with colorful products. Then he noticed the girl behind the counter, scrolling through her phone with purple hair tied back in a ponytail. He was moving before he realized it, shoving the door open. The overhead bell loudly announced him as he walked up to the cashier. For a long minute he just stared. Her wings shifted a little as she looked up, suddenly noticing him there. Doc, can I help you? Do you remember me?" he asked blankly. She looked bewildered, leaning back as Shouto spoke. "A dash. I came in here in the middle of the night. Was I alone? Did you see the boy with me?" The teenager stressed. Her eyes flickered over his face while he held his breath. Finally, she slowly nodded. "A few weeks ago, you bought snacks, right? At like 3 a.m. Shouto nearly melted in relief. "Was I alone?" "No, there was some kid in a green hoodie with you. With bunny ears." She guessed, gesturing to her head as he nodded frantically. He wasn't crazy. Izuku was real. He wasn't dead. Shouto quickly thanked the woman, giving her 1,000 yen just for her answer. She looked even more puzzled but took the money without protest. The teenager left the store with a smile, his faith in his mind restored. He hadn't imagined it all. He wasn't insane. Halfway down the street, Shouto faltered. His excitement died a little as he was unfortunately faced with a new question. Why did the world think Midoriya Izuku was dead? Izuku felt the eyes watching him from the doorway, silent for a patient moment. "Are you sure you don't want me to come with you?" His gaze flickered up from the map in his hands to meet his father's inspection, then quickly looked back down. Izuku had found some outdated blueprints of the above-ground buildings on an old real estate website, but of course there was no evidence of the tunnels below. They must have been made with a quirk, without the city's knowledge. The teenager folded the map and tucked it away in his pocket with a curt nod. "I'm sure. I'm just going to look around." In the middle of the day? Hero patrols are less frequent during the day as well as in the middle of the week. He answered matter-of-factly, like his father didn't already know that too. "It'll be quick, I promise." It wasn't like he had never done this before. However, Dad was probably thinking about the first time he had been forced to defend someone else in broad daylight. The sludgy, murky green Quirk sat unused in the back of his mind to this day, stubbornly ignored until Izuku could pass it off to someone else and never have to think about that day again. I'm not sure why you're so interested in this Yakuza, but if you won't even let me come, please be extra careful. His father relented with a sigh. He pushed off of the doorway to meet him halfway and press a kiss to the top of his head. Izuku blushed and rolled his eyes at the gesture. If you get into any trouble, know that you can call me and I'll be there in less than a second. Izuku huffed. I know, Dad, but nothing is going to happen. You're starting to sound like Mom. Anyone who tries to hurt you would prefer me over her. He smiled thinly. A short laugh escaped him as he tried to imagine his small mother coming to his rescue. She had done it before with his father, but Izuku had never actually seen that side of her in action. She could certainly be terrifying when she wanted to, especially where Izuku or Dad were concerned. Plenty of organs were small enough to be influenced by her quirk. He smiled and pulled on his hood. Don't let her worry too much. I'll be back soon, I'm sure. Izuku was only about 10 minutes from Shai Hasaikai's base when he sensed a presence behind him. They stuck out to him, in a familiar recognition, quickly growing closer in a way that pointed to the fact that they clearly had recognized Izuku as well. He had stuck to the shadows, high rooftops if he could. His dark, made for the night, vigilante outfit attracted much more attention than the casual clothes he usually wore when went out in the day. Izuku didn't want to wear it, but took the risk for whatever was waiting for him under that base. He teleported between shaded corners and empty streets on the way to his destination, sticking to less traveled roads and remaining virtually unnoticed by anyone until now. In a swift second, he twisted around, wires bursting from his knuckles and wrapping around their limbs. The teenager pinned them up against the brick wall, an arm under their throat as he restrained them. In another, his eyes widened as he took in multicolored eyes and sharply different halves, grip slacking instantly. Shouto dash. Why does everyone think you're dead? Izuku's blood ran cold. For a moment, he thought it was the other boy's quirk, but it remained dormant. The chill remained only in his eyes as he sharply stared down at Izuku. Their faces were close enough that Shouto could clearly see the shock written on his face. What? He choked, frantically searching his friend's features for some kind of joke. His thoughts exploded, trying to coming up with any explanation besides the one he knew to be true. This was exactly what he didn't need right now. Shouto watched him with obvious scrutiny, guarded and serious. Midoriya Izuku is dead. I went to your middle school. They all think you're dead, but clearly you're not. Izuku was floundering, struggling and failing to come up with an answer for him. Everything he thought of was insane or far too close to reality. There was nothing he could say to make this make sense. Even the truth sounded hilariously fake in his head. Shouto was far too smart to believe anything besides a really great lie. Izuku wished he had asked Dad for more help in that category, but of course he always wanted to go the most honest route. He had never imagined Shouto would find out. He had been careful to keep everything identifying a secret, like Dad taught him. Somehow, anyway, here he was. We can't talk about this here. Izuku gasped, barely above a whisper. It didn't sound like his voice. Izuku loosed his grip, allowing his friend to drop to his feet, and he turned, prepared to teleport away. Before he could, Shouto latched onto his wrist. Then let's go somewhere else. I can't, I'm busy. Being not dead? Shouto returned, deadpanned. You haven't been coming by my house lately. I thought I was going crazy, imagining you. I want to know what's going on. You can't. Izuku stressed, twisting back toward him. It's really complicated and dash. Then I'm coming with you. The shorter boy blinked at him, then immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. Why not? It's dangerous. He had no idea what he was walking into with Shai Hasaikai. He couldn't let Shouto get hurt trying to follow him. You're going. Shouto argued. If you're not going to tell me what's going on, then I'm coming with you. It's dash, Izuku cut off with a frustrated huff. The taller boy looked undeterred, hands still closed around his wrists to keep him from escaping. I'm investigating a gang, you shouldn't get involved. I've been involved since I met you. He returned, unfazed. I'm trained. I've fought with you before. Izuku chewed on his lip, staring back at Shouto. He looked so determined. It radiated off of him, stubborn to a fault and unwilling to let him go. Everything in him was screaming that this was a bad idea, but it wasn't like he could tell Shouto the truth. Yet, if he started a fight with him here to escape a slightly populated area of the city in the middle of the day, he'd definitely attract attention. There would be heroes on his tail before he could even get into the tunnels. The last thing he needed was a full-scale raid on the Yakuza base because of him. But if he let Shouto go, who knew what he'd do? He might decide to walk into the nearest police station and describe everything he had seen and been told. He'd have more validity than most, as the son of a notable hero. Even if he didn't know everything, it would still drag up his and his mother's so-called death, more investigation into the case, possibly leading to questions about his father and how he wasn't in America like he had said he was, and everything would be F-ed. So Izuku pressed his lips into a line, matching his friend's determined gaze. "Stay with me and listen to me, okay? I don't know what we're getting into and I don't want you to get hurt." "I won't." Shouto answered with a smug expression as he realized he won. Only by default, Izuku wanted to add bitterly, "Are you going to tell me the truth after this?" Izuku just shrugged and activated the teleportation quirk. After a few more jumps, they landed on the ledge of a commercial building across the street from the Yakuza's hidden headquarters. Izuku remained perched on the edge, inspecting the street below for any sign of a threat. He imagined that pair of sidekicks swooping in out of nowhere to arrest him or Chisaki Kai stumbling out of the gates to attack him. Instead, a painfully boring street sat before him. He nervously tugged on his hood, reminding himself of Dad's lessons. Izuku knew hero protocol like the back of his hand, had memorized the routes of patrols and all the quirks of the employed at every agency in the area. He had a plan, he just needed to stick to it. "What's this about?" Shouto asked after a minute of paused silence. Izuku awkwardly looked at him, resigning to this break in the plan. "We're going in there." He pointed at the unassuming base. "It's the headquarters of Shai Hasaikai, an old Yakuza organization. That woman who attacked us mentioned a quirk erasing drag and I tracked the origins of those rumors to here. There's a system of underground tunnels that I think will explain some of how they're developing the drag." "The woman who talked about All for One." Shouto noted. Izuku winced at the name, stealing another glance at him. "What you said about him, was that the truth?" Izuku's mouth was dry as he debated his answer. Finally, he shook his head slowly. Shouto gave him an accusing look, different colored eyes darting across his face. Izuku knew he couldn't see his horribly unconvincing expression due to his hood, but he still felt on display under his watchful gaze. "Are you all for one?" Shouto finally asked, earning a relieved sigh from Izuku. He wasn't lying when he answered. "No." Shouto relaxed slightly and nodded. "Okay." He murmured, more to himself than Izuku. "Come on. Let's go." Izuku grabbed his hand and soon they were inside the building. The first floor led them down a simple hallway. Shouto looked around suspiciously, but Izuku's sensory quirk told him they were alone. It looked just like a normal office building, devoid of activity despite this being a usual workday. Izuku led the way as he sensed the tunnels below. The taller teenager remained stiffly aware as they walked slowly, frost growing up his right arm. He had already memorized his map and knew vaguely where the entrance was. He activated the metal manipulation quirk as well, seeking out the cameras in the walls. While his face was hidden, Shouto looked like a middle schooler who had stumbled inside, fully dressed in his school uniform. Izuku supposed he was. It was a school day after all. He had probably been on the way to school when he had spotted Izuku. It required the enhancer quirk, but he waved his hand as they walked and each camera turned to point up at the ceiling and hid them from view. He should invest in some type of technology jamming quirk at some point, if he was going to make this type of breaking and entering a habit. Dad might have one to spare if he asked. "Is that you?" Shouto asked quietly, watching the cameras suspiciously. Izuku nodded, dropping his hand. It looked like any other building on the inside, nothing incriminating or interesting at all. That only confirmed his suspicions that the real answers lie below them. Shouto paused suddenly, distracting Izuku's train of thought. He stood statically, staring at a small vase full of blue flowers. The hallway was mostly empty besides the table the vase sat on. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked. "They're fake." Shouto hummed, curiously reaching toward the vase. Izuku wasn't sure why that really mattered, or caught Shuto's attention in the first place. He was distracted by the sensory quirk again, telling him that some stairs that led further underground began here. Cautiously, Izuku stepped forward. He touched the vase and waited, but nothing happened. Shouto cleared his throat, clearly unimpressed. Izuku ignored him, picking up the vase to set it aside for the table it sat on. Instead, they both stared at the switch underneath. "That's not supposed to be there," Shouto noted, peering over his shoulder. Izuku reached forward, flipped the switch, stiffening as the wall folded in on itself. They tensed for an incoming attack, but nothing emerged from the new, dark doorway. "The tunnels," Izuku murmured, stepping aside to set the vase on the ground. He glanced back at Shouto and the other shrugged. "Lead the way." Izuku slowly walked into the darkness, faltering slightly as he stepped on the first stair. There was a sleek, metal cold handle to his left that Izuku didn't use. As they walked, he felt temperature drop as they moved further underground. He shivered, clenching his fists at his side. Then, suddenly, a gentle wave of heat came from behind him. The shorter boy looked back at Shouto curiously. "You're cold," was the only thing he offered as an explanation. Shouto pointedly avoided Izuku's gaze, choosing the concrete ceiling above their heads instead. Izuku felt his face heat with a telltale blush, but he didn't say anything else as they emerged finally into the tunnels. There weren't any cameras down here, not any that he could sense at least. The walls, floors, and ceilings were made of slate-colored concrete. Glowing white illuminated the hallway, cast from the overhead lines of lights. The buzzing of electricity filled the ringing silence. Whatever the Yakuza was doing down here, they clearly didn't want it documented. "This isn't suspicious at all," Shouto mused, looking in each direction the hallway split off into. "Where now?" His voice, while quiet, sounded deafening in the halls. Every sound echoed. "There's a lab this way, I think. We should try there first." "Okay." Izuku kept the sensory quirk up so he could be aware of any people heading toward them. It was draining to keep a quirk activated for that long, but necessary. There was no company as they walked. Izuku would have assumed it was abandoned, if not for the running electricity above them. Shouto remained silent, but clearly poised to fight if needed. He was somewhat surprised about how calm Shouto was about this. He seemed to listen to him without a second thought, following his lead without an argument. It made Izuku's heart flutter for some reason, realizing how much Shouto must trust him to go along with this, despite all the questions he must have. The lab was behind a thick steel door, breaking the uniformity of the concrete walls and floor. Izuku tugged it open, following Shouto inside. As soon as they entered, they both cringed. Izuku reached up to cover his nose at the sharp stench. Shouto might not recognize it immediately, but he did. The smell of death lingered in the air. The lights flickered a few times before they turned on, revealing a large metal table in the center of the room and a wall of silver equipment. The walls were white, splattered pink. Floor tiles were chipped and cracked. A fist-shaped hole had made a home in one of the walls. Shouto drifted toward the table, staring at his morphed reflection in the surface. It reminded him of a medieval surgical table, thick leather straps hanging down to the floor. The spaces between them looked too small to restrain a normal-sized person. Izuku separated from him, wandering toward the wall of cabinets and counters. The cabinets were populated with rolls of gauze, racks of test tubes, and jars of syringes. A number of other medical equipment he couldn't name littered the counters. There was a tall cabinet full of white hospital gowns. He picked one up, unfolding it and frowning. It looked small enough to fit a young child. Izuku was starting to really hate this place. "Look at this," Shouto called. One of the drawers opened. He held up a few papers as Izuku walked over. "They're studying the human genome. I only recognize it because we talked about it in class the other day. This is talking about the 16th chromosome. That's been traced back to the origin of quirks." Izuku gasped, taking the paper from him and reading over it quickly. It's where most quirks are based. Ah. I guess it makes sense if they're researching erasing quirks, they'd look to their origins. The mutation itself is fairly recent in context of all human evolution. It wasn't hard for people to track where it came from in the terms of genes, although since there's such a variety nowadays, there's been an uptick in areas of the body that are influenced or changed to incorporate quirks. Izuku trailed off, reaching for another page. It looked like this was only part of the full research, a few random papers left here either for reference or purely out of forgetfulness. This one in particular had some notes among the typed words, mentioning something called Eri several times. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows at the unfamiliar name, trying to place it in the context. You know a lot about quirks. Shouto noted. Izuku blushed, glancing away from the page. It's a hobby. It's impressive. He answered, turning away from the drawer. What now? He shrugged, folding a few of the more interesting papers to take with him. This probably isn't where they do the most of their testing. It seems more like in medical bay than that, maybe where they do human tests of the drag. There's a few more rooms I dash. Izuku. At his name, the shorter boy looked up, surprised by the paleness of his friend's face. He had opened one of the other cabinets, holding up a test tube full of a thick, red liquid. Is that blood? Izuku swallowed his disgust, hoping it was just something else. He took it from Shouto, reading the label, then swirling it. It certainly looked like blood. Why do they have this? Shouto asked quietly. Izuku shrugged with an uneasy frown. For testing, possibly. They might have isolated the quirk gene and used the drag with these samples. He gave it back to Shouto for him to return it to the shelf. There were several rows of the test tubes. This one says Eri on it. The taller boy noted. What's Eri? No idea. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to find out. We should keep moving. I hope we can find some stuff about their actual progress on the drag, as well as what they're actually planning on using it for. Shouto nodded silently, following him toward the door. They were nearly to the next destination on his map when Izuku suddenly felt someone on the edge of his range. He held out his hand, causing Shouto to pause and shoot him a puzzled look. They felt small, moving toward them quickly. He heard the footsteps first, fast and hushed. Then the shout. Eri, get back here. A voice shouted distantly, only its echoes reached them. In another second, they turned the corner toward them, running straight into Shouto. He let out a little oof, stumbling as a child collided with his legs. Izuku blinked at the newcomer in confusion, mouth half open. None of the information he saw about the Yakuza had mentioned a child. She was no older than 6, dressed in a white gown that sickeningly reminded him of the one he had found in that room. Her hair was a blue-gray color, tangled and unkempt as it fell messily down her back. A stubby horn kept one side of her bangs out of her face. Thick bandages covered most of her arms and legs. Dark purple and blue bruises spotted her uncovered, paper-white skin. Are you okay? Shouto kneeled, taking her gently in his arms. He didn't ask what a child was doing down here, but the question was obvious when he glanced back at Izuku. She was trembling, the shorter boy noticed. He only heard the end of what she murmured into his shoulder, hands tightly gripping his shirt. Don't want to go back. Eri dash, the voice from earlier was suddenly closer. You can't run off like that. Chisaki Kai turned the corner, suddenly freezing at the sight of them. His eyes narrowed, darting from the child to each of the boys. The blood, the hospital gowns, the girl. Izuku's eyes widened, staring at the man. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fist as the terrible pieces fit together in his head. Chisaki, he firmly spoke, eyes darkening. What are you doing to her? Izuku wasn't sure why he ever planned anything anymore. It always got thrown out the window by the end of the mission. The man looked a little surprised at his name. That's none of your concern. He growled. I don't know how 2 children got down here, but I suppose you've already seen too much. He reached for one of his white gloves, pulling it off. Eri visibly flinched at the movement. Izuku stepped between them, holding out his hand to keep Shouto and Eri back. He started running through his quirks in his head. Your quirk is so impressive. Why do you use it to hurt her? It's a waste. He spat. That seemed to piss off Chisaki even more. You're what I hate most, obsessed with the sickness. He spat. Eri, get back here. Shuto's hold around her tightened protectively. She doesn't have to listen to you. I'm her father. So? Shuto retorted. Chisaki hummed thoughtfully, gaze murderous. He clenched his unloved fist. Eri, your friends are going to get hurt. She stiffened. In another second, she had ripped away from Shuto. Eri ducked under his outstretched arm and ran back toward Chisaki, freezing behind him. Slowly, she turned toward them again, stiffly at his side. Izuku saw her eyes for the first time. Large, wine-red and trained on the floor. She wrung her hands in her dirty gown. It was blood-stained, Izuku noticed. Well, I supposed I must deal with you too. Chisaki sighed, like he was discussing a menial chore rather than most likely murder. This gets so messy. He huffed, irritated. Without any other warning, he slammed his unloved hand into the ground. Izuku yelped, latching onto Shuto. He teleported them backwards, falling harshly on the ground as the hallway reconfigured. The walls caved in before reforming rapidly. Spikes of concrete and twisted metal shot forward. If they hadn't moved, surely they would have been impaled. What the dash? His quirk is called Overhaul. It's touch-based. Izuku gasped, watching Chisaki assess the ruined hallway and eventually look past it, finding them unscarred on the other side. He can assemble and reassemble matter. I'm not sure if it works on organic material or not, but I don't want to test it. Don't let him touch you. We can't let that girl stay here. Shuto decided quietly. He hurts her. Although he had already come to that conclusion, he was momentarily surprised to see the icy fury in his friend's eyes. Alright, I have more mobility so I'll grab her. You're long distance, so keep him away and occupied. They stood, shifting into fighting positions. Izuku activated an endurance and speed quirk. He just had to take his quirk, then they could escape easily. This needed to be quick, before other Yakuza members started showing up for backup. He bolted forward, twisted through the spikes. He was almost to him, but he overshot the relapse time. Izuku watched his surroundings shift again as Chisaki activated Overhaul again. A few flashes of pain told him he had been grazed, but nothing too bad yet. He pushed through, a muted shout escaping his bared teeth. When he was close enough, he teleported through Chisaki, landing behind him. His thigh stung where he hit the ground, blood smearing on the floor. Eri gasped. She stumbled backward from his sudden appearance. Izuku forced a smile to his face and pushed himself up. Are you okay? He reached for her, teleportation quirk dancing on the edge of his fingertips. Don't corrupt her. Chisaki shouted furiously. He whirled around, slamming his palm to the ground. A wall shot up between them and Izuku fell backwards. Next, Chisaki reached toward him and his torn sleeve. It must work on organic material then. In turn, Izuku stretched toward his face. All he needed was one touch. He already knew what his quirk was, he just needed to take it. Instead, a burst of fire interrupted them. He called upon a defensive quirk that bounced back the fire as it touched him. Chisaki managed to dodge and turn to face Shuto. His friend glared at the villain, raising his flaming arm in threat. Leave him alone. You're annoying. Chisaki hissed, bothered. He uncovered his other hand as Shuto stomped. Ice rocketed forward. Izuku used the sensory quirk to guess where Eri was cocooned on the other side of the wall. He teleported into the space as Shuto attacked Chisaki again, startling Eri. She was curled up half a meter away, shaking. Her hands were gripping tightly in her hair, covering her ears. Tears threatening to fall from her eyes. He noticed a bloody spot on her gown. It was a fresher scarlet than the other stains. Izuku crawled toward her, pulling off his hood in hopes his face would be more friendly. His heart ached at the sight of her. The pain of his scratches scraping against the rubble was barely noticeable. Coursing determination pushed it out of his mind. He would get her out of here. He would save her from whatever horrors Chisaki had subjected her to. Hey, are you hurt? Izuku asked gently. She shied away from him. It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. I want to help. My name is Izuku. Carefully, Eri uncovered her ears. My arm. She whispered. It's not bad. I'll heal it. He answered immediately. He picked out the healing quirk that used his own stamina and gently took her arm in his hands. She watched with wide eyes. There you go, doesn't hurt as much anymore, huh? He distantly heard the sounds of Shouto and Chisaki fighting. He had plenty of faith in his friend's abilities. He would fare even better than most because his quirk was naturally long distance, but this was not a fight Shouto needed to fight alone, or at all. They needed to get out of here, soon. You've got one like mine. Eri murmured, innocently amazed. Izuku pulled his hands away. What do you mean? You can do it. Too, Chisaki said. I was the only one. She whispered more to herself than him. Izuku wasn't sure what that meant, but he pushed it aside, offering his arms to her. Let's get out of here, okay? Eri hesitantly nodded, crawling toward him. Izuku teleported them back into the fight. The terrain had changed again, painted with ice, scorch marks, and debris. There was a medium-sized glacier on the other edge of the hall and Chisaki wasn't anywhere to be found. He deposited Eri on the ground behind Shouto. Izuku fished out his phone and sent a short message to Dad. He didn't like dragging him into stuff like this, but Shouto was trembling on his feet and he wasn't sure if he'd be able to make it all the way back to apartment with both of them. If Chisaki decided to chase them, then that certainly wouldn't be good. All he had to do was get above ground so Dad could find them. He could do that. Izuku turned back to Shouto. I've got her, come on. Teleporting them both would be pushing the capacity of the quirk, but he could do it. He'd save them no matter what. Shouto was bleeding, a crimson puddle where he had been standing. His right fingers were a pale blue and encased in frost. He stumbled as he noticed them. Before he could say anything, the glacier shattered. Eri flinched and latched onto Izuku's leg. Shouto scowled as Chisaki stepped out. Izuku called upon the telekinesis quirk, holding out his hand as the villain glowed green. He threw him backwards as Chisaki pressed his hand to the wall. Columns of concrete stretched from one side into the other wall. Izuku released the quirk on Chisaki to shove Eri out of the way, reaching for the other boy. Shouto crashed to the uneven ground with Izuku on top of him as a column shot over their heads and slammed into the opposite wall. For a second they paused, panting and hidden from Chisaki's sight. Give her back. Izuku heard Chisaki scream. You can't have her. He sounded like a violent animal, sick and unstable. We've got to get out of here. He whispered, glancing down at Shouto's multicolored eyes. He was bleeding on the right side of his forehead. The red blended strangely in with the marred skin of his scar, curving around his nose. Shouto gave him a shaky nod. Izuku crawled off of him toward Eri. She was curled up away from them, hands over her ears again. Thick scars curled around her fingers. He had nearly grabbed her when she suddenly screamed and scrambled backwards. Izuku wasn't sure what it was until he heard a choked gasp of his name and the shink of Shouto's ice. A burst of cold air came from behind him. Izuku twisted around, eyes widening at the sudden ice wall between them. Chisaki's shadow reflected through the frozen fractures. Shouto was stretched toward them painfully, his right arm pressed to the base of the newly formed wall. His eyes darted toward them for only a second, as if to make sure they were okay. Izuku grabbed Eri, pushing her behind him as the ice wall cracked and shattered. He used overhaul on it. Izuku noticed a second too late, ice reforming in new, destructive shapes. He activated the rebound quirk to protect himself and Eri, but Shouto was too far away. Izuku saw the splatter of blood on the concrete before them. It dripped slowly down the pieces as he sluggishly put together where it was coming from. A choked noise ripped out of Izuku's throat. Shouto! He nearly screeched. His face crumbled as the ice through his stomach melting in a burst of fire. Deafening silence rung in his ears. The delicate flames faded into firefly sparks. Izuku stared in horror, unable to tear his eyes from the gaping hole through his stomach. Hot tears dripped down his cheeks. The ruined hallway spun. In another second, he was rushing forward to catch him. It's okay, you'll be fine. Izuku gasped through heavy sobs. He pressed his hands to the wound and activated every healing quirk he had. This couldn't be happening. He wasn't supposed to get hurt. It wasn't supposed to end like this. It couldn't end like this. Izuku couldn't let him die. Shouto gave him a soft, weak smile, lazily peering up at him. You and Eri are okay, right? Do you see what happens when you run away, Eri? Chisaki called. His voice startled him. Izuku had forgotten he was even there, sniffling miserably as he forcefully pushed the healing quirks to their limit. Shouto wasn't healing fast enough. Nausea rose in his throat as he hyperventilated through tears. He's going to die now, because of you. Terror was displayed Eri's features. Her back was pressed against the wall as she stared, wide-eyed, at the blood pouring out of Shouto. Her entire body trembled. Numbly, Izuku realized he should say something to her. Everything around him felt far away, muddled and morphed by the time it reached him. His hands were sticky and hot with Shouto's blood. This isn't your fault. He managed in a voice that didn't sound like his. A hiccup noise cut him off. Don't listen to him, Eri. He'll be okay. He had to be. Izuku would not let him die today. A surreal calmness had taken control of Shouto. He simply gazed up at Izuku, head rested against a chunk of concrete and unbothered by his blood and tissues spilled across the ground. Echidash, she choked, hands clamped over her ears again. Chisaki started to walk toward them. Izuku recounted every quirk he had, trying to decide which one would result in the most painful death. He about to use the telekinesis quirk to grab hold of him and throw him through the ceiling for what he had done, maybe rip a hole through him like he had done to Shouto, but a desperate gasp interrupted them. Don't! Eri shrieked. She tripped as she pushed herself between them and Chisaki. She held out her hands, trembling. His blurry vision told him she was glowing. He wanted to reach for her and pull her out of the way again, but he didn't dare deactivate the healing quirks keeping Shouto alive. Eri dash. What do you think you're doing? Chisaki snarled. She shook her head viciously, fat tears falling to the ruined ground. Don't hurt them anymore. The man rushed toward her and Eri tripped backwards, colliding with him and Shouto. Izuku tore one hand from Shouto's wound to throw Chisaki backwards with the telekinesis quirk again. He was distracted from further violence by the sudden warmth that spread through him. He must have activated another quirk. It was one he didn't recognize immediately. Izuku dash, he heard Shouto's strained gasp. Dizzily, he noticed the cut on his forehead stitching itself back together. That's not me. He murmured, feeling Eri shaking against his side. It couldn't be him, all of his healing quirks were touch-based. He hadn't even worried about his head, not with the insides of his stomach strewn across the floor. A sharp burning to his thigh cut him off. He jerked his attention from Shouto, turning his head to watch the freckled skin knit back together. A regeneration quirk suddenly making an appearance, possibly. But a vice gripped his body. Pain ripped through his veins and he cried out, gripping the remains of Shouto's shirt tightly. His vision spotted with white as he squeezed his eyes closed. He distantly heard Shouto groan weakly. You're going to kill them, Eri? Chisaki shouted brutally. He sounded like he was underwater, warbled and broken. His head was swimming with white-hot pain, everything in him constricting. The aching in his absent wounds was replaced with a full-body burning. He didn't even know if he was still healing Shouto. All his quirks felt so far away. He could hear Eri crying, sobbing with apologies. He could hear Shouto repeating his name like a soft prayer. He heard the crash of something behind him. Izuku tried to open his eyes, unsure when he had even shut them. Everything blurred and mixed together. His tears must still be falling, but he couldn't feel them anymore if they rolled thickly down his cheeks. Colors waned and sharpened. Flashes of quirks, rippling memories of strangers they used to belong to, sensations of using them. He was losing control. He could be using all of them or none of them at this instant. Izuku had no idea. Control felt like silly concept now with the way his body was ripping apart. Was this Eri's quirk? Izuku tried to say something in return to their scrambled voices, but he didn't know if he was heard. He didn't even know what he said, if anything at all. On the edge of his burning senses he could feel 3 quirks around him. It was the only grounding thing. He had long since forgotten where he was for the mutilating sensations. The quirks twisted, burned. He reached for them and pulled. The suffocating feeling vanished in an echoing heartbeat. There were hands on his shoulders, burning the same temperature through his hoodie. He could hear his name on a repeating record beside him, a voice that reminded him of childhood. A weight slumped against him, then too. Izuku didn't register it, relief flooding in him like unconsciousness. Everything turned black. Sound faded into numbing silence. He kept the 3 stolen quirks close to his heart as he faded. One of them felt familiar, somehow. It was cold. Shouto rarely cared enough to make note of the weather. He could manipulate his own temperature to adjust for it, so it never mattered. Usually he did so automatically. Yet, as he drearily cracked open his eyes, he was instantly aware of the chill in the air. There was a hollow space in his chest, a twisted attentiveness to temperature across his body. Stuffy, cold air. The next thing he noticed, as he blinked up at a humming ceiling fan, was that this was not his room. This was not his bed, nor his clothes, and he was not alone. The child from the tunnels was curled up beside him. Her name must be Eri, from the way the masked man's screeches echoed in his mind. She was fast asleep, relaxed and completely unaware of the unfamiliar room they found themselves in. From a quick look over, she seemed virtually unharmed, dressed in a black, oversized t-shirt. Her bandages were gone, revealing dark bruises and thick scars across her skeletally thin arms and legs. If he needed any other evidence of what was happening underground, this was it. Shouto brushed a piece of pale, untangled hair out of her face. There was something familiar about her and the persistent chill in the air. He found himself looking up at the walls again, surprised they weren't painted white and empty. Her horn was gone too. He nearly thought he imagined it. There was no evidence that it had ever been there to begin with. She looked incredibly normal without it, just a small, sleeping child. They were squeezed together on a Western-style bed against the furthest wall of the room. There was a tall bookshelf full of notebooks and textbooks on the other wall beside a desk that was messily littered with papers and more books, as well as a closed, blinking laptop. It looked lived in, homey, despite the room not having any windows and only a single door. It definitely didn't look like the prison cell he expected to wake up in. Shouto shifted slowly, dampening his headache as he inspected the rest of the room. He noticed a nightstand to the right of the bed. There was a frame upon it that was turned away from him. He reached over Eri and picked up the picture curiously. It was of 2 boys, no older than 4, smiling together on a colorful, metallic playground. One of them Shouto recognized easily, but the second was a little harder to place. Izuku looked nearly the same, with big green eyes and an even bigger smile. His freckles were a little lighter, one tiny hand grasping an all-might figurine and the other boy's palm firmly in his other. The other boy, he suddenly realized, must be Bakugo, before whatever turned him into the cursing, fuming teenager happened. He was smiling just as brightly, his blonde hair just as spiky as it had been when Shouto met him. The only reason he realized it was the comment the girl made. Childhood friends. Distant voices interrupted his train of thought. Shouto glanced up quickly, grip on the frame tightening, but after a second of listening he realized they weren't growing any closer. The teenager returned the photo to where it belonged. Carefully, as to not disturb Eri, he pushed himself up from the bed. Shouto crept toward the door, reaching forward to turn the handle. The teenager tried to summon his quirk closer, in case of whatever he found on the other side of this door, but found it strangely absent. Shouto flexed his fingers and glared down at his hand with furrowed brows. Despite that, he pulled the door open only to meet with an empty hallway. Shouto frowned. He stole a glance back at Eri's sleeping form, then forward again. He didn't know where they were, where Izuku had vanished to. He didn't want to leave her alone here, especially after where she had come from, but he needed to figure out where they were first. She wouldn't be any help if he brought her along anyway. He stepped out into the hall, somewhat surprised about how normal it looked. It seemed like it belonged in a regular house or apartment. Shouto looked down each direction. One way was a dead end and the other led past a few more doors into a more open space. Shouto chose to ignore the door's latter direction and quietly walked toward the open space. His shoes had been removed, so his footsteps were muted on the wood tiles. The teenager stopped at the edge of the wall. He's awake. Shouto stiffened, right hand pressed against the wall. His body was taut. He craved ice, but nothing grew from his skin. Shouto's nerves grew increasingly more panicked. Dad, he can probably hear you. A familiar voice sighed frustratedly. Footsteps drew closer. Don't scare him. He couldn't use his quirk, he realized with a suffocating sense of dread. They were canceling his quirk somehow, maybe he had been drugged. Whatever the process, he was completely and utterly powerless here. They drew closer, appearing around the corner. In a flash, Shouto let out a relieved sigh. His body melted. Izuku wore a hesitant smile, nervously picking at the scars on his fingers. Before Shouto could stop himself, he bolted forward. The shorter boy let out a surprised squeak as he embraced him, but cautiously returned the gesture. Shouto wasn't much of a hugger. He wasn't sure what spurred him to do that. He was just really glad he was all right and here with him. It would be okay, as long as Izuku stayed by his side. Shouto? Izuku hummed weakly. Are you okay? The taller teenager released him with a frown. I'm fine, are you okay? Izuku's face colored red. Why, I'm fine. He was wearing different clothes as well, a tacky t-shirt and sweatpants. He wrung his hands nervously. Are you sure? He pressed. He knew Izuku liked to put others before him. Surely he couldn't be completely unscathed after that fight. The haunting sight of those twisted, glowing quirk effects and his hoarse sobs as he clung to him remained determinately in the front of Shouto's mind. Izuku must have felt that burning sensation, too, like someone had gripped his heart in a vice and ripped it in every direction. When he didn't answer again, Shouto continued. I found Eri, but I can't use my quirk dash. Someone cleared their throat, interrupting his explanation. Shouto glanced to his left, momentarily shocked to see a strange couple standing there. He hadn't even noticed them before, but he distantly remembered Izuku had been talking to someone before he walked up. The man was tall, dressed in a dark suit. His hair was curly and messy in the same way Izuku's was, but chopped shorter than his and a pale white, rather than Izuku's green. His eyes were so dark red, Shouto nearly thought they were black at first. His skin was dotted with freckles, reminiscent of his friend, with pale scarring around his cheekbones. Everything about the man was threatening, from his emotionless, watchful eyes to his stiff posture. He made Shouto feel small, although he couldn't be any larger than his own father. The woman, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of the man next to her. She was much shorter, even Izuku seemed to have a good several centimeters on her. Her hair was dark green and tied back in a half-up half-down style. Her eyes were big and round, bright green as well. Her demeanor was warm, welcoming, if not a bit nervous as her eyes flickered between them. It took Shouto a breathtakingly long second, but her familiarity suddenly crashed over him like a tidal wave. You're the one who attacked All Might. He murmured carefully. She winced as her face colored with a light blush. The man glared at him, casually shifting to put himself between the woman and Shouto. I didn't tell him that. Izuku defended quickly, clearly puzzled. He looked between them. His neck must hurt from how much he was doing that. I saw a video online. He explained curtly, narrowing his eyes at the woman. The man nearly smiled, a sinister, dangerous expression on his face. A chill ran down his spine. The intensity surrounding him was hauntingly familiar. I thought All Might got rid of all the evidence of that fight. I found it looking up that villain. He added, turning to Izuku. All for one. The shorter boy blushed, looking wide-eyed back at the couple. Why would he remove evidence of it? All Might wants to be a symbol. The man answered coolly. He needs people to blindly put their faith in him. Any weaknesses he ever displayed were covered up, for the public's peace of mind. The teenager blinked at him, somewhat off-put by the statement. It was true, of course. Heroes were nothing without their publicity, All Might most of all. It was why his father always fell short every year. He supposed he never had considered the number one hero might have skeletons in his closet too. Hisashi, you're scaring him. The women scolded, giving the man a sharp look. Now is not the time to monologue about your hate of All Might. Suddenly, A new thought struck him, staring dumbly at the woman while the three seemed to have a silent conversation over his head. Midoriya Izuku, he realized, who died in that same explosion as Izuku, assumed dead. The article never said anything about her quirk or her job. He turned toward the woman, determined. "It's you." Her eyes widened. You're all for one." An astonished expression flashed across Inko's face before she suddenly laughed. The man beside her snorted. "Oh goodness no." Izuku sighed almost disappointedly beside him and Shouto deflated. "Oh sorry." The man opened his mouth, but Izuku jumped between them. "I want to tell him." "Izuku, you can't tell the son of Endeavor Dash. Let me please." He argued, ignoring the man as well as Shouto's frown at the mention of his father. "He'll listen to me, I promise." The man looked somewhat torn, dark eyes flickering between him and Izuku. Shouto wasn't sure what exactly was going on here, but he decided it was probably wise to let Izuku handle it. Shouto knew he didn't always say the right thing in these types of situations. It was Inko who spoke first. She gently touched the man's arm and thinly smiled. "We should go check on Eri. I'm sure she'll be scared when she wakes up. Come on, Hisashi." He immediately looked like he wanted to argue, but she sent him a dangerous look and he relented to follow her without complaint down the hallway Shouto had come from. Shouto finally allowed himself to inspect his surroundings. They were left standing in the middle of a very normal-looking kitchen. It was like an apartment's layout, with a little dining table and a living room on the other edge of the space. Where are we? This didn't exactly look like the Yakuza base anymore. He distantly wondered what happened to Chisaki. My apartment, I guess. Izuku answered. Here, we should sit down. He led him to the couch and sat on one edge while Shouto sat on the other side of him. It would be a domestic setting, if not for everything that happened before he woke up here. Who were they? He pressed, gesturing to where the couple had left. Oh, those were my parents. My mom and dad. That made the physical similarities make more sense. What happened? Did you teleport us here? Izuku hesitantly shook his head. After I grabbed Eri, I called my dad to come get us. Because I didn't know if I'd be able to get us back. My teleportation quirk really isn't that strong. It can't span that far of distances, or that many people at once. But then you got hurt and I got distracted and Eri accidentally activated her quirk trying to protect us, I think. Izuku paused awkwardly, messing with the edge of his shirt. It's called rewind, according to Chisaki. She can rewind human bodies back, as far back as before they're born, apparently. She fixed all our wounds, including yours, but she couldn't stop it, and she probably would have killed us, so I took it. I didn't even realize I did. Didn't mean to. I passed out afterwards. You took her quirk? Shouto clarified, something like nausea seeping into him. Izuku looked like he didn't want it to continue, swallowing harshly. Eventually he nodded, sniffling. I'm sorry I lied to you. I didn't want to. I thought you'd never figure it out. He continued frantically. What did you lie about? Shouto asked, deathly quiet. He couldn't feel his quirk. His entire body was the same temperature. He couldn't remember the last time that had happened. Shouto flexed his fingers again, wishing for ice or fire or anything that would prove it was still there. Nothing came. He sighed shakily, finally looking up at Shouto. My quirk. It's not borrowing. I can take quirks. And give them. Permanently. The taller teenager stared at him, frantically searching his face for some evidence of lie. That was impossible. A quirk like that couldn't exist. It made sense, though, in some strange way that was Shouto's train of thought. More than borrowing, at least. The random amount of things he could do, the interest in quirks. He wondered if his easy ability to pick quirks apart was because of his quirk or a learned skill. Izuku stiffened, bracing himself as he spoke again. And it's called all for one. You said you weren't all for one. Shouto accused. I'm not. He shook his head quickly, trying to reassure him. I promise I'm not a but my father is. He's like 200 years old. Izuku ended with a short, half-hysterical laugh, like he couldn't believe they were having this conversation. Shouto found himself speechless, unable to do anything but blankly stare at him. His brain had screeched to a complete halt. Izuku was fully crying now, furiously wiping at his flushed face while trying to still witness his reaction. He tried to make his mouth work, tried to string any comprehensive series of words together. Nothing came. After a few deathly long moments of silence, the shorter boy tried again. "I'm sorry, Shouto, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to lie, but the heroes would have come or, I'm sorry, I just wanted a friend, I know you hate me now dash." "I don't hate you," Shouto stated suddenly, firmly. Izuku stared at him in disbelief with big, watery eyes. "How could I? I think understand why you didn't tell me that. I don't know if I would have even believed you before anyway. I just need a minute." "Oh, okay." His breath shuddered. Shouto stared down at his hands, the same temperature, joined in his lap. He swallowed the lump in his throat, taking another long inspection of the room they were in. Everything was homey, simplistic yet warm at the same time. It didn't seem like the home of an immortal supervillain. "Your father is 200 years old." He began slowly. Izuku nodded wearily. "He's a villain." Shouto continued. He paused to steal a glance at his friend. "Are you a villain?" His mouth opened immediately to answer, but uncertainty stole his voice. "Not really. I don't think so. I don't want to be, but I guess the heroes probably would see me as one." "The vigilantism, your father makes you do that?" "Yes." Izuku shook his head. No, it's my choice. I wanted to, I've always wanted to, he just helped me learn when I asked. He didn't make me." He gave him an unconvinced look. Shouto had enough experience with forceful fathers, he lived that life. He pieced it together in his mind. Izuku was awkward and jumpy enough. He could recognize the signs. "He didn't make me, Shouto." Izuku insisted. "He's not like Endeavor. He's not bad. Well, I mean he used to run like half the villain underground and stuff, but he'd never hurt Mom and me. He does it all to protect us and stuff. It's complicated." Shouto let it go for the moment. It would be more obvious when he saw them together, just as he had seen it with Chisaki and Eri. No matter, he wouldn't leave Izuku alone anymore, especially after he trusted him enough to share all this. "Why is he a villain then?" He tried. Izuku cautiously continued, wiping his flushed cheeks. "He's, been around since the beginning of quirks, and then he saw how people reacted to them and how people idolized powerful people just because of their quirks. He hates hero society. I guess it got worse watching me. I had to pretend to be quirkless in school because of him, and all my friends turned on me as soon as I told them I was quirkless. Then there was All Might and I don't know all that. I think that frustrated him. More, how horribly they treated me. So, heroes like my father, then? Hates them." Izuku said with a weak smile. "I actually asked him if he'd kill Endeavor when we first met, but I figured that wouldn't be the best approach for your family. I don't know, I'd be okay with that actually." He was only partly joking. Izuku shrugged, moving on. "I can't say how he used to be before I was born, but meeting my mom and having me really changed his methods, I think. He, also had a younger brother a long time ago. I don't know exactly what happened between them, but I know it wasn't good. That really stuck with him, I guess. I just know Dad wouldn't ever hurt us." Shouto debated over his explanation. He sounded sincere. "But the explosion, that didn't kill you and your mother? It was people trying to get to him, they figured out we were connected to him, somehow, and attacked our apartment." Izuku explained simply, as if he wasn't discussing his own death. "We were normal before that, but Mom and Dad agreed it wasn't safe anymore. They pulled me out of school and planted some DNA in the wreckage, and that was just it." "You faked your death?" Shouto concluded quietly. Izuku nodded, sighing shakily. He remained silent, soaking all that in. It certainly wasn't what he had expected when he first saw that article about a dead mother and son. Do you want your quirk back?" He glanced up in surprise. "You took it?" "I didn't mean to." Izuku repeated, curling his fingers. "I'm not sure what happened. When I was trying to get away from Eri's quirk, I just reached out and grabbed whatever I could. Then when I woke up, I realized I had yours and hers and Chisaki's, even though I don't know how I got his, he was far away, it's touch-based, you know, a dash. You're giving it back? Shouto asked. If he could take whatever quirks he wanted, why would he ever willingly give them back? There wasn't anything Shouto could do about. He was quirkless. Izuku nodded fervently. Of course it's yours. The other boy took his hands carefully, like he was asking permission. Shouto gave him a slight nod and a flash of green electricity stretched between them like a spider's web. Shouto noticed, a second later, the difference in temperature between his hands. Izuku's right hand felt warm, the left one cooler. His quirk was back. For something so significant, it was an ironically simple process. How many quirks do you have? He inquired, refusing to release his hands. Izuku blushed, busy staring at their joined hands. 41. Actually, 43, now that I have Aries and Chisaki's. Dad's got a lot more than me, I don't know how many. I think he might have lost count. You can give them too. Shouto continued. Izuku nodded. Most people can't handle more than 2. Our quirks make our bodies able to handle more than that, but normal people will have pretty bad backlash if you push more than 2 upon them. Like severe brain damage and stuff. He supposed that's why he never heard of people wandering around with multiple quirks. It was like trading. Footsteps behind him caused Izuku to pull away. Is she okay? Still sleeping. I think using her quirk really took a lot out of her. Inko sighed. Shouto shifted around to look at Izuku's parents. He traced the similarities between them and their son again while they spoke. He wondered how no one had put it together before. Izuku looked very much like a younger version of his father, only with his mother's darker coloring. Should I give it back? Izuku suggested. Not yet. His father spoke. All for one, Shouto supplied as he stared up at the man. To be the 200-year villain Izuku claimed he was, he looked kind of plain. She doesn't know how to handle it. She would probably be in a worse condition if she still had it. It will be safer with you until we can understand how to help her use it better. Why yeah, okay. He agreed with a sigh. A long pause of silence passed between the family. Shouto sat stiffly on the couch, unsure exactly what to do. He had no idea what time it was. There weren't any windows or clocks he could see. His clothes had been changed, probably because the last time he had been wearing his school uniform he had been bleeding out. Finally, all for one side. Alright, let's get this over with. Todoroki dash. No, Dad. Izuku stood from the couch defiantly. We can't have him going and telling all that to his father. All for one answered calmly. He wouldn't. Izuku's right. Shouto added, earning everyone's attention. All for one seemed annoyed he spoke up at all. I hate my father. He wasn't sure exactly what they were discussing, but that felt like relevant information for everyone to know. See? His friend exclaimed, holding out his hand. He'd never tell. All for one looked unconvinced, but Izuku's mother interrupted them. We can discuss this over dinner. There's no point to arguing about it, and I'm sure you boys are exhausted after today. She decided with a warm smile in Shouto's direction. He nodded, giving her a small smile and peeking at Izuku. Shouto already liked her. Izuku really hoped he wasn't muttering. It was a really annoying habit in times like these. He firmly bit his bottom lip just in case. He really didn't need anyone listening in on his thoughts right now, and he definitely didn't need Shouto to put together exactly Dad wanted to do. Shouto, as outlandish as this all was rationally taking this all one step at a time. Izuku supposed that was fair. It was pretty unbelievable. Nonetheless, it wouldn't happen. Izuku would find a solution, he would fix this. His only friend's blood would not be on his hands. Mom made something out of leftovers for their meal. Dinner was suffocatingly silent. Dad didn't say a word, besides thanking Mom for the meal. Shouto was naturally quiet. He didn't even seem very nervous, outside of a few wary glances in his father's direction. They hadn't even discussed what to do with Eri yet, besides the information Dad had gotten from Chisaki. Izuku wasn't sure if the Yakuza member was still alive anymore either. That possible death really didn't bother him, not after he watched his mother unwrap Eri and reveal the marks hidden underneath. Overhaul sat stiffly in the back of Izuku's mind. He still wasn't sure how he had grabbed that either. There's no way Chisaki got close enough for him to touch him. He should mention it later, once this was all settled. Despite Mom's comment to discuss it, no one said a word for a long time. They ate in relative silence until Shouto suddenly scooted closer to Izuku. I have to get home for training soon, he reminded quietly, although his parents could definitely hear him. Training for what, dear? Mom asked gently. She seemed out of place, unsure exactly how to handle this, especially with Dad glowering beside her. The last time Izuku brought friends home, well, it had been over a decade since that happened. Shouto resembled a deer in headlights. He gave Izuku a bewildered look. You can tell them it all if you want. It's not like they're hero fans. Izuku encouraged. He didn't know whether the Todoroki family history would help the situation any, but at least it couldn't make things any worse. He really hadn't gotten that far in his own explanation before Shouto had wandered out and interrupted them. He had only been able to share how he and Shouto met, as well as the events in the tunnels of the Yakuza base before Dad had shown up. Shouto's family history had completely escaped his mind. A flash of nerves crossed his face before he cooled his features. Shouto returned his attention to his parents, gradually readying himself. With a determined expression, he spoke. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Dad gave him a curt nod. Quirk marriages had been more common in the past, dying out as quirks became more commonplace. Dad had probably seen his fair share of them over the years. On the other hand, Mom's demeanor shifted slightly, like she could already imagine where Shouto was going. She frowned and allowed Shouto to continue. With that, Shouto retold his story very similarly to how he had explained it to Izuku the first time. It was just as sickening to listen to the second time, but Shouto, somehow, sounded less bitter this time. It was more hollow, more like these were simply the facts of life and any emotion on the matter was unnecessary. Izuku really needed to refocus his attention on Endeavor's downfall after this. Mom understandably looked horrified. She appeared like she wanted to cry, but was trying to keep it together for Shouto's sake. His father, as expected, was unreadable. His face didn't convey much emotion, but Izuku noticed how his grip tightened around his chopsticks, a betrayal of his thoughts. Perhaps he was remembering Izuku's request about Endeavor, a few months old at this point. So, I guess I understand where you're coming from about heroes, Shouto concluded with a half-hearted shrug. He turned toward Izuku again. Did I tell you my mother wants to meet you? Izuku blanched at the suddenly change of topic. You told her about me? Well, not about the being dead thing, I haven't visited since then, but I mentioned your why I started visiting again and she insisted I have you come with me sometime. The taller boy explained simplistically. He blushed. I don't know, I love to, but I'm not sure. Now really wasn't the time to discuss that. His parents exchanged glances before Mom repeated. So, training? It's for you. My father has been pushing me more recently. I'm taking the recommendation exam soon. Shouto told them and Izuku gasped. They all looked at him as his face stretched into a grin. Yui! He exclaimed. They stared at him wildly for his sudden outburst, but Izuku ignored them. His mutterings restarted in full force. What about it? Dad interjected, reminding him of his company. Izuku turned toward Shouto. Your spot at Yui is practically guaranteed, right? My father is probably bribing someone for my entrance. Oh, yes. He answered, giving Dad a weary glance. Why? The other didn't answer, turning back to his father. And you're looking for a spy, right? Dad blinked at him, knitted his eyebrows together. His eyes flickered toward Shouto. Izuku It'd be perfect. Izuku continued, cutting him off before he could argue. You know Shouto will get in, he'll even be in the hero course. They might even tell him more because of his father. I can meet him by his house for information, or he could meet Tamura if that's what you really care about. Who's Tamura? Shouto asked. He kept turning his head between them like he was watching an extreme tennis match. And what am I spying for? Dad's looking for a mole to give him information on the internal working of Yui and its employee. He began to explain. Izuku. Dad interrupted firmly. I understand he's your friend, but this is a complicated situation. But he's perfect! Izuku exclaimed in protest. Shouto's eyes grew wide. Izuku felt his face heat as his words sunk in. Why, you know what I mean? His father shook his head. You can't just volunteer this random boy for this. I'm sure you believe it's a good idea, but there are methods, making sure everyone involved is dash. I'll do it. Dad stopped, clearly irritated after being interrupted again. Izuku exchanged a glance with his mother before gawking at Shouto. His mouth was set in a line. That determined air had returned to him as he stared at Japan's oldest supervillain. I know you don't trust me, but I do care a lot about your son. Shouto paused, ignoring the way Izuku's face flushed. I'd do it simply for him, if you wanted me to, but I'd also enjoy screwing over my father. Izuku says you want to fix the problems with heroes. The world that allowed men like my father to exist. Shouto. Izuku began, but whatever he was going to say died in his throat. I've spent my entire life in the middle of it. I've been trained to be the #1 hero for as long as I can remember. My father said it was my destiny to surpass him, that I would never make a difference in the world if I didn't. Shouto hesitated, glancing down at his calloused hands on the table, covered in faded burns and scars. He almost seemed like he was realizing something himself as he spoke. But I've never actually seen a hero change the world. They just keep it the same, and I don't want to be part of that world. I actually want it to change, so that people like him don't exist anymore and no one has to go through what my family did. I think I'd have more luck with that on your side, rather than the heroes. He finally concluded. For his credit, Shouto looked up and met his father's gaze head-on. He had no idea what he was dealing with, but he was confident nonetheless. Izuku knew that was just how Shouto was, blunt and honest in everything he did. Izuku curiously peeked at his father, searching again for any indication of his thoughts. Beside him, Mom was close to tears again. Izuku chewed his bottom lip nervously, waiting for an answer from either parent. Dad broke the silence first with a heavy sigh. He set his chopsticks in his bowl and pushed away from the table. I think it's time you should head home, Shouto. Izuku's face fell. Dad. I'll handle this, Izuku. There was a glimpse of a thin smile. Don't worry about it. Izuku scoffed like that reassured him. He was about to put himself between an increasingly confused Shouto and his far too nonchalant father, but a gentle hand on his arm stopped him. A horrified, betrayed expression found its way to his features at her intrusion. Mom ignored it, speaking in a caring tone. Let them go, Izuku. You've had a long day, love. Dad wouldn't do this. He wouldn't hurt Izuku like this. He hadn't ever before. He wouldn't do it now. Shouto was the perfect candidate. He would be the best spy Yui had ever seen. No one would ever know. He could keep their secrets he had kept in devas for years. Dad had to realize that. Izuku surrendered, swallowing. Okay. He muttered, trying to keep his vision from growing blurry. Okay. I'll see you later, Shouto. He promised, directed over his head. His father led Shouto to the front door. The other teenager awkwardly waved, evidently realizing that the most dangerous villain in Japan had just offered to bring him home. A burst of twisting black tendrils spiraled from his father's skin and warped them away in the blink of an eye. Izuku exhaled shakily, plopping back down in his seat. He knitted his fingers together in an attempt to stop his hands from shaking. He's not going to do anything to him, all right? He dared a glimpse of his mother. She wore a knowing smile as she stacked their bowls on top of one another. Oh no, he wouldn't dare. I could tell he was surprised by what Shouto said. I'm sure he'd scheming as we speak. You could tell? Of course. I've been married to your father for a long time now. I've figured a few things out. She shrugged. There was nearly a smugness to her demeanor. Izuku nodded weakly. He let out a shuddering breath, resting his head on his hands. Now that the apartment was quiet and the tension had dispersed, the weight of the day was growing even heavier on his shoulders. He could sense Eri in his bedroom, blissfully asleep. His eyelids drooped with the sounds of his mother cleaning up the dishes. He definitely wasn't snoring when Mom reappeared at his side. The table in front of him was now cleared and clean. You should go to bed. She ran a hand through his curls softly. I want to wait up for Dad. He won't be much longer. Izuku, you fought an awful villain and kidnapped 2 children today. She reminded. He will still be here in the morning and likely have more answers for you once he decides some things for himself. He flushed. I didn't kidnap them. Shouto was willing at least. Mom gave him an unimpressed look. I'll go to bed. Eri is still sleeping in there, so if you want to carry her out here in the living room, I'll make sure to watch over her. Mom said, Okay. Izuku covered his mouth as he yawned. He stood, pausing to stretch before he shuffled toward his room. In a moment of hesitation, he stopped. Mom. He heard her in the living room unfolding blankets for Eri. Izuku picked at a scar on one of his fingers. He kept his head down, staring at the tiles in the floor. Hey, aren't you mad at me? Mad at you? Why? He paused. I endangered us. I let Shouto find out about us, and then I got him hurt and Izuku sniffled. Mom rushed over and quickly took him into her arms. I'm bad son and an awful friend. No, Izuku, you're not. She exclaimed, petting his hair as he cried into her shoulder. We're not mad at you. Worried? Frustrated? Yes, but not mad. I'm sure Shouto isn't either. You just doubt why you always try so much and sometimes things get messy. That isn't your fault. No one blames you for what happened today. Mom sighed. But Dad he blubbered. She pulled his face from the crook of her neck and cupped his cheeks so they were eye to eye. Izuku, your father loves you and he understands it's a difficult situation. Things will work out. Mom said firmly. Izuku blinked repeatedly, struggling to make out her details through his tears. He nodded miserably and slouched to embrace her again. He was taller than her, but Mom still held him in her arms like he was a child. It was comforting, reminding him of a time when all he had to worry about were the kids at school who made fun of his quirklessness. Shouto thought dinner went quite well until he suddenly had all for one teleporting him to an empty street in the middle of the industrial district. It was nearly dusk. Their surroundings were illuminated with golden light. The sun dipped behind old, likely abandoned warehouses and smokestacks turned the darkening sky even darker. Shouto twisted around, grasping for something familiar, but this was clearly nowhere he knew well. All for One's teleporting didn't feel like Izuku's either, leaving a bitter, slimy taste on his tongue. The teenager ignored the urge to GG, turning to face the villain before him. His confidence fizzled. He liked to believe what Izuku said, but his friend had definitely looked worried before they left. Worried, he suddenly realized, for him, All for One might value the lives of his family, but Shouto definitely wasn't family. He was a threat in the villain's eyes. You said you were taking me home. Shouto spoke slowly, forcing himself to stare up at the man. He was tall with pale-colored curls floating in the breeze and a narrow, calculating expression on his face. That look was familiar, he noted. Shouto had seen that face on his son in the middle of fights. It was dangerous to be on the other side of an expression like that. The family man, enjoying dinner with his wife and son, was gone. This was All for One. This was the villain that instilled hushed, dark internet rumors, the one that caused that woman to collapse in tears at the sight of anyone who vaguely resembled him. This was the villain that faced All Might, who seemingly escaped that fight unscathed and terrified the hero enough to hide any evidence of it. We need to get a few things straight first. All for One answered finally. He met Shouto's eyes. A shiver ran up the teenager's spine. You certainly said all of the right things tonight. I wasn't lying. He bristled. I didn't say you were. However, I cannot just let you by with a few decent words. The villain continued. I won't lie to you if I didn't think Izuku would never. Forgive me, you would already be dead. Shouto's blood chilled. He couldn't use his quirk, he realized, fingers trembling. They were far too far from any hero agencies Shouto was familiar with. There was nowhere to run. No one would hear his scream if the villain allowed that at all. All for One shrugged. But lucky for you, Izuku really cares about you and I love my son. He made a decent point. Your relationship with Endeavor puts you in a very desirable position for us. You would make a good spy, if you can be trusted. A sinking feeling of relief settled into him. He wouldn't die tonight, hopefully. What do I have to do? Shouto managed to ask. His voice quivered slightly. All for One pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Shouto had no idea when he had acquired it, but he handed it over. The teenager took it cautiously, looking over the characters written. It was a list of heroes. They ranged from high-ranking and recognizable ones, like the current number 3, Hawks, to other, lesser-known ones Shouto didn't recognize. He read over them, wondering who Eraserhead and Ragdoll were, and what exactly they had done to earn the attention of All for One. Shouto swallowed the lump in his throat, looking back up at Izuku's father. You don't want me to kill them? The villain blinked at him. Then he laughed. Shouto awkwardly stared at the outburst. It reminded him of Izuku, but definitely more unnerving. Oh no. I can't imagine you getting away with the murder of a fly, much less an actual hero. Oh. Shouto relaxed with an exhale. Then what? Your father has access to the hero database, doesn't he? It's highly secure, since it has a detailed description of every licensed hero's quirk, family, and residence. I want you to copy the profile of every hero on that list from the database. All for One explained. Word for word. Shouto glanced back at the list, then up at the man. That seemed easy enough. All he had to do was walk into his father's office while he wasn't home and log into his computer. The password was probably already saved. Okay. Once that's done, you can deliver the list to Izuku. He will come visit you in 2 days. Then if you pass, we'll see about the details of your future role at Yi. He said. Right. He read over the names again, pausing. Can I ask a question? I suppose. My father isn't on this list. Why not? Because you're going to tell me where he lives now, so that I can take you home. All for One returned. Ah. Shouto answered with his address. They appeared a street over from his neighborhood. He glanced in the direction of it, folding the list he had been given again and tucking it away in his pocket. The teenager paused, wondering if he could go home yet or if there was more to his task. Shouto, before you go. The villain called, answering his unspoken question. It should be obvious, but I'll remind you. If you decide to tell anyone about anything you've been told tonight, anything Izuku has ever told you, then the heroes will become incredibly busy with piecing together all the parts of you scattered across Japan. I'm giving you a chance because of my son, but I won't hesitate to protect him if needed. The boy blinked slowly, trying to not imagine that future. He swallowed roughly and faced the villain completely. I'm committed to Izuku. Shouto certainly didn't trust the man before him. It would be a blatant lie if he said that, but he trusted Izuku with his life. That would have to be enough. All for One gave him a familiar smile. His final word echoed as he vanished. Good. A number of other missing persons were also connected to the samples found in the base. Night Eye, along with the assistance of his sidekicks and Yui in turn, oversaw the arrests made. That's insane. Fuyumi sighed. Shouto jolted, looking blearily from his breakfast to her. Her head was propped on her hand, attention trained on the chattering TV. What? Apparently some Yakuza that got busted the other day had this whole underground system no one even knew about. She gave him a weary smile. It's not far from my school. They could have been doing I don't know, drag deals or something underneath our feet this whole time. Shouto glanced at the screen again, watching as images of the arrested members flashed. It was then replaced by a video of the police scene, a couple of brightly dressed heroes walking around beside the officers. As of now, several Shai Hasaikai members remain unaccounted for, including an assumed high-ranked leader known as Chisaki Kai. If you see or hear about the whereabouts of this man, please dash. The next photo they put up must have been a few years old. It was grainy, but showed Chisaki dressed in black and his odd bird mask. Shouto fleetingly wondered where he had vanished to. As much as he tried to remember, he couldn't. Most of the end of that fight was hazy at best. Shouto? His sister distracted him. He returned his attention the half-eaten food before him. Are you feeling okay? It was hard to eat when he kept remembering that his stomach had been painfully ruptured just yesterday. There was no evidence of the wound, only a memory of the pain. Worse than that, the horrified expression that had marred Izuku's face wouldn't leave him alone either. Those tears pouring down his cheeks, the terrified muttering and shaky reassurances. He didn't remember much after that, thankfully. He didn't want any more. "I'm fine," he managed, eventually. Fuyumi didn't look very convinced. She heaved another sigh, poking at her plate awkwardly. Your school called yesterday and said you never showed. I figured you would come home if you were sick, but you, never did." Shouto blankly stared at her, dimly processing the words with cotton static in his ears. "Did you tell him?" He was at work, had already been gone by the time Shouto slipped into his room last night and hadn't returned yet. It was some impromptu mission that the teenager didn't care to learn any details about. His sister stiffened. She quickly shook her head, taken back. No, of course not. I already deleted the message dash. Thank you." He interrupted simply. She didn't say anything else, awkwardly collecting her plate as she stood from the table. Shouto figured that was the end of it. A conversation that long was already pressing the amount of interaction he generally had with his siblings. He turned his head back toward the TV, but the news had shifted into covering a edge-shot fight from this morning. Chisaki was already forgotten. It slowly registered that they hadn't said a word about Eri. Or Izuku. Or him. "Hey!" Fuyumi's voice interrupted his thoughts again. When he looked at his sister, her pale hands were gripping edge of the counter. She shakily exhaled before she looked up at him. "Why, you're okay, right?" "Of course." He answered without hesitation. It wasn't a lie, not this time. He was still tired and aching, still mulling slowly about everything he had seen and heard yesterday. He was still stuck in this house, even if the monster wasn't home right now. But hope had reared its head in the form of a crumpled list underneath his pillow. It was his key out of here, away from this smoke-filled house. It was his ticket to Izuku. Shouto nodded, breathing deeply before giving her a barely there smile. "I'm okay." "Todoroki-kun." A voice called. Shouto froze in his tracks, open umbrella hanging from his hands. It had been raining all afternoon. He had watched the fat raindrops roll down the window during biology instead of paying attention. A tall boy walked over to him, wandering over from the school's main exit. Shouto boredly met his gaze. According to his uniform, he must be in his class, but Shouto had no idea what his name was. "Hello. You weren't in class Wednesday?" He began, digging out his own umbrella while they stood underneath the school's roof's overhang. "I was sick," Shouto answered, vaguely remembering that he skipped school Wednesday to confront Izuku. He hadn't even thought about school that day. Today was the last of the 2 days All for One had given him, yet he hadn't seen Izuku or his father anywhere. It almost made him paranoid, staring out windows for most of the day instead of listening to whatever his teachers had to say. "Right." The other boy agreed. "Well, you could study with us if you'd like." He gestured a bit robotically behind himself. A few boys and girls in matching uniforms stood patiently by the doors, watching them talk like they were an incredibly interesting television show. Shouto suppressed the urge to roll his eyes as one of the girls wandered over. She patted the tall boy's arm, giving Shouto a weary look. "Can we go now, Ida?" Clearly he doesn't want to. Ida opened his mouth to argue, but Shouto interrupted him. "She's right. I'm fine," he said, moving to hold his umbrella over his head. Without another word, he walked out into the rain. He distantly heard them making comments. Ida's authoritative voice was unmistakable. Shouto scoffed, tugging his bag closer under the umbrella. The rain deterred him from making any stops on the way home. Usually he liked to take the long way around, anything to avoid being home longer than necessary, but the weather was even more annoying. To top it off, he still didn't see any signs of Izuku. Shouto was halfway to his neighborhood when he paused on the edge of a crosswalk. He silently watched the cars speed past, raindrops splattering on windshields. His gaze flickered across the road where he noticed another shadow standing under the awning of a cafe a few doors away. They were the only two left on the street. The light overhead changed and the cars slowed to a stop. Shouto continued walking, skipping over a rippling puddle. His distant companion went the other direction. In the shade of the surrounding buildings, someone tugged the edge of his bag. He turned on his heel, gripping his umbrella and reaching out with his left. A living shadow leered down at him. He stilled, staring up at what he assumed was its face. The edge of dark umbrella and thick downpour hid it from a distance, but up close it was unsettlingly obvious that there was no face. Purple energy warped around what would be a head and hands. The only indication of eyes was two rippling yellow streaks. They wore a painfully generic suit and a striped tie. "Are you Todoroki Shouto?" they asked, a deeper voice that made him think they might be a man, or was one once. Shouto slowly nodded, fingers curling in case of attack. There was none. The shadow merely gestured its head toward another side street. "This way." They didn't pause to make sure Shouto was following, but instead led even further from any potential witnesses. The teenager hesitated for a split moment before he rushed to follow the stranger. He cleared his throat, peered at their increasingly more isolated surroundings. "Are you Izuku?" He tried. The shadow stopped, tilting their umbrella so they could look down at Shouto. "I do, but I'm more of a friend of his father's." Shouto straightened up. "I have the list for you." He began, twisting around and trying to reach inside his bag without getting soaked. "Don't, I'm just taking you to meet them, you can give it to them." They explained. "My quirk is called Warp Gate. I can warp people and items based on coordinates. It can be somewhat jarring for those not used to it. Are you ready?" "Sure." On command, a swirling portal opened behind the shadow. Shouto blinked dumbly at it, then glanced back at them. "After you." He nodded again, more firmly, and tightened his grip on the handle of his umbrella. Shouto took a deep breath and stepped forward into the darkness without hesitation. "Did we have to do this in the rain?" Tamura muttered miserably as Kurogiri's warp gate opened and expanded. A few stray raindrops spilled out onto the wood floorboards. Izuku stole a glance toward Dad. His father didn't answer with anything more than a sigh, crossing his arms over his chest as he diverted his attention toward the newly formed portal. A second later, a wild-eyed Shouto stumbled through the warp gate. He nearly dropped his umbrella as he whirled around and squinted at his new surroundings. In his defense, the bar was low-lit and probably not where he had imagined he'd appear after stepping through that portal. Izuku resisted the urge to rush forward and embrace him. He gripped the edge of his bar stool to stop himself. Dad had been clear about how they were addressing this. Everything was up to Shouto right now. Once everything was said and done, Izuku could hug him all he wanted. The green-haired teenager blushed at his thoughts, suddenly glad that the bar was dark enough to hide the color in his cheeks. Kurogiri appeared through the portal behind him. The warp gate vanished with a whoosh. He gently pried Shouto's umbrella from his hand, closing it politely and setting it aside with his own. "Thank you for delivering him, Kurogiri." Dad greeted pleasantly, although he used his typical work tone. It nearly made Izuku want to laugh, but he bit his tongue as Shouto finally spotted him. There was something satisfying in watching Shouto relax at the sight of him. His gaze softened and Izuku felt himself flush a deeper red. He waved shyly at his friend. He heard Tamura scoff from the stool behind him, and Izuku tore his attention away from his friend to send the blue-haired man a sharp scowl. Some part of him smirked in the way Tamura stiffened. He supposed resembling his dad was fairly helpful in situations like this. "Shouto, do you have what I asked for?" Dad stepped forward. He held out his hand expectantly, leaving no room for excuses. Yes. He scrambled to dig through his bag and fished out a notebook. While he flipped through it, Kurogiri slipped around him and joined Izuku and Tamura behind the bar. "Is he okay?" Izuku murmured to the warper. Kurogiri nodded. A bit quiet, but he went along and alone without any hesitation. "His school is rather nice." Tamura sighed dramatically as he adjusted the rotting hand on his face. If anyone here embodied the stereotypical villain, it was certainly Tamura. "This all looks correct." Dad hummed once he flipped through the papers he was offered. "Good job, you did exactly what I asked." He concluded by ripping the pages down the middle. Shouto blinked at him. He dumbly watched the halves of paper go up in white flames. "Why?" He began slowly, eyebrows furrowed in an adorably thoughtful expression. Why would you ask for information about heroes if you already knew it? He nearly sounded offended. It wasn't about the information, Shouto. The least competent hacker in the world could get that. It was a matter of following directions. Dad returned. I have no doubts that you can get the information. Loyalty is what I'm looking for. Luckily, you've shown that today. Izuku's face split into a grin at the words. He hopped off his stool and teleported the rest of the distance of the room to him. Shouto jolted slightly as he appeared in front of him and surged forward to hug him. The taller teenager let out a small, strangled gasp and Izuku sighed in relief. He rested his head on his shoulder for a moment, ignoring Tamura's snicker from behind him. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku breathed. And that you're here. Shouto relaxed. He felt his arms slowly rise to return the hug. Thanks that I am too. Izuku eventually let him go while resisting the urge to wipe at his face. Dad nonchalantly passed him a tissue from his suit jacket's pocket and he murmured a thanks. His worries unceremoniously crashed with Shouto finally standing before him again. Those sickening thoughts of losing his first and closest friend lingered like a bad taste in his mouth. Izuku took a deep, steadying breath and gave him another smile. So did I passed? Shouto clarified. His multicolored eyes flickered from Izuku to his father. Yeah. The shorter boy exclaimed. You did great. A sinking relief visibly passed over his features. Oh good. Some introductions are in order. Dad continued, gesturing to where Tamura glared at them. This is Shigaraki Tamura, and you already met Kurogiri. Publicly, when the time comes, Tamura is your closest ally. What's the deal with all the hands? Shouto asked quietly, leaning over closer to Izuku's ear. The shorter boy glimpsed at him. Izuku nearly laughed aloud at the weary look he was currently giving Tamura. He shrugged. Childhood trauma. Ah. The blue-haired man pushed himself off his barstool, holding out his hands dramatically. I'm the future leader of the League of Villains, all for one successor. He announced smugly. What's the League of Villains? Shouto deadpanned. Tamura straightened and scowled at him, or he assumed he did behind the severed hand. Izuku choked on his laughter, hiding his grin behind his hand. I came up with the name. He argued, neatly adjusting one of the hands gripping his arm. Sensei says we'll be public in less than a year. The heroes won't know what to do with us. Right. The red and white-haired teenager looked unconvinced. Why can't I just talk to you? He turned toward Izuku and Dad, who looked somewhat bored with the conversation. The League will be a legitimate organization in a few months. We're hoping your information once you start at UE will be the key to moving forward. Dad explained. Idealistically, the next several months could be the beginning of the end of this era. Also, I'm dead. Izuku added at Shouto's overwhelmed expression. Tamura and the League is just your public image. I'll probably still be the one you talk to the most. He had made sure that would be true. There wasn't any point if he wasn't going to be allowed to spend time with Shouto anymore. Don't concern yourself with the details of the League, they're still ongoing. Your biggest priority is making sure you actually get into UE and avoiding any suspicion. His father concluded. Shouto nodded. Okay. Tamura huffed, clearly growing frustrated with being ignored. Sensei, I have a question. Dad nodded for him to continue. Why is he the spy? It makes no sense. Izuku rolled his eyes, tugging Shouto by the hand toward the bar. He gets like this a lot. He explained. He's our age, right? The shorter teenager blinked at him, then back at where Tamura was arguing with his father. Tamura is 19. You're kidding. Izuku shook his head. He, doesn't like me very much. That's probably why he doesn't like you either, you're my friend. Tamura was like an older brother in how he was always fighting for attention from Dad. The only problem was that he wasn't actually his brother and could never compete with Izuku in Dad's eyes. He probably would have already attempted murder if he didn't know that Izuku could easily take his quirk and put him in his place, if needed. Not to mention what Dad would do in that situation. Right, well, does anyone have any other questions? His father called. Tamura lingered at his side, frustrated but silent. Shouto cautiously raised his hand. Who's the sensei he keeps talking about? Tamura let out an offended scoff, pointing at his father. Him, obviously. His friend gave him another speculative look and Izuku resisted the urge to laugh. I just call him Dad. I don't know where the sensei thing came from. Dad smiled slightly. If that's all, then I suppose it's time we take our leave. Shouto will be in contact. Kurogiri, will you prepare a warp to our and Shuto's homes? Wait. Izuku dropped to his feet, turning to face Shouto again. You've got to come visit Eri first. She just woke up yesterday and she's been asking about you. Dad, he can come for a little bit, right? Before he could answer, Shouto perked up, leaning forward on his stool. She's okay? Yeah. I gave back her quirk and everything. She can't use it that well yet, but we're going to work on it. He took a breath as Dad put a hand on his shoulder. Then only a warp to our home, Kurogiri. He relented. Izuku brightened, offering a hand to Shouto as another one of Kurogiri's portals opened. Tamura muttered a goodbye to them, but Izuku ignored him for the friend at his side. Mom! Izuku called as he landed soundly in their living room. Shouto squeezed his hand, letting out a grunt as he inspecting their new surroundings. We're back. And we brought Shouto. I like your teleporting much better. He muttered, somewhere close to Izuku's ear. The shorter boy smiled with a shrug. That quirk is meant to be gentler, it's one of the first my dad gave me. A little gasp interrupted them. In the kitchen, balanced on one of the bar stools, was Eri. She was dressed in a lemon-yellow dress from the collection of clothes Mom bought when she went out yesterday. Her hair had even been braided back behind her stubby horn, kept in place with several colorful bobby pins. They definitely hadn't been expecting the sudden addition to the household, but Eri had quickly wormed her way into their lives. Dad might have been trying to remain nonchalant about her as he handled other things, but Mom already loved her, so she would undoubtedly win Dad over soon as well. Adoption had been a last-night conversation topic, after they assumed Izuku was already asleep. Their apartment basement only had 2 bedrooms, so Eri had accumulated a nice collection of extra blankets and pillows on the couch. Although, she ended last night in his room, still trembling from the memories of her nightmares. Oh, hello boys. Mom cheerily greeted. The kitchen counters were littered with baking ingredients. A large bowl of apples sat in front of the stool beside Eri's. It's nice to see you again, Shouto. Everything went well? Shouto looked a little surprised at the sudden question, nodding awkwardly. Dad slipped past them to press a kiss to Mom's cheek. Izuku caught Eri's eye, who was curiously debating between watching his parents or watching Izuku and Shouto. He made an exaggerated, disgusted expression at their gesture, earning an even more puzzled look from the girl. Tamura wasn't extremely pleased, but he'll get over it. Dad shrugged. He leaned over Mom's shoulder. How's the baking going? Great. You're just in time to dash. She stopped as Eri suddenly hopped off her stool. She shuffled over to Shouto and Izuku with her head tilted back to peer up at them. You're back. Eri spoke so quietly that Izuku barely heard her. He moved to kneel before her, but Shouto beat him to it. He leaned down to her height. Of course we are. Are you feeling better? She hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Shouto tapped the right side of his head. You've got your horn again. Izuku gave it back. Eri said. Whether she realized that her quirk went with it, he didn't know. The first day she woke, she had been dazed, disoriented, and a bit feverish, but being without her quirk combined with Mom's careful watch, she recovered quickly. Izuku had only given back rewind this morning, before he had left with Dad to meet with Tamura and Kurogiri. Well, I'm glad you're okay, Shouto said after a moment of silence. He seemed to suddenly notice that everyone's attention was focused solely on him and Eri. What are you two doing then? He continued awkwardly. The girl looked unsure. Her eyes grew wide. Mom swooped in to save her with a warm, encouraging smile. Well, Eri told us yesterday that her favorite snack was apples. So, I suggested trying out an apple pie recipe. I thought we'd get started before you got back, but... She trailed off, abruptly sending Dad a look that portrayed the unsaid. Shouto opened his mouth to ask, the tense atmosphere lost on him, But Izuku spoke before he could. We can help then. He leaned down a little. I'm not very good at cooking, but I'm sure we can be a little useful. Is that okay with you, Eri? Help. Eri echoed. Her face furrowed as she thought it over. Eventually, she nodded again. Yeah. That's okay. Izuku grinned and faced his mother. What first then? If someone had asked him the moment he met that shadowy man what he thought he would be doing that afternoon, Shouto would have assumed it would be some inauguration for his new position as the unofficial spy of Yui. Perhaps a murder. Instead, he found himself seated at an incredibly ordinary dining table in an incredibly ordinary kitchen, neatly peeling his second apple, with his only friend on one side of him and an immortal supervillain on the other. Shouto stabbed the skinless apple and started to slice it into pieces. Izuku and his father were much better at chopping than him. All for one seemed to be, oddly, a decent cook. The shorter teenager had only muttered something about a pink apron and for Shouto to be glad. On the other hand, he was pretty sure Izuku was just good with knives. Shouto didn't know much about baking, but he knew it didn't take 4.5 people, because Eri didn't really count with her job of lazily stirring the mix of cinnamon and sugar to bake a pie. However, he was sure he'd do anything for Eri at this point, and the Midoriyas were clearly keeping him in their line of sight, so he shut his mouth and completed every task Inko gave him. He had already taken an icicle to the stomach. Helping out in the kitchen was nothing. Did Mom say what happened? Izuku finally broke the silence, directing his attention toward All for One. Nothing specific. An episode, I imagine. The villain answered. Their voices remained low, unnoticed by Inko and Eri in the kitchen. From what Chisaki admitted, she lived a very harsh and traumatic life until you found her. It will take time for her to open up to us. You talked to Chisaki? Shouto interrupted, suddenly recalling the news report. I did. All for One offered no further explanation. Izuku leaned forward. His eyes lit up excitedly. But you decided? She's staying with us? Shouto furrowed his eyebrows. He was started to understand Tamura's frustration with All for One's favoritism. As of now, there's nowhere else for her to go. I'm confused. Shouto announced bluntly. Izuku laughed at his abruptness, scraping the diced pieces of his apple into the large bowl.